Global catastrophe. 8 billion of us are trapped on ramshackle airships floating at impossible altitudes, forced into a survival game against a negative 56 degrees Celsius deep freeze. Most won't last 7 days. While the masses are screaming, backstabbing, and trading their dignity for a half-moldy crust of bread or a sip of clean water, I'm different. I have the hard work pays off system. What they see as a hellish death trap, I'm turning into a profitable business. While they tremble, praying their supply crates contain a single bottle of water, I trigger a 100-fold critical hit. My crate yielded an entire freshwater lake. While they draw blood fighting over scrap wood, I'm using my massive resource haul to reinforce my drafty cabin into a triple-layered, heated villa. Outside, it's a frozen hell where breath turns to ice. Inside, it's a cozy paradise filled with the aroma of roasting meat. I'm just sitting here, waiting for my wife and daughter to enjoy a steaming hot pot. This is only the beginning of the sanctuary I'm building for them. The notification forced me awake. I wasn't in my truck at the rest stop anymore. The soft upholstery was gone, replaced by hard, uneven flooring. The smell of diesel was replaced by an endless, roiling sea of milky white clouds. I was in a makeshift gondola, seemingly held together by scrap iron and splintered wood. My feet groaned against the planks, and through the gaps, I could see the terrifying abyss below. Vertigo hit me like a physical blow. "Honey, where are we?" My wife, Su Muqin, gasped. She was clutching our daughter, Lin Xiaonuan, who had just woken up screaming. Muqin's face was ashen. My heart sank. I didn't waste time on shock. My instinct as a long-haul trucker kicked in. I pulled them both into my arms, using my broad frame to block the biting wind howling through the gaps. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." My voice was steady, the anchor this family needed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the sky. Blue data streams poured from the clouds, forming a glowing ring around us. Floating text filled the air. Global transmission complete. Welcome to Tianqiong Survival. Rule 1. Survival by family unit. Rule 2. Automatic flight on fixed routes. Rule 3. Survive to the final stage to return to reality. Rule 4. Death in-game equals death in reality. The icy announcement shattered my last hope. This wasn't a prank. "Daddy, I'm scared. Can we go home?" Xiaonuan sobbed. "It's okay, baby. Mommy and Daddy are here," Muqin whispered. Though her trembling told a different story, I took a deep breath. If I panicked, we were finished. I'd spent decades on the road. I'd handled blowouts and blizzards. Danger requires a clear head. I stepped away to inspect our ship. It was barely 10 square meters. Above us, a patched-up, gray balloon struggled to keep us afloat. There were no doors, no windows, just rusted iron and thin wood. In the corner sat a single metal crate. I pried it open. 3 small seed packets, a brand new entrenching tool with a gleaming edge, 500 milliliters of water, and 2 chirping yellow chicks in a box. 3 people, half a liter of water, and some seeds? Well, that escalated quickly. My wrist suddenly burned. A light blue interface appeared under my skin. Players remaining, 8,198,765,432. Speed, 20 kilometers per hour. Next, supply point, 19.8 kilometers. Warning, first disaster, ice peak, in 7 days. Ling Feng. "Look," Muqin cried, pointing. A crate emitting a faint white light floated in the clouds ahead. Supply crate. My eyes lit up. This was our lifeline, but there was no steering mechanism. We were drifting on a set path, and the crate was 5 meters to the side. We were going to miss it. "We're going to starve, aren't we?" Muqin's voice broke. She was usually so strong, but this was too much. I didn't answer. My brain raced. 5 meters. No rope. Just the shovel. I grabbed the entrenching tool, heavy, sharpened, with a sturdy alloy handle. I looked at the floorboards, then at the ship's railing. A reckless, insane idea took root. "Xiaonuan, stay in the corner and don't move," I ordered. Muqin looked at me, saw the familiar, ruthless focus I used when facing a road hazard, and nodded. I stood at the edge of the gondola, stabilized my hands, and swung the shovel into a joint between the floorboards and the iron frame. Crack! The ship shuddered, and Muqin screamed, but I didn't blink. I pried at the rusted rivets until one flew into the abyss. It worked. I knew engines and leverage. I knew exactly where to apply pressure. 1, 2, 3 sweat beaded on my forehead only to freeze instantly. The crate was getting closer. 40 meters. 30 meters. As we drew level, I gave a roar and pried a 2-meter-long section of flooring free. The wind howled through the massive hole, threatening to tear the gondola apart. "Hold on!" I lunged, clinging to the wooden slab, and reached out with the shovel's handle. I hooked the crate and pulled it into my arms. Just as I hauled it in, a shrill, ear-piercing screech shattered the air. A massive white bird, camouflaged perfectly against the clouds, dove from beneath the crate. Its wings were like blades, and its eyes burned with a blood-red, predatory hunger. That bird was the true guardian of the supply crate, and it was pissed. It screeched, talons wide, diving to reclaim its prize. "Not on my watch," I roared. My family's life depended on that box. As the monster's claws grazed the metal, I lunged, snatching the crate mid-air with a desperate, precise throw that landed it right in my chest. The bird, having missed, locked its blood-red eyes onto me. It didn't just attack, it charged like a missile. "Honey, watch out," Muqin screamed. I didn't think. I acted. I swung the entrenching tool with every ounce of strength I had. The blade connected perfectly with the bird's neck. It didn't even have time to squawk before the force of the blow sent it spinning, lifeless, into the abyss below. The silence that followed was deafening. My heart hammered against my ribs, and my limbs felt like lead, but I was still clutching that battered green iron box. "Are you hurt?" Muqin scrambled toward me, checking for injuries, tears streaming down her face. "I'm fine, don't cry," I grinned, though my face was pale. "We've got food." I set the crate down, my hands trembling, half from the adrenaline dump, half from sheer relief. I had to get this right. The screen on my wrist showed less than 7 days until the Ice Peak disaster. I inventoried our assets, a little water to ration and 2 chicks that weren't ready for the dinner table. This crate was everything. With a shaky breath, I unlocked the latch. Click. I threw the lid open. Inside were 2 liters of bottled water, 5 packs of energy-dense compressed biscuits, a small first aid kit, and a fire starter. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep us alive for a few days. Then, the world seemed to warp. A surge of warmth pulsed through my chest, like liquid electricity coursing through my veins. My temples throbbed and golden text flashed before my eyes. "Hard work pays off. System activating. System activated. You have been granted a random multiplier for your material rewards." Multiplier. Dicks. My eyes widened. I'd read enough web novels to know a gold finger when I saw one. "Claim," I shouted in my mind. The magic happened instantly. The 2 bottles of water multiplied into 20. The 5 biscuit packs ballooned into 50. 10 first aid kits and 10 fire starters materialized around us. Our floor was suddenly covered in a small mountain of survival gear. "Oh my god," Muqin whispered, covering her mouth. I couldn't stop smiling. This wasn't just a win, it was a lifeline. We were set for the week. "We're going to make it," I promised, pulling my wife and daughter into a tight embrace. I felt invincible. I had the system, I had the skills, and I had the resolve. We were going to thrive. Then, bang, the gondola bucked violently, throwing us to the floor. Our supplies scattered everywhere. A screeching sound tore through the air, followed by the sickening crunch of wood. A hideous, bat-like monster, wingless, eyeless, and sporting a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, jammed its head through the hole in our wall. Warning, Night Shadow Bat. Trait, acute hearing, aggressive. "You've got to be kidding me," I growled. My joy evaporated, replaced by a cold, murderous rage. I grabbed my trusty entrenching tool and brought it down on the creature's skull. It shrieked, thrashing, but it was wedged tight in the gap. I didn't hesitate. I shoved the blade into its jaw and pushed with everything I had. The bat let out a pathetic, garbled sound, tore itself free, and vanished into the darkness, bleeding profusely. Silence returned. I slumped against the wall, drenched in cold sweat. "Are you okay?" Muqin asked, reaching for me. I waved her off, staring at my shovel. I had the food, I had the gear, and I had the grit. If this world wanted to throw monsters at me, fine. Let them come. I checked my wrist. The temperature was dropping, signaling the silent, creeping death of the Ice Peak. "I was ready, honey. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Muqin asked, her voice trembling. She knelt, frantically checking me over. When she realized I was only exhausted and had no real injuries, she let out a shaky breath of relief. Xiao Nuan, finally shaken out of her terror, waddled over and touched my face with her tiny hand. "Daddy beat the bad monster. Daddy is the best." The innocent adoration of my daughter and the genuine concern of my wife washed away the fatigue and dread clinging to my heart. I pulled them into a tight hug. "It's okay. It's over," I said, though my mind was racing. Looking around at our ramshackle airship, I knew we were in trouble. It was riddled with gaps, and even at 12 degrees Celsius, the chill was biting. We were in no shape to survive what was coming. Before I could even form a plan, a thunderous roar rocked the sky, and data streams flooded the air. Global announcement. Survival rules update. 1. 7-day cycle established. 2. Each cycle features a global extreme disaster. Current theme, Ice Peak. 3. Survive. Weakness is a sin. Collect resources while you can. The words hit me like a physical blow. A 7-day cycle? Negative 56 degrees Celsius? My hope shattered. That level of cold was lethal, and we were essentially floating on a crate of splintered wood and rusted iron. Without proper insulation, we wouldn't last an hour once the temperature plummeted. How are we supposed to live? Muqin's face went white. She clutched Xiaonuan tighter, trying to shield her with her own body. Despair is a luxury I couldn't afford. I had to be the pillar of this family. "Don't be afraid," I said, my voice rock solid. "I'm here. We're not dying." I grabbed the entrenching tool and set it down, then began tallying our haul. 20 liters of water, 50 packs of compressed biscuits, 10 first aid kits filled with bandages, antibiotics, and epinephrine, plus 10 fire starters. "Muqin, store the food and water in the corner. Organize the medical supplies by type," I ordered. She obeyed instantly, my calm grounding her. I checked the blue interface on my wrist and tapped the newly appeared exchange icon. The global chat was a chaotic mess of panic and madness. People were begging for wood, offering their spouses for lighters, and screaming about the unfairness of the game. I ignored the noise, it would only cloud my judgment. I opened the marketplace. Prices were already skyrocketing. Sturdy wood, old quilts, monster feathers, anything related to insulation was being gouged. A light bulb went off. This was a gold mine. With my 10x system multiplier, I had more resources than 99% of the players. I could play the information gap to my advantage. Muchin, do we still have the seed packets? I asked. She handed me a small bag. Good. And what about the chicks? Xiao Nuan was cradling them in her arms. Daddy, they're scared of the noise. They won't stop shivering. I'll protect them, I promised, patting her head. I turned to my wife. You've worked in community projects, you know, plant care, right? I want you in charge of logistics. Once we patch this place up and get some soil, we're starting a garden. And these chicks, they're our long-term protein. If we can achieve food self-sufficiency, we'll have a huge strategic advantage. I only know the basics, she stammered. You can do it, I said, looking her in the eye. I'll handle the combat, repairs, and resource gathering. You keep our home running, we work as a team. She nodded, a glimmer of hope returning to her eyes. Leave it to me. First order of business, the hole. I posted an offer on the exchange, selling 1L pure water for 2 pieces of sturdy wood or 2 iron nails. My price was way better than the local black market sharks. Offers flooded in instantly. I quickly traded for 4 boards, 20 nails, an old quilt, and a winter coat. I checked the system for a multiplier. It didn't trigger this time, but that was fine. I grabbed my tools. I'd picked up a bit of carpentry back in the day. It was time to put those skills to work. I hammered the wood into place, creating a double-layered structure that sealed the gaps. I stuffed the remaining seams with the cotton fabric I'd scavenged. By the time I finished, the gondola was still ugly, but it was finally airtight. I was drenched in sweat, but the temperature inside the cabin started to creep upward. Night fell, and the mercury plummeted to 10 degrees Celsius. Muchin gathered every quilt and spare garment we had, huddling with me and Xiao Nuan in a corner. We even tucked the chicks in with us for warmth. I didn't sleep though. I spent the hours monitoring my wrist interface. The environment was 10 degrees Celsius, and the global population had already dropped to 8.08 billion. Nearly 100 million people gone in a few hours. Suddenly, a massive firework of light erupted in the distance. A dull thud followed, and the player count on my screen ticked down by 3. An entire family erased. The urgency in my chest spiked. I needed to upgrade this floating coffin into a fortress. I opened the airship's 3D model on my interface. Status, lightly damaged. Durability, 45/50. The upgrade menu highlighted 2 paths: reinforced wooden walls durable, insulation, or a small steam engine maneuverability. An engine would be nice, but I had no blueprint, and against negative 56 degrees Celsius, a sturdy shell was the only thing keeping us from freezing. I chose the walls. What are you doing? Muchin asked, watching me gesture at empty air. Making our home sturdier, I said with a reassuring smile. I dove back into the trade market. The public chat was a sewer of despair, but I filtered for opportunity. People were offering wings of ice crystal butterflies and other scraps for medicine. I had 10 first aid kits packed with antibiotics and ibuprofen, hard currency in this hell. I posted an offer. 1 red first aid kit for 15 sturdy boards, 20 iron nails, and 5 tubes of waterproof sealant. The market went silent for a heartbeat, then exploded with trade requests. My head was spinning with notifications. One stood out: Hammer Workshop. I'm a carpenter. I have all the materials and will throw in a set of handmade woodworking tools if you trade with me. My daughter needs that medicine. I didn't hesitate. I accepted. A half hour later, the deal went through. Success. You received 15 boards, 20 nails, 5 sealants, and a toolkit. Hard work pays off. System activating. Multiplier, 1x. Seriously? Twice now? I let out a frustrated sigh, though Muchin and Xiaonuan were just amazed by the sudden appearance of the loot. It's fine, I told them, though I was annoyed. We have enough to upgrade the hull. I triggered the upgrade. A soft white light washed over the gondola, knitting the rough planks into a seamless, solid structure. Upgrade complete. Durability, 50/200. Attribute, cold resistance +10. The chill that had been creeping through the walls vanished. By morning, the air inside felt like a comfortable 16 degrees Celsius, even as the outside temperature dropped to 9 degrees Celsius. I woke up early, my heart softening at the sight of my wife and daughter sleeping peacefully. I moved to the small observation window I'd fashioned, looking out over the endless sea of clouds. As we drifted, something caught my eye. Ahead of us, a section of the clouds didn't look like the rest. It glowed with a faint, morning gold radiance, mysterious and alluring. Before I could process it, a surge of warmth hit my chest. System alert, level 1, resource cluster detected. Contains 1x, level 1 supply crate. I stared at the golden cloud cluster, my heart hammering against my ribs. A bronze supply crate sat on the plateau, and circling it was a massive raptor, a talon falcon. It was over 3 meters long, its feathers shimmering like cold, metallic gunmetal. Its talons were jagged, steel-like saws, and its amber eyes dripped with icy, predatory intent. Honey, what is that? Muchin whispered, her voice trembling as she spotted the beast. Stay back, I commanded, my tone brooking no argument. Take Xiaonuan to the corner, cover her head, and don't look out, no matter what happens. I didn't wait for a response. I grabbed my 2 entrenching tools and shredded some spare cotton into long, sturdy strips. I lashed the handles of the shovels together, head to head, until I held a 2.5-meter polearm. It wasn't pretty, but it was reach. The talon falcon let out a piercing screech, locking its gaze onto our gondola. It knew we were the thieves coming for its treasure. My window of opportunity was tiny. The airship's flight path would only graze the edge of the cloud plateau by about 5 or 6 meters. 300 meters, 200, 100. My muscles coiled, every fiber focused on that bronze box. As we swept past, I lunged, extending my makeshift spear with a roar. The hook of the shovel snagged the crate's lock. With a guttural grunt, I used my core and back to yank the heavy box across the void and onto our floor. Crash. The box slammed into the planks. Success. Level 1. Supply crate acquired. I didn't even catch my breath. I smashed the lock open. Level 1. Supply crate opened. Simple bedroom design blueprint X1. It wasn't the engine schematic, but it was still a godsend. My heart raced, and then that familiar, warm current pulsed through my veins. Hard work pays off. System triggered. Multiplier. 2x. Blueprint X2. My grin widened. 2 blueprints meant separate rooms, one for Muqin and me, one for Xiaonuan. Finally, not a 1x multiplier. But the joy was short-lived. A furious shriek tore through the air. The Talon Falcon, seeing its prize stolen, dove like a black fighter jet. It wasn't just attacking, it was out for blood. Its serrated steel talons were locked onto our newly reinforced walls. "Look out!" Muqin screamed. I shoved my wife and daughter behind me, bracing my back against the wall to meet the impact. Boom! The force was like a warhammer slamming into us. The gondola shuddered violently, throwing us off balance, and wood splinters erupted into the air. Muqin and Xiaonuan shrieked, but the wall held. The raptor's claws struck the hardened, oil-sealed wood with a shower of sparks and a metallic clang. The talons carved deep furrows into the timber, but they didn't penetrate. My wall, my reinforced, cold-resistant, shock-absorbing wall had done its job. I groaned as the sheer kinetic energy of the impact rattled my bones, but a fierce, triumphant smirk tugged at my lips. This wasn't just a wooden shell anymore. It was a fortress. My heart raced as I stared at the reinforced wall. It held. The Talon Falcon's strike had left deep gouges, but the structure remained intact. My materials hadn't been a waste. They were the only reason we were still breathing. The beast shrieked in frustration, flapping its wings to reposition for another dive. I didn't give it a chance. I lunged to the observation window and hurled my spare entrenching tool with everything I had. It spun through the air like a silver blur, missing the bird but making a terrifying, whistling sound as it whizzed past. The raptor, realizing this prey was shielded by a hard shell and capable of fighting back, weighed the risk. With one last, resentful glare, it beat its wings and vanished into the distant clouds. The silence that followed was broken by Xiaonuan's terrified sobs. I hurried over and pulled my family into a desperate embrace. "It's over," I whispered, feeling the cold shivers racking their small bodies. Well, that escalated quickly. This was the new reality, a constant knife-edge walk between survival and death. Muqin stared at the claw marks on the wall, her face pale. "That was too close, Ling Feng. If you hadn't upgraded the airship." "There's no if," I interrupted, my voice firm. "I won't let anything happen to you." My eyes drifted to the blueprints on the floor. Simple bedroom design. They were internal building plans that would grant us a private space or real room with a bed. It was a massive leap in our quality of life, effectively trading refugee status for living. "We can have our own rooms." Muqin beamed, though her excitement dimmed as she checked the material requirements: 15 boards, 15 nails, and 10 pieces of cotton per room. We were effectively broke after the hull upgrade. I let out a dry laugh. "Looks like we're back to work." I opened the exchange to scout for resources or heat sources, maybe a furnace or grill. At negative 56 degrees Celsius, hot food would be non-negotiable. But the market was a mess of gouging. Basic materials were selling for absurd prices. I pivoted to the regional chat. Unlike yesterday's chaos, people were finally sharing information. A pinned post from a user named Data Guy caught my eye. He compiled a list of potential drops from level 1 supply crates, food, building materials, and the most valuable tier blueprints for furniture or airship functionality, like steam engines or reinforced prows. The chat lit up with gratitude. "I traded boards for chips yesterday. I'm such an idiot," someone lamented. I memorized the information. It matched my own experience perfectly. "Is this data guy reliable?" Muqin asked. I shut the chat window, my expression grim. The information is probably true, but the motive for sharing it is unclear. Maybe he's trying to build influence, or maybe he's scouting for fat sheep who have rare items. I looked my wife in the eye. "Remember, in this place, don't trust anyone but us." She nodded solemnly, understanding that my caution was the only thing keeping us safe. Now, back to the grind. I had 2 bedrooms to build, and no wood to show for it. I watched my daughter huddled on the floor and my wife, Muqin, exhausted but trying to keep a brave face. I couldn't let them live like this anymore. "We're building one," I decided. "What about you?" Muqin asked, her brow furrowing. "I'm a grown man. I can sleep anywhere. You two need the rest." My tone left no room for argument. I pointed to the corner furthest from the door. It was the safest, warmest spot in the cabin. The rest of the space would serve as our living room and workshop. Muqin looked at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and nodded. I triggered the blueprint. The system prompted me for a location, and I pressed my hand against the wall. When it notified me that materials were insufficient, I didn't let it auto-buy. "Nice try, system." I opened the market, trading 5 bottles of pure water for the required 15 boards, 15 nails, and 10 pieces of cotton. It took a while to piece the materials together, but eventually, I had the lot. Hard work pays off. System activated. Multiplier, 1x. Well, that's just my luck. With a flash of light, the materials dissolved and reconstructed. 30 seconds later, a cozy, 4-square-meter bedroom stood in the corner, complete with a small ventilation window and a wooden door. When I opened it, the scent of fresh wood hit me. It was sparse, just a bed made of planks and cotton, but to Muqin and Xiaonuan, it was a palace. A little room, Xiaonuan cheered, scrambling inside to roll on the bed. Muqin finally let her composure slip, tears streaming down her face. She'd been terrified since the world ended, and now, I was finally building us a home in this void. I wiped her tears away. Get some sleep, you've both earned it. I spent the night sitting on the cold floor outside their door, clutching my shovel. I was too wired to sleep. I scoured the trade market for a decent ranged weapon, a bow, a crossbow, anything, but the results were pathetic. Just slingshots and primitive spear-throwing manuals. Seriously? I grumbled, slamming my fist into the floor. The regional chat was equally bleak, filled with desperate pleas for gear that didn't exist. Morning light bathed the cabin in gold. My family woke up looking refreshed, their skin finally losing that sickly, anxious pallor. We shared a meager breakfast of compressed biscuits and water, but it felt like a feast. Just as I was checking the perimeter, my breath hitched. A massive black speck appeared on the horizon, rapidly growing into an entire island, drifting through the clouds. It was a chunk of earth, 600 meters long, complete with lush greenery and a waterfall cascading into nothingness. System alert. Entering special area. Level 1 Forgotten Isles. Contains multiple supply crates. Local fauna hostile. Exploration time. 3 hours. The airship drifted toward a flat rock platform and locked into place with a firm thud. My pulse spiked. Multiple crates meant I could finish the second bedroom today. Honey, do we have to go out there? Muqin asked, her voice tight with fear. We have to. My voice was iron. This is how we get ahead. I turned to her, intense. You and Xiaonuan stay here. Lock the door from the inside. Don't open it for anyone. I mean it until I return. If you're safe, I can fight without holding back. She saw the resolve in my eyes and nodded, biting her lip. Be careful. I will. I gave her a reassuring smile, gripped my shovel tight, and stepped out into the unknown. Stay safe, Xiaonuan, I said, waving at my daughter, who watched me through the cabin window. I leaped onto the island's rocky ledge. Solid ground beneath my feet was a welcome relief. After ensuring Muqin had sealed the cabin, I turned toward the island's interior. It was a lush, vibrant green, alive with the scent of damp earth, a jarring contrast to the hollow, dead sky. I moved like a predator, axe grip tight, scouting for those supply crates. I didn't have to venture far. In a clearing, 3 bronze crates sat shimmering in the grass. Jackpot. But the joy was short-lived. Crouched beside them were 3 hounds, their bodies as massive as German shepherds, muscles coiled tight, eyes burning with a sick, crimson madness. They dripped with rancid saliva and radiated a murderous aura that made my blood run cold. Feral hounds. Level 1. Threat. High. Pack hunters. It was 3 against 1. This wasn't the Talon Falcon. This was a coordinated ground assault. I backed away, searching for a choke point, but they weren't having it. With a bone-chilling howl, the center hound launched itself at my throat. I barely managed a desperate roll, the creature's jagged teeth grazing my neck as it flew past. Before I could recover, the other 2 surged forward, sealing my escape. I had no choice but to commit. I roared and swung my axe with everything I had, burying the blade deep into the spine of the first hound. It collapsed with a gut-wrenching whine, but I was too slow to avoid the counter. The second hound latched onto my left arm. Pain, white-hot and blinding, screamed through my nerves as its teeth crunched through layers of clothing and deep into muscle. I didn't think I just reacted. I drove my knee into the beast's jaw, forcing it to release. I barely felt the blood loss. I turned to the pack leader, who was already lunging again. I didn't dodge. I let my injured arm take the hit and drove my axe upward, driving it deep into the creature's gut. It shuddered, spat blood, and went limp. I finished off the wounded hound with a swift strike, then collapsed, gasping for air. My left arm was a ruin of shredded muscle and bone, but I had won. Yeah, that's definitely my luck. Ignoring the agony, I dragged the heavy crates one by one toward the airship. Every movement was a struggle, and my blood painted a dark trail across the grass. By the time I reached the ship, I was lightheaded and drenched in cold sweat. Open up, I rasped it. Muqin opened the door, her face draining of color when she saw my blood-soaked state and the loot at my feet. Oh my god, you're hurt. I'm fine, I lied, though the pain was turning my vision blurry. Help me get these inside. There's no time. Muqin tried to rush out, but I grabbed her with my good arm. Stay inside. Protect Xiaonuan. Keep the door locked until I'm back. I have to finish this. I didn't give her room to argue. I jumped back out, finished the remaining trips, and dragged the last crate inside. I collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. Muqin sobbed as she cut away my sleeve, the sight of the deep, jagged puncture wounds making her tremble. Why do you have to be so reckless? We don't need these things. I just want you alive. I wiped a tear from her face with my bloodied hand. This world doesn't play fair, Muqin. We need these supplies to survive the days ahead. After she bandaged me up, she blocked the door, her eyes fierce. No more. We stay on the ship for the rest of the 3 hours. I stood up, though my head swam. No, the time isn't up. I'm going back out. Have you lost your mind? She cried. Look at you. That's exactly why I have to go, I countered, my eyes cold and sharp. These wounds taught me how dangerous this place is. We might never find another island this safe again. I can't afford to walk away while there's still time on the clock. We have to maximize our time here, I said, my voice steady despite the adrenaline fading. Stockpiling resources and hardening the ship is the only way we pull ahead. We can't afford to be average. Muqin nodded, solemn and silent. She understood the brutal reality of our situation. Don't just sit here, I added, softening my tone. The soil on this island is incredibly rich. Take the empty boxes and fill them with dirt. We might be able to start a garden on the airship. It was a mission, but more importantly, it was a way to keep her and Xiaonuan focused. She grabbed the crates, gave me one last anxious look, and set to work. I checked my weapon. The axe was chipped from the hounds, but a quick wipe down had to suffice. I felt different now, less like a panicked survivor and more like a hunter. The scent of blood in the air only made me sharper. I circled the island's edge, moving through the shadows. In a hidden hollow surrounded by boulders, I found another bronze crate. A hound was napping beside it. I didn't hesitate. I scaled the rocks, crouched above the beast, and leaped. My axe slammed down with a sickening thud, ending it before it could even twitch. One hit, clean. By the time I dragged the fourth crate back, Muqin had half a box of black soil ready. She exhaled in relief at the sight of me, but I didn't stop. With only an hour left, I dove back into the bush for the fifth and final crate. I didn't play fair this time. I threw a rock to lure the guardian away, sprinted for the crate, and hauled it into the brush. The hound caught on, charging at me with a snarl. I sidestepped its leap, crippled its leg with a precise swing, and finished it off. Back on the ship, I collapsed. My cabin was now a fortress of supplies. 5 bronze crates, 2 boxes of soil, a stack of raw timber, and a handmade spear. Crisis averted. For now. A system alert chimed. Exploration time ending. Departure in 23 minutes. I spotted the trees near the platform. I had just enough energy for one last job. I hacked away at the trunks, stacking the wood and fashioning a sturdy 2-meter spear. Just as the airship lurched, signaling our departure, I scrambled through the door, and Muqin slammed it shut behind me. The island shrank into the clouds, leaving me breathless and aching on the floor. New problem unlocked. We're out of space. The cabin was packed. Muqin busied herself redressing my wounds, her eyes red but her hands steady. Have some water, she whispered, pressing the bottle to my lips. I drank greedily. Daddy, are you going to open the big presents now? Xiaonuan asked, her eyes wide with wonder. I couldn't help but smile, despite the throbbing pain in my arm. I cleaned the blood and dirt from my hands, a ritual of sorts, and approached the first crate. Open. The lock clicked. I threw back the lid. Level 1 bronze supply crate opened. Sturdy timber X20, iron bars X10, cotton X20. Hard work pays off, system activating. Multiplier, 10x. My heart stopped. Before my eyes, the pile of timber didn't just grow. It exploded in volume. The 20 boards multiplied until a mountain of 200 sturdy planks towered over me, filling the small cabin until we were practically walled in by our own success. The 10 iron blocks doubled, then doubled again. No, they multiplied tenfold. Suddenly, 100 heavy, dark iron bricks lay in a pile, their cold, metallic sheen cutting through the dim cabin light. Then, the 20 rolls of cotton shimmered and expanded until 2 massive bundles sat before us, totaling 200 rolls of high-quality fabric. Congratulations. You've obtained sturdy timber X200, iron blocks X100, and cotton X200. Muqin gasped, pressing her hands to her mouth to stifle a scream. She had heard me talk about this bizarre ability, but witnessing it firsthand was a different kind of shock. My own pulse hammered against my ribs. This was a fortune. With these base materials, reinforcing the airship wasn't just a pipe dream, it was a construction project waiting to happen. I shoved the treasures into the corners, the cramped cabin now practically bursting at the seams. I didn't let the momentum die. I reached for the second crate, my excitement hitting a fever pitch. Level 1. Bronze supply crate opened. Purified water X10. Compressed biscuits X20. Dried meat X5. Multiplier. Do X. A flash of light rippled through the box. Congratulations. You have obtained purified water X20, compressed biscuits X40, and dried meat X10. 20 bottles of water, 40 high-calorie biscuits, and 10 packets of savory, sun-dried meat. Muqin's eyes welled with tears of relief. The constant, gnawing anxiety that had defined our existence vanished in an instant. Even Xiaonuan was clapping her tiny hands, her eyes fixed on the meat packets. This wasn't just loot, this was survival. I handed a packet and some water to Muqin, then turned to the third crate with renewed vigor. Level 1 bronze supply crate opened. Sturdy timber X20, iron nails X10, cotton X20. Multiplier, 5x. Congratulations. You have obtained sturdy timber X100, iron nails X50, and cotton X100. Iron nails. Finally, if the timber and iron blocks were the skeleton and muscle of our home, these nails were the tendons holding it all together. The efficiency of my future carpentry had just skyrocketed. With 3 crates down and everything hitting massive multipliers, my ambition was blinding. I turned to the final 2 crates. My heart was doing somersaults. Luck was a fickle thing, but I had a feeling the best was yet to come. I placed my hands on both at once. Open. 2 clicks. I threw the lids open. No mountain of supplies this time. Instead, 2 glowing blue parchment scrolls hovered in the boxes. Blueprints. You have obtained Small Steam Engine Blueprint X1. You have obtained Crossbow Blueprint X1. My breath hitched. If the materials were the foundation, these were the technological quantum leap. A steam engine meant we weren't just drifting, we were navigating. We could hunt for crates instead of stumbling into them. And the crossbow? After the brutal dogfight, that was the ultimate godsend. I could kill from a distance, no more trading my flesh for victories. Small Steam Engine Blueprint, 3x multiplier, Crossbow Blueprint, 5x multiplier. The room flooded with blue light as the blueprints split and multiplied. 3 engine schematics and 5 crossbow designs settled into my trembling hands. I did it, I roared, the laughter tearing its way out of my chest. The exhaustion and the agony in my arm evaporated, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated power. Muchin hovered nearby, eyes wide. What are these? Hope, I said, my voice vibrating with intent. Our future. With this engine, we can steer this ship and hunt for crates. With these crossbows, I can turn every monster out there into a pincushion without breaking a sweat. I did a mental inventory. 300 timber, 100 iron blocks, 300 cotton, 50 nails, 20 bottles of water, 40 biscuits, 10 packets of meat, 3 engine blueprints, and 5 crossbow schematics. Plus 2 boxes of fertile soil and a custom-made spear. I had gone from a desperate refugee to a god of industry in a single afternoon. Most of the world's 7 billion survivors were likely still fighting over a single drop of water, while I was already looking at a prototype for an empire. I didn't believe in waiting. I laid the engine schematic on the floor and focused. A holographic 3D model bloomed into existence, a complex, beautiful engine of gears and pipes. Manufacturing requirements: iron blocks X25, copper blocks X5, status: insufficient. My smile faltered. Copper. I scanned every crate, every scrap of loot, but there wasn't a gram of copper to be found. I stared at the red text. Was this blueprint going to be a useless scrap of paper after all? No. I refused to believe it. If it wasn't in the crates, that just meant I had to find it somewhere else. I stared at the level 1 crate. It was just a wood frame, wrapped in bronze plating. I stripped it down, and the components were perfect. Manufacturing requirements: iron blocks X25, copper blocks X5. I had them. I focused, whispering, craft. The materials dissolved into streams of blue light, converging on the holographic blueprint. It was like watching an invisible master craftsman at work. Iron melted and shaped, timber sliced into struts, and copper spun into delicate piping. Within seconds, a massive, brass and steel heart thrummed to life in the center of the cabin. It looked like a coiled, metallic beast ready to roar. Core power component detected. Level 1 steam engine. Install and upgrade airship. Install. I shoved the engine onto the marked floor plate. It locked in with a heavy thud, and pipes automatically snaked into the bulkhead. A soft white light pulsed outward, washing over the entire ship. Upgrade requirements met. Iron blocks X50, sturdy timber X100, iron nails X50, cotton X50. Upgrade. Yes. The floorboards hummed, rust and rot vanished as if erased by a master painter. The wood smoothed into a sleek, metallic finish, and the cabin groaned as it physically expanded, stretching outward until the space was nearly double its original size. At the front, a sturdy wooden helm materialized, linked to the rear engine by a heavy drive shaft. Airship, level 1, durability, 300/300, speed, 30 kilometers per hour, fuel, timber, coal, propulsion, activated. I gripped the helm. The rough, solid wood pulsed with potential. I fed a unit of timber into the engine, and with a guttural roar, the ship surged forward. We can actually drive this thing, Muchin breathed, tears of joy wetting her cheeks. It wasn't just a float tank anymore, it was a home. Suddenly, a cold, majestic voice boomed through the void, echoing in the minds of over 8 billion people. Global announcement: congratulations to survivor Ling Feng for being the first to upgrade his airship to level 1. Reward: random blueprint X1. The announcement repeated 3 times. It was a thunderclap in the middle of a struggle. Across the cloud sea, millions of survivors, starving, shivering in rotting pods, went silent, looking up at the sky in a mixture of envy, despair, and pure shock. Ling Feng. The name was now a legend. I winced, letting out a dry laugh. So much for keeping a low profile. In this world, you either lead or you're left in the dust. I opened my rewards. Easy water collector blueprint. It was a lifesaver, literally. Well, that's definitely my luck. A 1x multiplier. I grumbled internally, but I couldn't complain too much. My focus shifted to the 5 crossbow blueprints. If I had the mobility, I needed the firepower. Muchin, take Xiaonuan to explore the new space. I'm making weapons. I pulled up the trade market to find bowstrings. After a few trades, I had enough. I ignored the pang of regret for not harvesting the feral hound's earlier rookie mistake and focused on the workbench. The system rewarded my craftsmanship with wild multipliers: 5x, 3x, 3x, 2x, 10x. By the time I finished, 23 heavy-duty crossbows and 230 iron-tipped bolts lay in a pile. Yeah, that went surprisingly well. I handed one to Mu Qin. You need to learn to defend yourself. She took it, her nod resolute. I stepped to the edge of the cabin and fired. The bolt whistled through the air, disappearing into the clouds 100 meters away with a force that would shatter bone. We had speed, supplies, and firepower. I stood at the helm, feeling the ship's vibration in my soles. But as I scanned the horizon, my pulse quickened. A tiny black speck flickered against the distant sky. My instincts, honed by years on the road, latched onto it instantly. Here we go again. It's back, the Talon Falcon. Mu Qin's scream tore through the cabin. Xiao Nuan, hold on. I didn't need the warning. My heart slammed against my ribs as I snatched Xiao Nuan into my arms, bracing against a heavy rope secured to the cargo. A piercing, soul-shaking shriek echoed from the void, followed by a violent shriek of tearing metal as the creature's talons raked across our roof. Sparks showered the cabin, and 4 jagged gashes appeared in the metal plating. Well, that escalated quickly. Get me the crossbows, I roared, my hands white-knuckled on the helm. The ship bucked violently. Every dive the beast made threatened to tear our home apart, but the reinforced hull held. Mu Qin, pale as a ghost, didn't freeze. She strapped herself and Xiao Nuan into the corner and began hauling our stack of 23 crossbows toward me. String them. Fast. I kept one hand on the helm, expertly banking the ship to dodge the Falcon's next dive. Mu Qin didn't hesitate. She gritted her teeth, her hands trembling as she pulled the heavy bowstrings until they clicked. Ready. I snatched the first crossbow, my finger finding the trigger. Just as the beast swooped in to tear open our side, I fired. Thwip. The iron bolt buried itself in the creature's right wing. It let out a wretched scream, its trajectory buckling as it clipped our hull in a shower of sparks. Keep them coming. It was a deadly assembly line. I steered and fired, she reloaded and passed. We became a machine of war, unleashing a relentless barrage of iron bolts. The Falcon, blinded by rage and pain, made the mistake of continuing its assault. Soon, its feathers were matted with blood. Aim for the eyes. I shoved a loaded crossbow into Mu Qin's hands. She took a breath, her gaze hardening with the resolve of a mother protecting her cub. The creature made one final, desperate charge, its maw wide open. Now, we pulled the triggers simultaneously. My bolt punched through its throat, hers pierced its remaining eye. The impact was so massive, the ship skidded sideways, sending cargo flying, but the screech abruptly died. The giant carcass slid off our hull and tumbled like a stone into the clouds below. Silence filled the cabin, save for the steady hum of the engine and our ragged breathing. My arms screamed in pain as the old wounds tore open, but I didn't care. We were alive. We did it, Mu Qin sobbed. I pulled them into an embrace. We did, and we're not just surviving, we're taking the fight to them. With the ship now capable of autonomous navigation, we shifted from hunted prey to apex predators. The afternoon became a hunting spree. We tracked down every crate in range, and whenever a guardian appeared, whether it was a pack of flying eels or something worse, we picked them off from a distance, calm and precise. This is the rhythm we needed. Our inventory began to overflow. Yet, as the sun dipped into a deep, bloody red, my radar pinged. A single distinct signal flickered on the display, larger, deeper, and unmistakably bronze. I steered toward the dark horizon, where a massive chest adorned with ancient, intricate carvings floated in the twilight. System, second-level supply crate detected. Guardian threat level, high, caution advised. My blood rushed. High risk, high reward. But before I could even get within a kilometer, a roar vibrated through the very air. A creature the size of a small truck, its wingspan eclipsing the sun, erupted from the clouds. A wyvern, its reptilian eyes locked onto my ship with predatory hunger. Second-level guardian, wyvern. Well, this is getting weird. I fired, but the wyvern dipped, effortlessly dodging the bolt. It's too fast, Mu Qin gasped. I gripped the crossbow tighter, my eyes narrowing. I've got this. I tracked its flight path, my fingers steadying as I anticipated its next turn. The beast banked, and in that split second, I fired. The iron bolt whistled true, aiming straight for its heart, but the wyvern twisted midair, making the shot look like a rookie mistake. The wyvern flickered like a ghost, shifting half a meter to the side. My bolt whistled through empty air, vanishing into the abyss. Seriously, I didn't believe it. I snatched a second crossbow from Mu Qin, adjusted my lead, and fired again. The wyvern dodged with a minimal, effortless twitch, mocking my precision. It shrieked, folding its wings and diving at us like a gray-black lightning bolt. Xiao Nuan. Mu Qin screamed. The impact hit like a battering ram, showering the cabin with sparks as a jagged claw mark scarred our armor. The beast pulled up instantly, circling back to a safe distance, waiting for us to tire. My blood chilled. Its physical attacks were annoying, but its speed was lethal. If this continued, my hull would be shredded long before I landed a hit. Okay, single-shot targeting isn't working. Time to improvise. I looked at our pile of rudimentary crossbows. Mu Qin, stop reloading. Bring me 4 of them. She blinked, but her hands moved instinctively. You want to fire them all at once? Exactly, I said, my eyes hardening. If he's too fast for one bolt, we'll build a net of steel. We worked in a blur. I lashed 4 crossbows together with rope, linking the triggers for a simultaneous release. It was desperate, but it was our only shot. We stood side by side, aiming through the observation window, waiting for the wyvern to lose its patience. It did. The beast dove, its speed blurring into a single, lethal line. Now, I roared. We both yanked the triggers. 4 bolts erupted in a fan-shaped formation, a wall of iron that stripped away the creature's path of retreat. Thwip! The wyvern hit the first 2 bolts, stumbled, and then the third and fourth tore into its flank. It tumbled through the air, shrieking as it collided with our hull, before spiraling down into the clouds. Gone. We did it, Mukchin gasped, collapsing against me. We did, I said, victory humming in my veins. And we're just getting started. We scavenged the level 2 crate, my hands trembling as I touched the cold metal. System, second level supply crate opened. 2x multiplier triggered. Reward, airship siege crossbow blueprint X2. I stared at the blueprints, my exhaustion evaporating. This wasn't a toy, it was a true siege weapon. I checked the requirements. 100 sturdy timber, 50 iron blocks, 5 sinew. Again with the sinew. I checked the trade market. Prices had spiked to 3 bottles of water per strip. I had 20, but water was life. I risked it. I listed 5 orders of 5 compressed biscuits each, fishing for a desperate seller. It was a gamble. Most survivors who could hunt beasts didn't lack food, and those who were starving usually lacked the gear. But in the end, it was a math problem. 5 biscuits were worth more than a piece of scrap to someone on the brink. Morning light broke over the cloud sea, and I awoke to a ping. Transaction successful. 5 orders, all filled. I didn't feel guilty. In this world, you either eat or you are eaten. I started the build. The system handled the intricate mechanics, merging wood and steel until a 2-meter-long siege engine dominated the cabin. Its broad, tension-heavy arms pulsed with power, designed to absorb recoil that would have shattered the cabin walls. System. Siege crossbow complete. 2x multiplier triggered. Light flared as the blueprints vanished, and right beside my original build, a second, identical war machine materialized. It was beautiful. We were ready for war. A siege crossbow, identical to the one I just dreamed up, manifested on the deck. My breath hitched. I hadn't just gambled. I'd cracked the code. The system didn't just reward scavenging, it recognized the complexity of creation. As long as I had the blueprint and the base materials, I could mass-produce lethal hardware. The potential here was astronomical. Husband. Mukin had woken up. She stood with Xiaonuan, both staring in stunned silence at the 2 cold, formidable machines anchored to our deck. Our new teeth, I said, grinning. I tapped the system interface. Install siege crossbows. The blueprints glowed. The ship's hull seemed to melt and reshape itself under the system's command. At the bow, the metal parted to form a reinforced, semicircular turret. The stern received a rotating mount, perfect for covering our rear. It was like watching science fiction come to life. Wow, Dad's amazing. The ship grew cannons. Xiaonuan cheered, clapping her hands. I scooped her up, laughing. With these 2 sentinels mounted, we weren't just a rickety float pod anymore, we were an aerial predator. I approached the bow turret. It was a masterpiece, featuring a smooth-turning swivel and a manual winch that made drawing the heavy sinew bowstring a breeze. I loaded one of the 20 custom-forged, 3-sided armor-piercing bolts. The metal tip glinted with lethal intent. Muqin, let's test the range, I said. She nodded, taking the helm. Half an hour later, our radar pinged. 2 level 1 supply crates at 1 kilometer. As we closed in, the Guardians revealed themselves 2 hulking, gray-black nightshade bats. Level 1, nightshade bat. Traits, acute hearing, bloodthirsty. Looks like target practice, I muttered. I locked the turret's crosshair onto one of the bats, circling 300 meters out. Usually, a standard crossbow bolt would lose all its kinetic energy by that distance, but this was a different beast. I didn't bother with fancy lead time, I just centered the crosshair and slammed the fire button. Boom. The sound was like a cannon shot, a massive, vibrating thrum that shook the entire cabin. The bolt vanished into a black streak, crossing 300 meters in a heartbeat. The bat tried to flap away, but the armor-piercing tip punched through its chest like it was wet tissue paper, exiting out its back in a spray of viscera. The beast didn't even have time to shriek before it spiraled into the clouds. 1 shot. 1 kill. Muqin whispered, her eyes wide. I didn't let her recover. I cranked the winch, reloaded, and swiveled to the second bat, which was still frozen in shock. Another heavy thrum, another streak of death. Before a minute had passed, both level 1 Guardians were gone. Fantastic, just fantastic. We hauled in the loot. With a 5x multiplier, we walked away with 100 bottles of purified water, 50 strips of dried meat, and a mountain of construction materials. Life was suddenly looking very bright, but peace didn't last long. An hour later, the radar flashed a green light, a neutral signal. Someone else is out here, Muqin said, her voice tight. I squinted through the scope. Far off, a mangled, smoking airship was drifting erratically. 3 of those octopus-like talon falcons were tearing it to shreds. The survivor inside was waving a shovel, screaming in futile defiance. I should have stayed in bed, but here we go again. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the throttle. My turret groaned as I swiveled it, tracking the lead falcon as it prepared for a kill shot. Wait for it, I murmured, finger hovering over the trigger. As the beast extended its talons to rip through the stranger's hull, I let the bolt fly. The screech of air being torn apart was deafening. The falcon tried to bank, but it was far too late. The taloned falcon screamed, but it was too little, too late. My bolt caught it squarely in the left wing joint with a sickening, audible snap of bone. The creature folded, spiraling into the cloud sea like a broken kite. The mangled airship drifted closer, several ragged-looking survivors peering from their battered cabin. They were shouting, waving their arms in sheer disbelief. "Brother, thank you for saving our lives," the man in the lead shouted as they pulled alongside. "I thought we were done for. That weapon, what is that thing? The power is insane." I kept my ship at a safe distance. "Don't sweat it. We're all survivors out here. Helping out is just part of the job." As they drew nearer, I got a better look at their situation. Their ship was in worse shape than my initial rig. A gaping hole scarred one side of the cabin, and the gas bags were visibly leaking. It was wobbling like a drunkard in a gale. "Brother, we're barely holding on," the man, a stocky, sun-darkened guy with a buzz cut, called out, his face etched with panic. "If we can't patch these leaks, we're going down." I glanced at their ship, then gestured toward the supply crates we just dropped. "Go grab your supplies first, we can talk after." The man snapped back to reality. "Lao San, Lao Sai, get those crates, move it." Two younger men scrambled out, operating the ship's primitive winch with frantic speed. They managed to salvage the level 1 crates just before they vanished into the mist. When they hauled the hull inside, the buzz-cut man's relief was palpable. He looked back at me, his expression earnest. "Brother, you saved us and secured our hull. We won't forget this." "It was nothing," I said, waving him off. "Just keep an eye out for each other." The man bit his lip, seemingly reaching a breaking point. "Look, we're in bad shape. We don't have enough materials to fix this ourselves. Your ship is top tier. Would you be open to a trade?" I'd been waiting for this. In this world, materials were the only currency that mattered. "What are you offering?" "We've got dried meat, purified water, and some iron blocks," he listed quickly. "We'll trade them for building materials, sturdy timber, repair kits, whatever you can spare." I kept my face neutral. I had plenty of food and water, and iron wasn't a priority right now. What I really needed were blueprints. My Heaven Rewards diligence system had taught me that knowledge was the true bottleneck. A better blueprint could turn a shack into a fortress. Plus, I was getting really tired of not having a private bathroom. "I don't need meat or water," I said firmly. "And iron isn't enough. If you've only got those, the deal's off." The man's smile faltered. "Then what do you want?" "Blueprints," I said, locking eyes with him. "Any useful blueprints, and we can talk." The group went silent, exchanging hesitant glances. Blueprints were the gold standard of the wasteland. After a tense half-minute, the leader made a grim decision. He pulled a folded sheet from his jacket and held it out, looking pained. "I have this, a bathroom blueprint. We were saving it for when things stabilized." He didn't need to finish. When you're plummeting from the sky, convenience takes a backseat to survival. My heart skipped a beat, but I kept my composure. "Let me see it." He unfolded it carefully. It was immaculate, clear instructions, material requirements, and dimensions. It was exactly what I needed. "Not bad," I said, keeping my tone casual. "What do you want for it?" "A micro-repair kit, 50 sturdy timber, and 20 iron blocks," he rattled off, clearly afraid I'd change my mind. I did the math. It was a steal for me. I pulled out my crossbow, not as a threat, but as a reminder. "Deal. 1 for 1, you hand over the paper, you get the supplies. No tricks." "Understood." We brought the ships closer. As he passed the blueprint over, Muchin loaded the timber and iron onto their deck. The man looked like he'd been granted a new life. "Thank you, brother. We can actually fix her now." "Fair trade," I replied. "Good luck." I didn't stick around. I maneuvered my ship away, heading into the unknown. Once we were clear, I parked the airship in a steady hover. Sunlight streamed through the cabin, illuminating our growing mountain of supplies. "We've got the materials," I said, crouching by the control panel. "Let's expand." "You want the bedroom near the pilot station for the view, right?" Muchin nodded, her charcoal pen moving across the scrap paper layout. "Exactly. And we can put the bathroom on the west side of the lower deck." We spent the next 15 minutes refining the floor plan. With the bathroom finally on the table, I knew things were about to get a lot more comfortable. I meticulously mapped out the doorway and window locations, double-checking every measurement against our needs. With a steady breath, I hit the confirm button. "All right, let's see how the system handles construction." Blue light bloomed from the cabin floor like rising mist, swirling toward the designated zones. Muchin stood frozen, her eyes wide with wonder. She'd only ever seen the finished bedroom. Watching the magic of the system materialize our home in real time was a different experience entirely. The light intensified into 2 pillars, and I could actually feel the air pressure shift. Inventory materials drained from the system log, though it held steady within our limits. Wooden frames manifested instantly, with heavy logs snapping together with mechanical precision. Walls, ceilings, and windows emerged in sequence, polished and smelling of fresh pine. Muchin reached out to touch a wall, but an invisible barrier pulsed against her hand. "Don't worry," I said with a smile. "It's still reinforcing. Once the light fades, it's ours." Minutes later, the blue glow receded to reveal 2 pristine rooms. The walls were smooth, and sunlight poured through the new windows, bathing the floor in warmth. "It's finished," Muchin cheered, darting toward the bathroom. She pushed open the hardwood door, and her face lit up. It was a compact, efficient space. A polished wooden toilet with a rounded seat and a metallic base that caught the light, a small vanity with a translucent crystal sink, and a rack for towels. On the other side, a wooden partition housed a simple shower head. It wasn't modern luxury, but in this floating hellscape, it was a palace. "It's perfect," she whispered, spinning around. I joined her, pleased. "I had the system treat the wood against rot and moisture," I explained. I reached for the faucet, but nothing happened. "Right, the water collector." I pulled the simple water collection unit from my inventory and installed it on the wall. A minute later, I turned the handle again, and a clear stream of water surged forth. Muxin caught a basin of it, shivering at the cold touch but grinning like she won the lottery. Watching her tear up, I felt a familiar warmth in my chest. I rested a hand on her shoulder. "Things are only going to get better from here. When we find more materials, we'll upgrade it even further." She'd followed me into this nightmare, bearing the brunt of the hardship. Now that we had the means, I wanted to ensure she lived with dignity. I pushed open the door to the bedroom, another perfect, solid space. She turned to me, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for giving us a real home, Ling Feng." I took her hand. "We built this together, and we're just getting started. We'll explore further, collect more, and maybe even find other survivors to build a real team." 8 days had passed since we arrived in this cloud world. I'd pushed myself to the limit, scouring the sea of clouds for supply crates before dawn. The system's reward multiplier turned every bit of my labor into a windfall. "Ling Feng, we need to talk about expansion," Muqin said, offering a weary smile. She was crouched in the corner, trying to organize our growing mountain of loot. No matter how she stacked it, the space felt impossibly small. We'd set over 600 sturdy timber planks, 250 units of iron, and enough blankets to stock a store. Our corner was packed with 350 bottles of water, 400 ration packs, and 90 strips of dried meat, our literal survival fund. Plus, we had 4 repair kits, 8 medical kits, an engineering shovel, and an armory of 23 crossbows and 2 siege-mounted units. "If we bring back any more, Xiao Nuan won't have room to sleep," she added, dusting off her hands. I looked at the pile and frowned. Prosperity had its own set of headaches. I'd pulled 2 rare blueprints, the observation deck and the storage room, but the system had flagged them with a cold notification. Core level insufficient. Even our extra siege crossbows were locked behind the same restriction. But my biggest fear was the temperature. The small steam engine provided heat, but I had no way to distribute it safely without essentially cooking us alive. I opened the regional communication channel. I ignored the spam and the desperate pleas, typing out a single, sharp message: "Buying. Universal heat circulation system, blueprint or unit, offering rare blueprints in trade." The channel went dead silent for a heartbeat before exploding. "Rare blueprints, big talk. Who has a heat system? I want one too." I ignored them. 3 minutes later, a private message pinged. The ID was simple: Iron Hammer. "I have the heat circulation blueprint," the message read. "What's the offer?" "Level 1, small steam engine blueprint," I replied. The other end went silent for a full 30 seconds. I could almost see the shock on his face. A steam engine was a power core, far more valuable than a mere circulation system. "You're serious?" he typed. "Dead serious. Deal." I opened the trade request. Inside sat a complex schematic of pipes and radiators, the heat circulation system I'd been hunting for. System, 1x multiplier triggered. Reward, heat circulation system blueprint. Fantastic. Just fantastic, I muttered. My luck, as always, was legendary. I opened the build menu and selected the system. It cost 100 iron blocks to craft, but it was worth every scrap. I installed the unit directly into the hull, slaving it to my level 1 small steam engine. As the engine thrummed, the circulation system kicked in. Warmth began to bleed through the pipes embedded in the walls and floor, banishing the biting chill of the cloud sea. It's so warm. Muqin gasped. The heavy blankets we relied on were suddenly obsolete. The cabin felt like a home with underfloor heating, and even little Xiaonuan uncurled in her sleep, a faint smile on her lips. I stood by the observation window, the warmth radiating against my face. My nerves finally stopped fraying. We were ready. Then, the sky darkened, not from clouds, but from a terrifying, blood-red notification etched across the horizon. Global announcement: extreme cold disaster approaching. Temperature will plummet to negative 45 degrees Celsius by day and negative 56 degrees Celsius by night. Duration, 7 days. Please prepare accordingly. The text lingered for a minute, heavy with an oppressive, bone-chilling weight. The regional chat exploded instantly. Minus 56? Are you kidding me? I'm going to freeze to death. My ship is just wood and tarp. I don't even have a blanket. Who has a heat source? I'll trade all my food for a furnace. I stared out at the encroaching darkness. It wasn't just night. It was a physical force, hungrily pressing against our hull, clawing to get inside. Minus 5 degrees, minus 10, minus 15. The temperature sensor on my console began a death spiral. Within minutes, frost began to spiderweb across the exterior of the observation windows, thickening until the world outside vanished behind a wall of ice. Muqin clutched our daughter, her face pale as the metal frame of the ship groaned, the steel shrieking under the stress of rapid thermal contraction. The chat was a cesspool of panic. People were talking about tearing their ships apart to burn for heat, ignoring the carbon monoxide risks. Supplies were devaluing while anything related to warmth skyrocketed. A basic furnace blueprint, usually worth pocket change, was now fetching 50 timber, 50 iron, and 100 water. It was a hellish, frozen market, and everyone was screaming. But inside our cabin, ugh, it's so hot, Xiao Nuan mumbled in her sleep, tossing off her quilt until she was covered only by a thin sheet. Her cheeks were flushed bright pink. Muqin looked at me, bewildered. She was wearing a t-shirt and still sweating. The heat circulation system was working too well, turning the cabin into a sweltering summer afternoon. The steam engine's output is stronger than I calculated, I admitted, wiping sweat from my forehead. I had designed this for survival, not for a sauna. It's too hot, I said, offering a lopsided grin. We have to crack a window. Muqin stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Opening a window meant inviting in the negative 20 degrees Celsius death trap outside. I pointed to a small, sealed circular port in the corner, a pre-installed access point. Just that tiny one, I said. She caught on and laughed, the irony hitting us both. While the rest of the world was begging for a single degree of warmth, we were suffocating in our own comfort. We carefully unscrewed the metal plate, and a blast of pure, crystalline cold rushed in like a physical blow. It was an instant, refreshing relief. I quickly slid the plate back, leaving only a finger-wide gap. The frigid air swirled in, tempering the heat until the temperature reached perfect, crisp comfort. Much better, Muqin sighed, leaning back. I grabbed a 1-liter bottle of purified water from the stock. I tied a sturdy cord to the neck and handed it to her. Hang this outside that gap. Why? I want to show you exactly how right we were to prepare, I said, a mischievous glint in my eye. We hovered by the window, waiting. Through the narrow gap, I watched the bottle of purified water. The moment it hit the outside air, a layer of frost spiderwebbed across the plastic. Within seconds, the liquid inside began to turn slushy, and inside the hour, it was a solid, crystalline block of ice. Cracks from the rapid freeze webbed through the center. Muqin shuddered, pulling her legs closer. If that happens to water in an hour, imagine what happens to a person. She wasn't wrong. I fished the frozen bottle back inside and gave it a sharp whack with the end of my engineering shovel. It shattered like glass. I dropped a few shards into our cups, then tore off 2 thick, oily strips of dried meat. Here, I said, handing her a glass. A little disaster-exclusive chilled beverage for you, my lady. She took the cup, looking at the ice, then at the frozen world outside. Beyond our hull, the regional chat was a scrolling nightmare of death and desperation. She took a sip, the cold cutting right through the tension, and took a bite of the meat. Warmth, safety, a full stomach in this hellscape. We were living in luxury. Seeing her smile gave me a sense of peace that nothing else could. I leaned against the bulkhead, nursing my own drink, and focused on the console. The chat was a graveyard of broken dreams. My ship is a freezer. I'm dying. I bought wood, but it won't light, you scamming trash. Any ladies have pads or towels? My visitor just arrived. I'll repay you later. I scanned the chaos with a cold eye. I wasn't a saint. In this survival game, empathy was the first thing you traded for oxygen. I was digging for scraps of intel, and eventually, I found a spark of useful information. I pulled up the upgrade menu for the airship. A complex tech tree glowed on the screen. Upgrade 1 airbag. Needs mid-size pressure-resistant airbag blueprint required, 200 cotton, 50 rubber coating, 100 iron. Upgrade 2 hull. Needs tier 2 reinforced wooden hull. Blueprint required, 200 wood, 100 iron, 200 nails, 50 glass. Upgrade 3 power. Needs tier 2 small steam engine. Blueprint required, 200 iron, 20 copper. My brow furrowed. It was a vicious cycle. The engine required a rare blueprint I hadn't seen yet. The hull needed glass, which was scarce, but the real bottleneck, the 50 units of rubber coating. I checked the trade house. Nothing. It didn't exist. It was a tier 0 material, either incredibly rare or locked behind something I hadn't triggered yet. I tried to click hull upgrade to bypass the airbag, but the system pinged red. Upgrade failed. Current airbag buoyancy insufficient to support hull weight. Upgrade airbag first. It was a perfect logical prison. You need a better hull for safety, a better airbag for the hull, and a better engine to move the damn thing. Everything circled back to that non-existent rubber. Great. I'm already regretting this. I couldn't just sit here and freeze. If it wasn't on the market, it had to be in a high-tier supply crate. I turned to the helm, watching the radar. After a moment, a ping hit the screen. Signal detected. 1 kilometer ahead. High energy signature. Level 3, supply crate. My heart hammered against my ribs. Level 3. Mujin. Battle stations. I said, my voice dropping an octave. She didn't hesitate. She moved to the crossbow port, cranking the winch to draw back the heavy steel-tipped bolt. She knelt, her eyes scanning the frost-covered darkness through the sight. I took my place at the forward port, gripping the other siege crossbow. We'd practiced this. A crossfire setup meant we could cover every angle. The cabin turned deathly quiet, save for the hum of the steam engine. We closed the distance in seconds. Then, the alarm blared. Warning, high-energy biological entity approaching. Threat level, 3. Here we go, I muttered. A massive black shape burst from the cloud bank below. It was a pterosaur, easily 7 meters long. Its skin, a mottled, jagged, stone gray armored in sharp bone spurs. Its eyes were burning coals of pure starving malice. Its head alone was larger than a quarter of our cabin. It was bigger, faster, and meaner than anything we fought before. My pulse spiked, but my hands remained steady. Level 3. It was all starting to make sense. Target the left wing, I roared. We'd practiced this enough. Against a high-speed target, firing blindly was a waste. The key was predicting its trajectory. I'd pinned down its movement, while Muqin went for the kill. Copy that, Muqin responded, her voice cool and steady. She didn't aim at the pterosaur's massive bulk. Instead, she calculated a lead, pointing her heavy crossbow at the empty air ahead of its left wing. I lined up my own weapon, fixing my sights on its reptilian head. The beast banked, sweeping through the air in a lethal arc. Its talons flared, ready to shred our hull to kindling. Now, we triggered our bolts simultaneously. Two thrumming, metallic snaps echoed through the cabin as the bolts tore through the freezing air, closing the gap like black lightning. The pterosaur possessed a wicked intelligence. It saw the danger, twisting its massive frame midair to dodge my shot. My bolt grazed its skull, missing by mere inches. But it had underestimated Muqin. The second bolt, waiting exactly where the beast swerved, slammed into its vulnerable wing membrane. The impact sent the creature into a violent, uncontrolled spin. It shrieked in agony, flapping uselessly as its balance failed. The huge body lost all momentum, spiraling down into the abyss of the cloud sea. Problem solved. Muqin and I shared a look of pure relief. Nice shot, I said, meaning it. I rushed back to the helm and steered us toward the signal. A metal crate pulsed with soft, rhythmic light, a level 3 supply drop. My hands shook slightly as I touched the surface. Opening, success. Obtained, light combat, chess piece blueprint X, light longsword blueprint X. System RX multiplier triggered. Obtained, light combat chess piece blueprint X, light longsword blueprint X. I grinned. No rubber, no engine parts, but this was a massive win for our personal defense. I checked the blueprints. The armor required tanned leather, a new material I'd need to hunt for, but the sword, that I could forge right now. I dumped the iron and wood into the crafting queue. In the void, red-hot liquid metal swirled and folded, hammering out impurities with phantom force. A minute later, a beautiful, dark gray longsword sat before me. It was a masterpiece of balance, with a dense hardwood handle and a razor-sharp edge that glinted in the dim cabin light. System 8x multiplier triggered. 8 long swords appeared on the floor. Well, that escalated quickly. I laughed. I was officially in business. I sheathed one at my hip and gave the command to press on. Muqin checked the crossbows, her movements crisp and efficient. We needed another crate, and we needed it fast. Detection alert, the console chimed. High-density mass detected at 11 o'clock, 1 kilometer away. Analysis, floating island. I stared ahead. It was massive, a jagged, silver-white construct of rock and ice that dwarfed any island we'd seen yet. It looked like a fragment of heaven carved from a glacier. But my awe died instantly when the radar pinged. 2 green dots on the island's edge. Other survivors. 2 ships, I muttered, my voice turning to ice. I held our position a kilometer out. They weren't moving. What now? Muqin asked. I chewed my lip. Risk was the currency of this world. Caution was just a slow death. Minus 34 degrees. A12. Our survival timer blinked on the screen. We had no time to waste. I pulled on my thickest cotton-stitched gear, strapped the new long sword to my hip, and slung a quiver of bolts over my shoulder. I'm going alone, I said, firm. Stay with Xiao Nuan and guard the ship. If things go sideways, don't wait for me, just use the crossbows. Muqin nodded, her eyes bright with fear but focused. Be careful. I cracked the airlock. A wall of wind, thick with ice crystals, hit me like a physical blow. I stepped out onto the frozen crust, my boots crunching loudly in the eerie silence. I didn't rush. I circled the perimeter, memorizing the terrain, then moved like a wolf through the snowdrifts, hugging the cover of ice ridges until I reached a vantage point 100 meters from the anchored ships. The 2 vessels sat silent, their engines dead, shrouded in a thin layer of frost. They looked like they'd been there for hours. I held my breath and waited. I didn't bother approaching the other ships. If they didn't want to come out, fine. I had an island to explore, and with only 12 hours on the clock before the cold became terminal, every second wasted was a luxury I couldn't afford. The island was a labyrinth of jagged ice crystals and weird, translucent blue flora that shimmered in the dim light. I moved slowly, my boots crunching rhythmically against the dense frost. I kept my longsword drawn, using the tip to probe for hidden fissures in the ice. Every sound, the wind whispering through rock, the scrape of ice set my nerves on edge. I wasn't just watching for predators, I was watching for the other survivors. About a kilometer in, I froze. In a clearing ahead, a level 2 supply crate pulsed with a soft, steady glow, like a lighthouse in the dark. Finally, I didn't rush. I hugged the shadows of a massive ice boulder, my eyes darting to the crate's guardian. It was a frost spider, a nightmare of obsidian-like crystal the size of a compact car. Its 8 legs were lethal ice spikes, and its 8 dark red eyes were slowly scanning the terrain. From its mandibles, a pale blue mist leaked, frosting the ground even further. Frost spider, level 2, solitary predator. I didn't move. I waited, becoming part of the frozen landscape. I needed to know its rhythm. It was effectively a statue, turning its head only once every few minutes. This is fine. Probably. The 12-hour timer ticked in my head like a death sentence. I couldn't wait. I eased my crossbow off my back and knocked a bolt. I waited for a gust of wind to howl, the screech of ice on ice providing the perfect acoustic mask. Now, I lunged from cover, my aim locked onto the cluster of red eyes. The bolt hissed through the air, punching into the spider's skull with a sickening thwack. Black fluid sprayed out, instantly freezing into jagged beads. The spider shrieked, not with sound, but with a psychic pulse that made my brain scream. It roared in agony, its 8 eyes locking onto me. It surged forward, its massive body moving with impossible, fluid grace. I rolled backward, my instinct screaming run, just as the spider slammed into the boulder where I'd been, shattering the ice into 1,000 lethal shards. It turned, faster than a wounded beast had any right to be, but the headshot had crippled its coordination. I didn't hesitate. I dropped to one knee, reloaded, and leveled the crossbow again. As it charged, jaws wide, I let the bolt fly. It buried itself deep into the creature's throat. The spider shuddered, let out a final, weak hiss, and collapsed. Its 8 red eyes flickered and went gray. I let out a shaky breath, my back soaked in cold sweat. I waited a full minute before moving in. No looting yet, the crate was the priority. I rigged a rope to the handle and hauled it behind me like a sled, the friction sound against the ice deafeningly loud. The trek back was pure misery, but when the familiar silhouette of my airship appeared, I finally felt my heart rate settle. Muchin opened the airlock before I even reached it, her face flooded with relief. We hauled the heavy crate inside, and the warmth of the cabin hit me like a physical wave. I stripped off my frozen gear, downed a cup of hot water, and reported the kill. "You're not hurt?" Muchin asked, her hands hovering over my gear as if checking for invisible wounds. "I'm fine. Got the box too." I looked at the crate, then out at the darkening sky. The 10-hour timer was still ticking. "I'm heading back out, we need more." She knew better than to argue. She just nodded, her eyes heavy with unspoken worry. I checked my blade, reloaded my crossbow, and stepped back into the freezing void, heading deeper into the ice forest. The forest was a tomb. Massive ice-blue trees blotted out the sky, and the deep, powdery snow swallowed every sound I made. I moved with agonizing caution. One wrong step into a hidden crevice, and I'd be buried alive. My persistence paid off. I found another level 2 crate, but it was guarded by a frost boar the size of a water buffalo. Its shaggy coat was matted with ice crystals, and its 2-foot-long tusks looked like serrated daggers. Level 2 danger. Great, it was a grueling slog. The beast was tougher than the spider, its thick fur shrugging off my bolts. It took 5 shots and 10 minutes of dancing through the terrain before I saw an opening. I dove under its guard and buried my long sword into its eye socket. System, 5x multiplier. The loot drop was insane, 10 crystalline tusks and 100 units of leather. I looked at the haul and sighed. Well, that escalated quickly. I couldn't drag it all. I stashed the crate and the materials in a hidden crevice, marking the spot to clear later. For the next 3 hours, I was a machine. I hunted down 3 more level 2 crates, taking on 2 frost-clawed snow leopards and a swarm of 30 frost crows. Every fight added a new scar. My body was screaming, and my focus was fraying at the edges, but every time I saw that blue glow, I pictured Xiao Yuan's smile and Muchin's relief. When I finally hauled the last crate to my stash, the sky was pitch black. The island collapse timer hit 4 hours. 4 hours. I lashed the 4 massive crates together like a freight train. They weighed over 300 pounds. As I began the trek back, every step felt like my lungs were being shredded by knives. My legs were leaden, and the freezing wind tore at my open wounds. I didn't stop. I couldn't. I just kept my eyes fixed on the distant silhouette of my ship. When I finally collapsed against the airlock and shouted for Muchin, I was barely conscious. The door hissed open, and Muchin's eyes widened as she took in my blood-soaked clothes and the mountain of crates behind me. She burst into tears, hauling me inside. "You're insane," she sobbed, ripping off my shirt to clean my wounds. I ignored the sting of the antiseptic, downing a cup of hot water. I checked on Xiao Yuan in the inner cabin, then glared at the pile of crates. "It's not enough." "Ling Feng, look at you," she screamed. "We have enough to last for weeks. We have materials, but no blueprints." I snapped, my eyes bloodshot. "We're sitting on a gold mine and we're starving for the means to use it. I need a level 3 crate. That's the only way to get the tech to survive this." 3.5 hours, I muttered to myself. Our last shot. I ignored her pleas and began rechecking my gear. Muchin went silent, her hands trembling as she helped me cinch my armor. She hugged me from behind, her voice thick with terror. "I heard someone calling a name out there earlier. I'm so scared. Please, just come back to me in Xiaonuan." "I will." I gave her a firm nod and stepped back into the blizzard. I dove deep into the forbidden forest. My body was spent. I had to rely on stealth. I was prowling toward a clearing when a wet, rhythmic crunch reached my ears. I crouched behind a crystal tree, my hand tight on my sword. In the clearing, a frost spider massive, its obsidian shell swirling with dark energy, was gorging on a corpse. Near the body lay a broken hammer and a shattered blade, remnants of a survivor who'd fought and lost. Level 3 danger. Fantastic. It was wounded. Deep gashes on its belly leaked a caustic green fluid that hissed against the snow. It was a golden opportunity. And behind it, bathing the snow in a brilliant silver light, was a level 3 supply crate. I drew my crossbow. My hands were rock steady. I didn't aim for the armor. I aimed for the festering, glowing wound on its abdomen. I waited for the wind to shriek, masking the sound of the bowstring. Thwack! The bolt sank deep into the rot. The spider's shriek shattered the silence, a sonic blast so powerful it brought the snow down from the trees like a localized avalanche. The agony of the bolt drove the spider into a frenzy. It dropped its meal, 8 burning eyes locking onto me with lethal focus. Before I could even reposition, it reared up and unleashed a high-pressure jet of freezing blue mist. I dove aside just as the tree I'd been using for cover was encased in solid ice. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I rolled, putting distance between us, and reloaded with practiced, desperate speed. The spider surged toward me, its massive bulk ignoring the damage I'd already dealt. It was fast, frighteningly so. I didn't retreat. Instead, I stepped into its path, waiting for the perfect moment to cross its guard. As we brushed past each other, I dropped to one knee and fired. The bolt struck the open, festering wound on its belly. The beast spasmed, its rhythm breaking. I dropped the crossbow and drew my longsword. With a roar, I launched myself upward, channeling every ounce of my remaining strength into a single, arcing strike against the joint of its nearest leg. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade sheared through the crystal like appendage. The spider collapsed, losing its balance. I retreated, but it wasn't done. With a final, desperate twitch, it sprayed a massive, glowing web from its abdomen. I was caught in the open. I threw my blade across my chest, bracing for the impact. It hit like a refrigerated semi-truck, sending me flying into the ice wall behind me. I coughed up blood, my ribs protesting, but my sword had torn a gap in the webbing before it sealed, keeping me from being fully cocooned. The spider tried to rise, but my bolts had done their work. Its movements slowed, its life force rapidly dimming. I dragged myself to my feet, ignoring the searing pain, and drove my sword into its fading eyes. It shuddered once, then went still. Nice save. I leaned on my blade, gasping for air. I finally turned my attention to the silver level 3 crate. My lips curled into a faint, exhausted smile. System. Loot collected. 40 units of frost spider silk, 50 units of fangs. I packed the haul, strapped it to the crate, and began the long trek home. I hadn't gone far when a shrill, desperate wail carried through the wind. Wang Zhen, please, come back. I don't want the supplies, just come home. It was a woman's voice. I glanced back toward the spider's carcass. I didn't stop. I wasn't a saint, and I had no energy left for strangers. I kept walking, silence as my only companion. As the familiar outline of my ship appeared, I finally let my guard down until I saw them. 2 silhouettes, one tall and one short, were hovering around my ship. My blood turned to ice. I dropped the crate, dove behind a ridge, and scrambled to reload my last bolt. The tall one was a literal bear of a man, clad in patchwork leather, carrying a hideous great axe made of bone and jagged crystal shards. He looked like he'd crawled out of a nightmare. Beside him, a weedy, rat-faced man was rubbing his hands together, staring at my ship with sickening hunger. Look at that hull, boss, the runt chirped. That's high-grade material. And I heard a woman's voice inside, young too. The giant grunted, slamming his axe into the ice. I heard. Rich pickings, boss. We get a new ship and a little fun, the runt chuckled, pulling a hand axe from his belt. I'll bust the door open. My vision turned red. I could tolerate the cutthroat nature of this world, but the moment they dared to eye my family, they signed their own death warrants. I didn't waste my breath on warnings. As the runt raised his axe toward my lock, I fired. The bolt slammed into his backside with a sickening thud. He shrieked like a stuck pig, dropped his axe, and hopped around in circles, clawing at his rear. Who the hell attacked me? He wailed. The giant spun around, axe raised, his eyes locking onto my position 100 meters away. I rose from behind the ice ridge, battered, bloodied, and looking like a ghost, but my eyes were colder than the glacier. I stood perfectly still, dragging the heavy silver crate with one hand. You're all dying, I rasped. The runt recognized me, his terror morphing into a twisted, hateful sneer. Boss, it's him. Look, he's half dead from the monsters. Kill him, take his stuff, and let's go get those women. Shut up, you waste of space, the giant growled, stepping forward. The giant's eyes locked onto my level 3 supply crate, his greed palpable. He'd barely seen a level 2, let alone this. To him, I wasn't just a survivor anymore. I was a walking, breathing gold mine. Son, you're done, he sneered, his teeth stained a sickly yellow. Leave the ship and the box. Send the woman out to play with us, and I might leave you a quick death. I didn't offer a retort. I simply released the crate, letting it thud into the snow. I raised my hand crossbow, aiming dead center at his chest. My silence was the only answer he needed. Arrogant brat, he roared like a wounded bull, his heavy boots cratering the ice as he charged. The massive bone axe he dragged behind him sparked against the frozen ground, cutting a jagged line of fire. Fast. He was faster and stronger than his brother, easily matching a level 2 guardian. As he closed to 20 meters, axe hoisted for a skull-splitting blow, I prepared to pull the trigger. But suddenly, his momentum vanished. He froze mid-stride, his axe clattering uselessly to the ice. He clawed at the air, his eyes bulging with shock and uncomprehending rage. A bolt had taken him clean through. A voice echoed from my ship, touch my husband and die. Mukin. She'd used the mounted ballista. Muchin, you okay? I shouted, my heart finally slowing. I'm fine. she replied, though her voice wavered. Xiao Nuan was just scared. I turned my cold, empty gaze toward the runt. He'd stopped his pathetic wailing, his malice replaced by soul-deep terror. When he met my eyes, the color drained from his face and a warm, wet stain spread across his trousers. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. He scrambled to his knees, kowtowing frantically, his rear still dripping with blood from the earlier shot. I didn't blink. I raised my longsword. It was my brother. He made me do it. He's the greedy one. I'm just a lackey, he shrieked, desperate to bargain. I'll do anything. I'll be your slave. I'll give you our ship. There's food, water, hardwood, take it all. I paused, my blade hovering in the air. A flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, but it died the moment I shifted my stance. I didn't lower my sword. I simply raised my hand crossbow with my left hand, aiming it squarely at his forehead. I pulled the trigger without a word. He didn't even have time to scream. The bolt punched through his skull, snapping his head back before his body hit the ice with a dull thud. You talk too much, I muttered, cold and hollow. My daughter was crying inside because of you too. You think I'd spare you? And I don't need you to give me anything. You're dead, which means it's all mine already. I scavenged the giant's bone axe, a heavy, brutal piece of work, and checked the time. Less than 2 hours left. I dragged the level 3 crate to my ship and knocked on the airlock. Muchin opened it immediately, her face etched with terror. When she saw me bloodied, battered, and standing on my last legs, my control finally shattered. I tried to smile, to tell her I was home, but the world tilted. Darkness swallowed me, and I collapsed. Ling Feng, I felt her catch me, her slight frame bracing against my dead weight. Xiao Nuan scrambled over, sobbing at the sight of her father, but Mu Qin shushed her with iron-willed strength. Don't cry, Xiao Nuan. Dad's fine. He's the backbone of this house. She dragged me inside, locked the door, and set to work. Her hands didn't shake as she cleaned the jagged wounds, treating my body like a precious relic. When I stirred, struggling to sit up, she pushed me back down. Don't. You've lost too much blood. I need to check their ship, I rasped, ignoring the pain. There might be blueprints. Look at you, she pleaded, tears brimming. We have enough supplies. Just stay. Supplies are temporary. Blueprints are survival, I insisted. I'll go look. If there's nothing, I'll turn back immediately. 10 minutes later, I stood before their ship, a patchworked, rusted piece of junk, half the size of mine. I didn't bother with the door. I swung the bone axe once, shattering the lock, and stepped inside. The stench hit me like a physical blow. Sweat, urine, and rotting scraps. It was a dog kennel compared to the home Mu Qin had built. I suppressed my disgust and began to tear the place apart, finding crates of water and food stacked in the corners. The air in the cabin was foul with sweat and rot, a stark contrast to the order Mu Qin maintained in our own. I suppressed my revulsion and searched the place. True to the runt's word, there were crates of water, compressed biscuits, and high-quality hardwood. But I was hunting for something better. Finally, tucked away in a cotton bundle, I found it. Blueprint, small cultivation room. System, 3x multiplier applied. You have received small cultivation room blueprint X3. This changed everything. We'd finally moved past scavenging for every meal and become self-sufficient. I scanned the hoard left behind. Leaving it felt like a crime, so I opened the trade platform, bundled the excess supplies into a survival starter pack, and listed it anonymously. I asked for any building blueprints, tools, or rare materials, specifically glass. It was practically a giveaway, but for survivors lacking basics, it was a siren song. The bites came quickly. I bartered the lot for a simple kitchen blueprint and 10 units of glass. System, 2x multiplier applied. Received simple kitchen blueprint X2, glass X20. Hauling the glass back while wounded was a nightmare, but I managed to drag a supply crate back to my airlock. Mu Qin pulled me inside, sobbing as she saw my fresh bloodstains. I told you not to go. Why won't you listen? She steered me to the bed, and exhaustion finally claimed me. I don't know how much time passed, but when I finally peeled my eyes open, my throat felt like I'd swallowed glass. How long was I out? Over an hour, Mu Qin whispered, her face puffy but relieved. I gave her a weak smile. I'm sorry, love. Did we get everything secured? She wiped her eyes. Everything is stowed. We have 5 level 2 crates, 1 level 3, 20 units of glass, 40 units of silk, 50 fangs, 10 ice crystals, and 100 leather. Plus, 3 cultivation room blueprints and 2 for the kitchen. Small victories, right? As the island began to drift away, the temperature plummeted. Intricate, deadly frost patterns spiderwebbed across the portholes, sealing out the fog. My wrist display flickered, negative 40 degrees Celsius and still dropping. The wind outside wasn't just air anymore. It was a swarm of ice blades shredding our hull. Mu Qin shivered, tucking a thick blanket around little Xiao Nuan before turning to me with worried eyes. The cold, it's moving too fast. I pulled myself up, ignoring the searing pain in my side. It'll hit negative 56 degrees Celsius by tomorrow. We need to upgrade the ship before it gets any worse. You need to rest. I'll live. I waved her off, my gaze fixing on the 6 crates in the center of the bay. And I've got something here to help me forget the pain. I started with the 5 level 2 crates. I pressed my hand to the first, and as it hissed open, the system alerts flooded my mind. 3x multiplier, 42 dried meat, 90 water, 120 biscuits, 5x multiplier, 160 iron, 150 cotton, 350 hardwood, 120 nails. 4x multiplier, 100 iron, 120 cotton, 200 hardwood, 100 nails. By the time I finished, the cabin was buried in a mountain of resources. We had 760 hardwood, 360 nails, 340 iron, 420 cotton, and enough water and food to last us a lifetime. It was a fortune that would make any survivor weep with envy. Oddly, not a single blueprint appeared in the level 2 boxes. They were truly rare. That's typical. Always the luck of the draw. I waded through the pile, my heart hammering against my ribs as I reached the silver level 3 crate. I took a breath and laid my hands on it. 3x multiplier. Mid-size pressure-resistant balloon blueprint X4. Level 2. Reinforced wooden bulkhead blueprint X4. I felt a surge of adrenaline that eclipsed the throbbing in my wounds. Nice save. With these, I could finally expand our home. The balloon would give us the lift and stability we desperately needed, and the bulkheads would turn this claustrophobic 20 square meter tin can into an actual living space. Ling Feng, Muqin asked, seeing my grin. What did we get? We're getting a new home, I said confidently. I didn't waste a second. I pulled up the upgrade interface and selected the balloon. Consume 200 cotton, 50 rubber coating, 100 iron, 1 balloon blueprint. A hum of energy rippled through the ship. Above us, the balloon began to groan and swell, stretching and reshaping itself until it was twice its original size. The ship groaned under the influx of energy, then shuddered, and suddenly, it was rock steady. The violent, bone-rattling sway from the gales vanished, replaced by the reassuring stability of the new, reinforced shell. Muqin let out a breath of pure wonder as the floor beneath her feet turned solid as a cliffside. Okay, that went surprisingly well, but I wasn't finished. I pulled up the system menu, selected the level 2 reinforced wooden bulkhead blueprint, and confirmed the construction. The walls blurred into ribbons of light. In a dizzying, cinematic stretch, the floor and ceiling expanded outward, pulled by an invisible hand. My cramped 20 square meter pod surged into a 50 square meter open concept suite. Even the ceiling vaulted higher, banishing the claustrophobia I hadn't realized I was suffering under. Wow, it's so big! Xiao Nguyen scrambled up, eyes wide, racing across the new floor like a startled deer. Muqin swept her gaze across our mansion, tears of relief and hope pooling in her eyes. It wasn't just space, it was a sanctuary. I didn't stop there. I kept the momentum going, burning through my supplies to transform this hunk of metal into a true home. Observation deck. A reinforced glass dome at the bow provided a near 270-degree view of the abyss. Storage room. Rows of shelving and lockers appeared, letting Muqin organize our mountain of supplies until everything was perfectly indexed. Cultivation room. A 3 square meter pressurized, glowing chamber for our sproutlings, our future food security. Kitchen. A modest setup with a sink, counter, and wood stove. Finally, a proper kitchen. We burned through 70% of our building materials, but the result was a complete metamorphosis. Outside, the ice world seemed less threatening from behind our new, reinforced walls. We have a kitchen. Muqin beamed, her happiness infectious. She started cooking, mostly heated jerky and a biscuit mash, but in our new home, it tasted like a 5-star meal. We sat around the small table, Xiao Nguyen chattering about her new room while Muqin heaped the best portions into my bowl, her eyes full of warmth. My wounds still throbbed, but I felt a profound peace. After dinner, we moved to the observation deck. Watching the ice and fog swirl past the curved glass felt like watching a silent, epic film. The engine hummed a low, steady lullaby. But the sheer intensity of the day, the blood loss, the combat, the adrenaline finally caught up to me. My eyelids felt weighted with lead. Go rest, Ling Feng. I've got it, Muqin said, her voice soft with concern as she pressed a cup of hot water into my hands. Dad, go to sleep, Xiao Nguyen added, grabbing my hand with a tiny, authoritative tug. Mom and I will protect you. I couldn't help but smile. I retreated to my room, and the moment my head hit the pillow, I was dead to the world. I don't know how long I slept, but a biting, pervasive chill dragged me from my dreams. I pulled the quilt tighter, but the cold was invasive, seeping into the cabin from every corner. My eyes snapped open. The air was turning frigid. I listened. The small steam engine from the starter crate was wheezing, struggling. It was designed for a 20 square meter pod, not this sprawling 50 square meter house. It couldn't keep up with the heat dissipation, especially as the external temperature continued its death dive. I checked my wrist display, 16 degrees Celsius, dropping. Well, that's unfortunate. If I didn't fix this, we'd freeze to death in our luxury bunker. Crisis mode activated. I opened the trade platform. I had the mid-sized, pressure-resistant balloon and level 2 bulkhead blueprints, gold-tier assets that every player was dying for. I didn't hesitate. I listed them both. Wanted. Level 2, small steam engine blueprint. While I waited, I scanned the area chat. It was a chaotic, desperate scream into the void. This weather is a death sentence. My ship is iced over by a foot. I'm falling. Trade. 3 packs of biscuits for 20 wooden planks. My furnace is dying. Don't bother with biscuits. They're worthless. I've got a fire axe, looking for cotton or down jackets. Any big brothers out there willing to take me in? I'm cold and scared. Show us a video verification first, sweetie. If you look like your pick, we can talk. I shook my head, closing the channel. People were losing their minds, but I had a ship to upgrade and a family to keep warm. I just needed that engine. Can anyone trade water or biscuits, even just a little? I scanned the chat, but my expression didn't shift. The desperation was a predictable, rotting stench. However, the next few messages made my blood run cold. Any big shots need people? You can have my wife, she's obedient. Just give me a scrap of food. What's the point of a woman in this world? Can't fight, wastes food. Unless she's a goddess, hard pass. I have cotton, trading for a thick coat. Any sisters need it? I'm not a bad guy, just cold. My period started. I need sanitary supplies. Please, I'll do anything. I'm cold and terrified. The facade of civilization had been stripped bare, exposing the raw, repulsive guts of humanity. Dignity, morality, even basic affection were now just commodities on a shelf. The chat was a pit of human depravity. I felt neither pity nor scorn, only a frigid, hollow detachment. When survival is the only goal, everything becomes a bargaining chip. I was just lucky. I had the system, and I had the strength to defend my family's dignity so they would never be forced into such degradation. That realization only hardened my resolve. Suddenly, a system chime pierced the gloom. Player Ironhammer has accepted your trade. You have received Level 2, Small Steam Engine Blueprint X1. Consumed. Level 2, Reinforced Wooden Bulkhead, Blueprint X1. 3x Multiplier. You have received Level 2 Small Steam Engine Blueprint X3. Perfect. I abandoned the cesspool of the chat and opened the build menu. Construct, Level 2 Small Steam Engine. At the stern, the air shimmered with mechanical reorganization. The old, wheezing boiler disintegrated into raw metal and reformed into something far more sophisticated. It was twice the size, a complex web of brass pipes gleaming with cold, industrial intent. When I engaged the throttle, it didn't gasp, it roared. A surge of heat raced through the pipes, and my wrist display climbed. 16 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius, 22 degrees Celsius. It settled at a cozy 26 degrees Celsius. Crisis averted. I crashed into bed, exhausted, and slept with a rare, deep peace. I was woken the next morning by a rhythmic shuddering and Muqin's stifled gasp. Ling Feng, look. My pupils contracted. An alarm blared. Warning. High-speed biological cluster approaching. Count. 50+. Threat level. Unknown. A cloud of black and silver specks blotted out the horizon, moving with terrifying speed. Muqin, get Xiao Nuan into the storage room and lock the door, I barked. My fatigue evaporated. Muqin turned pale, but she didn't hesitate. She grabbed our daughter and rushed to the back. Don't worry, honey. We're just playing hide and seek, she told Xiao Nuan, her voice trembling but brave. They bolted the door. I lunged for the observation deck. Outside, the negative 52 degrees Celsius fog was thick as cotton, but as the swarm closed in, individual shapes emerged. They were massive, half-meter-long monstrosities shaped like bees. Their bodies were cold, metallic silver, with 6 serrated, razor-sharp legs. Most unsettling were their compound eyes, vast and dark red, devoid of emotion, operating on pure, cold instinct. Their translucent wings buzzed at a frequency that vibrated right through the ship's hull. This is fine. Probably. Muqin poked her head out, trembling as she handed me 4 hand crossbows and a crate of bolts. Are they here for us? Maybe, I muttered, gripping a cold, weighted crossbow. I didn't fire. Any rash move could be our end. A particularly large specimen drifted toward our yellow, rubber-coated gas bag. It tilted its head, then extended a long, straw-like tongue toward the hull. Dad, look, Xiaonuan whispered from the doorway. The big bee is thirsty. Does it want the juice in our big balloon? Her innocent realization hit me like a lightning bolt. They weren't hunting us, they were foraging. They saw our bright yellow, floating ship and thought it was a gargantuan, nectar-filled flower. I almost laughed until the situation took a violent turn. A sharp tink shattered the air. That straw wasn't just a tongue, it was a needle-sharp spike that punched straight through the gas bag's outer membrane. It didn't cause a catastrophic blowout, but the hull visibly sagged. The swarm went wild, confirming their prize. Well, that escalated quickly. I couldn't hesitate. If they shredded the gas bag, we were falling from 10,000 meters to our graves. I leveled my crossbow at the leader, sighting the joint between its head and thorax. Thwip. The bolt blurred through the air, hitting with lethal precision. The monster's neck disintegrated in a spray of emerald ichor that flash froze in the negative 52 degrees Celsius air. It spiraled into the abyss. My victory was short-lived. The swarm's buzzing hit a shrill, furious pitch. Their compound eyes shifted from red to a hateful, violent crimson. They weren't foragers anymore. They were a strike team. Dozens of these metallic killing machines shifted their formation, their abdomens unfurling half-meter long, serrated stingers tipped with a pulsing, toxic blue light. I should have stayed in bed. Muqin, get ready. She was pale, but her survival instinct kicked in. She became my ammo feeder, bracing the crossbow against the wall, straining to reload each bolt with everything she had. Crash. 2 monsters slammed into the reinforced observation glass. Spiderweb cracks bloomed across the surface. I didn't waste bolts on the ones hitting the hull. I targeted the ones actively eating our gas bag. Each shot was a gamble, but I couldn't afford to miss. Rip, another auxiliary balloon popped. The ship tilted violently, Ling Feng, we can't hold them. Muqin sobbed. Don't you dare give up, I roared, my muscles screaming as I cranked the crossbow. Xiaonuan is waiting for us. That was the spark she needed. Muqin stood up, eyes blazing, and grabbed a loaded crossbow. Come and get it, you overgrown roaches. She pulled the trigger. The bolt impaled a bee through its armor, sending it plummeting. She was a woman possessed, reloading and firing with a ferocity that turned the tide. Each of her shots, and each of mine, was a calculated kill. We fought back to back, a rhythmic dance of death until, finally, the last monster fell like a broken kite into the clouds. Silence rushed back in, save for the howling wind and our ragged, frost-tinged breathing. We were shivering, drenched in sweat that threatened to freeze against our skin. Muqin collapsed into my arms, sobbing. I held her tight, too exhausted to move. Take care of Xiaonuan, I rasped. I need to check the damage. It was a disaster. 3 auxiliary bags were shredded, the main bag was punctured, the glass was compromised, and the hull was battered. But amidst the wreckage lay 2 bee carcasses wedged into the hull plating. Nice save, I dragged them inside and started harvesting. System, 4x multiplier, 5x multiplier. Total, ice crystal, honey x36. A notification pulsed. Special item, ice crystal honey. High energy content, boosts constitution and accelerates healing. The golden gel split into 30 tiny fragrant vials. I popped one open and swallowed a spoonful. It melted instantly, releasing a warm, powerful torrent that flooded my veins. My bones popped, my muscles vibrated, and the fatigue of the last few days evaporated like mist. My calloused, torn fingertips healed. My chronic back pain vanished. A minute later, I stood up and clenched my fist. The power humming beneath my skin was unlike anything I'd ever felt. I felt like I could punch through a brick wall. Confirming the honey was safe, I gave a portion to Muqin and a small dab to Xiaonuan. Eat it, it's important, I said, my tone brooking no argument. Muqin, seeing my transformation and the intensity in my eyes, didn't hesitate. The effect was immediate. The exhaustion and weakness that had plagued her from malnutrition and stress vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality that made her feel better than she had in years. It's actually working, she whispered, a rare, genuine smile lighting up her face. Even Xiaonuan seemed invigorated, her timid demeanor giving way to childish curiosity. I tried another spoonful, but felt nothing. It seemed the constitution boost was a one-time deal. A bit disappointing, sure, but considering it had saved us from the brink, I couldn't complain. I sent the girls to rest and spent hours burning through 5 repair kits and most of my materials to patch the ship. When I finally flopped onto my bed, every muscle in my body screamed in protest. My damp clothes clung to me, stiff with frost. I was dead to the world, but my hand automatically tapped my wrist display, setting the trade platform to refresh. In the morning, I scanned the listings. The prices for blueprints had spiked faster than a blizzard. Since I was aiming for a level 2 ship, my level 1 blueprints were just dead weight. I dumped them onto the exchange, marking them up 20% above market value. Anyone serious about upgrading wouldn't care about the premium, they just want the speed. My search for aluminum yielded nothing. Typical. Of course it is. Looks like I'd have to scout the dangerous, unmapped zones myself. My ship, now a patchwork monstrosity of mismatched, ugly patches, at least held air. I was dragged from my sleep by the most intoxicating aroma, fresh food. I stumbled out to find Muqin setting the table. In the center was a plate of vibrant, green lettuce. Lettuce, I cheered, feeling like a kid on Christmas. It had been half a month since we'd tasted anything fresh. Muqin beamed. Our cultivation room works. The lettuce grew in a week. Cucumbers and tomatoes will be ready in a few days. I devoured a lettuce wrap, stuffed with softened meat. It was the taste of life, crisp, sweet, and infinitely better than processed rations. Watching my family eat, I felt a flash of luxury in this hellish wasteland. Afterward, I checked the trade platform. The blueprints had sold instantly, netting me a mountain of supplies: 1,000 wood, 560 iron, 400 cotton, 100 glass, and 100 rubber coating. I hit accept, waiting for the talent pays off multiplier. Ding, multiplier, 1x, I froze. Are you kidding me? The disappointment hit like a lead weight. A pile of materials appeared, spilling over the storage area until I was literally knee-deep in lumber. Muqin just sighed, rubbing her temples. More organizing? Great. I forced a smile, hiding my frustration. At least I wouldn't need basics for a while. Just then, the radar chirped. A level 2 supply crate had appeared 1,000 meters out. Prepare for combat, I said, my pulse quickening. This was a perfect chance to test our new strength. Muqin immediately moved to her post, her movements sharp and focused. I steered our ugly, reinforced airship toward the target. Floating there was a creature that looked like a giant, blue-gray locust, the ice locust, a level 2 guardian. It was larger and more menacing than the bees, but as it surged toward us, I didn't feel fear. I felt clear. Thwip. A single bolt from Muqin's crossbow punched through the creature's brain before it could even screech. It fell like a stone into the cloud sea below. A clean, one-shot kill. Muqin stared at her own hands in shock. The speed and precision she'd just displayed were staggering. We weren't just surviving anymore, we were becoming dangerous. I watched Muqin work, amazed. The honey had done wonders, but her newfound efficiency was the real shock. She was organized, methodical, and focused, acting like a pro bookkeeper as she categorized our loot. I turned to the trade terminal, glancing at a blueprint for an ornate wardrobe with a full-length mirror. Muchin, want this? It'd be nice to stop living out of crates. She didn't even look up from her inventory list. She just scanned our cramped, supply-packed cabin where we were already struggling to find room to stand and shot me a look that said everything. Unless you plan on hanging your crossbow inside it or want me to sleep on top of it, the answer is no. Fair enough. I closed the window. Practicality in this world was the ultimate safety, even if it was a little boring. Xiaonun was pressed against the observation window, tracing patterns in the fog of her own breath. Daddy, look, she chirped. Lights, so many lights. My heart jumped. I scrambled to the radar as a system chime cut through the air. Special zone detected, Black Rock outpost, floating trade village. It offered metal trading and contract work. In this frozen, desolate sky, that text was more alluring than any luxury wardrobe. Hold on tight, I muttered, gripping the controls and banking toward the massive island looming in the spotlight. It was 5 times the size of any island we'd seen, anchored by jagged black rock and topped with stone buildings. Each chimney belched thick, black smoke into the white void. Heat, the ultimate luxury. People really live there? Muckin asked, her eyes wide. We descended toward a flat docking bay occupied by 3 or 4 ships. 2 were local, draped in bones and pelts. The others were airships or what was left of them. My blood turned to ice. They weren't docked, they were being cannibalized. Blue-skinned, thick-muscled dwarves with twisted grins were actively tearing them apart, sparks flying as they sawed through cockpits. Definitely not creepy. It's not a trade stop, I said, my voice cold. It's a graveyard. Muchin turned pale, shielding Xiaonuan. I grabbed my crossbow and tucked a long knife into my belt. Take her to the bedroom. Lock it. Don't come out unless I call. She didn't argue. She gave me one sharp look before disappearing with our daughter. I caught a glimpse of her silent, anxious resolve. As we touched down, the dwarf crew stopped their demolition. They exchanged a look, set down their tools, and pulled out tube-like weapons that looked suspiciously like primitive firearms. They approached with unnatural, sickly smiles. The leader, a muscular dwarf with greasy skin, tapped on the door with a bone-tipped cane. "Dear friend, welcome to Black Rock," he croaked, his voice sounding like rusted iron grinding together. "It's a nasty storm out there. Come in, come in. We have hot stew, roaring fires, and soft hay beds." He squinted, his greedy yellow eyes scanning my ship's gas bags. "Or," he continued, "if you're tired of living like a bird in the sky, we can trade. Give us this ship, and we'll give you a sturdy stone house. Permanent residency. No more storms. A blessing, wouldn't you say?" I've made worse decisions. I stared through the viewport, my hand hovering over the trigger. Dead men don't need permanent residency. Not interested. Just passing through. The dwarf's smile didn't reach his eyes. They darkened with a flash of malice. "Such a pity," he sneered, shrugging. "Well, business is business. If you need metal, our prices are fair. If you change your mind, we're always here." They turned away, whispering and casting lingering, hungry glances back at my ship like vultures circling a trap. I stayed glued to the hull, my pulse pounding. Time crawled. Every second was an agonizing stretch of nerves. Then, a shrill, desperate scream tore through the howling wind. "Help! Someone, help me!" The sound came from deep within the black rocks, a raw, frantic plea. Then, the unmistakable crash of metal on metal and the thud of bodies hitting stone followed. My heart skipped a beat, and I was on my feet in an instant. I rushed to the observation window. "Don't get off the airship. Whoever is up there, don't come down. These monsters are—" The voice cut off abruptly, followed by a sickening thud and a stifled groan, as if someone had been gagged or punched in the throat. My knuckles turned white as I gripped the curtain. Even through the howling wind and the raw terror in that voice, the signature crackle of his tone hit me like a lightning bolt. It was Chen Hao, my cousin. The same goofy kid who used to beg for my game console at holidays and ended up losing his life savings on a gig work scheme, only to laugh it off as tuition. Panic surged through me, turning my sweat into a cold film against my skin. My brain screamed at me to climb, to boost our altitude and burn fuel until we were long gone from this nightmare. We could be clear in 2 hours. But that muffled, desperate cry wouldn't leave my head. I snatched my binoculars, focusing on the cluster of stone buildings. Through the blizzard, I spotted blue-skinned dwarves dragging a struggling man into a chimney-vented shack. Behind him, a woman clutching a child was shoved along by 2 more dwarves. I've made worse decisions. I scanned the outpost. 36 chimneys. Even if only 3 dwarves lived per unit, there were over 100 hostiles. And those tube-like firearms they held? Definitely not toys. I looked at my crossbow, then at the ship's bolt thrower. A direct assault would be suicide. Stay calm. The system labeled this a neutral outpost. That meant the core logic wasn't random murder, it was profit. If they were just scavengers, they'd have already tried to strip my ship. They wanted value. Everything had a price. "Come back," I shouted toward where the dwarves had retreated. "I have a business deal." I was betting on their greed. Less than a minute later, the pig-faced leader waddled back, his warty face twisted into a grotesque, eager grin. "Ah, I knew it. Nobody can resist the promise of a warm hearth. Ready to sell this cute little boat, my friend." I slid open a small viewport, letting the biting wind rush in. "Why was that man screaming in your village?" The dwarf chuckled, his expression shifting into a mask of practiced sincerity. Oh, just some rude guests. They failed a wood harvesting quota and broke 2 of our diamond-edged axes. In the Black Rock, tools are life. They owe us a year of labor in the mines to pay off the debt. And the ship? I asked, my voice deadly. I saw you tearing one apart. Well, he sneered, rubbing his hands. They need a place to sleep while they work. Rent is expensive. Since their ship was useless, we're just dismantling it to cover their room and board. It's charity, really. The logic was airtight and completely demonic. They trap you with debt, seize your transport, and then force you to mine until you die. My cousin was nothing more than a slave now. That warning, don't get off the airship, was his last act of brotherly love. Sounds fair, I lied, my voice as flat as the horizon. But I'm in the market for human labor. What's the going rate? The dwarf's eyes narrowed, sharp with avarice. We don't sell people. That's barbaric. We're just enforcing contracts. Enough. Everything has a price. I tossed a bundle of high-quality cotton through the window. He caught it, sniffed it, and his eyes practically caught fire. In this wasteland, cotton was gold. I want that family. I need crew for my deck. Name your price. He began inflating the cost, citing interest, damages, and emotional distress. I cut him off, dangling a blueprint just out of his reach. My patience is thin. Give me the 3 of them, unharmed, or the deal is off. The dwarf's facade crumbled, replaced by pure, twitching greed. Fine. Cotton and that level 2 blueprint, and you can take the trash. I'll even throw in some copper and aluminum. Make it 200 units of each metal, I demanded. He shrieked, that's robbery. I'll add another 100 units of cotton. Done, he gasped. I closed the window and ducked into the bedroom. Chen Hao and his family are being held by those dwarves, I whispered to Mu Qin, my voice cracking. Are they okay, she asked, already moving to the bolt thrower. They're alive. I'm trading for them. Mu Qin started grabbing our damp, moldy cotton supplies. We'll give them the low-quality stuff. It's too much work to dry out anyway, she muttered with a grim, knowing smile. 10 minutes later, the air was thick with tension. Mu Qin was locked onto the dwarves from the weapon deck. I stood behind the door, crossbow leveled. Outside, the dwarves waited with their metallic tribute and the battered, shivering Chen Hao. When he finally looked up and our eyes locked, he froze, his face a mask of utter, shell-shocked disbelief. Bro, Chen Hao's voice cracked, vibrating with a mix of disbelief, pure euphoria, and the lingering sting of trauma. Tears welled in his eyes as he stared at me. Is it really you? I thought we were dead. Shut up. Get over here, I muttered, cutting off his sentimental breakdown. The actual trade was hilariously crude. The dwarf leader practically lunged at the bundle of cotton, letting out a satisfied moan the moment his rough, calloused fingers brushed the fabric. To them, 3 useless 2-legged pests couldn't compete with the raw value of actual supplies. Once the exchange was done, I tossed him a blueprint for a level 2 reinforced wood wall. Pleasure doing business, the dwarf squealed, hugging the blueprint like a long-lost lover. You're a forever friend of the Black Rock, honored guest. Weird flex, but okay, trade's done. We're leaving, I said, cutting him off. I didn't wait for a reply, steering them back to the airship and slamming the heavy metal door. The sound of the locks engaging was the most beautiful thing I'd heard all day. Inside, Mu Qin was on the floor, cradling Li Rui. My sister-in-law, usually so composed and soft-spoken, was shivering like a cornered quail. Her face was buried in Mu Qin's jacket, her knuckles death white as she clutched the fabric. Mu Qin just kept patting her back, repeating its over in a robotic, gentle monotone, while she carefully cleaned a scratch on Li Rui's neck with an iodine swab. Chen Hao sat on a chair like a collapsed pile of mud, gripping his 10-year-old daughter, Ruoxin. The kid wasn't crying. She just stared into space, her pupils dilated, fixated on the crossbow in my hand. I pulled a sealed bottle of mineral water from storage, cracked the seal, and held it out. He flinched as if it were a branding iron. When he saw it was me, his hazy eyes finally snapped back into focus. Drink, I said, and talk. How did you get yourself into this? I thought you were supposed to be the smart one. He grabbed the bottle, his hands shaking so violently he almost dropped it. He chugged the cold water, coughed until he wept, and let out a breath that sounded like raw, bitter anger. It was a setup, bro. A total trap, Chen Hao rasped, his voice cracking from the cold. The system said it was a neutral trade zone, so I figured, hey, even if I get a bad deal, at least I won't get stabbed. I just needed a bit of iron to hit level 1. I had plenty of wood, but the leader said they only do bulk trades 500 units minimum. 500? That's insane, I muttered. Exactly. I tried to walk, but he offered a task to offset the cost. Chop 50 trees in the Black Pine Grove. I was an idiot, I thought. I've got muscle, I can do this. He balled his fists, his face reddening. But those trees aren't wood, they're iron hard. My axe snapped, then they gave me a special one that shattered within hours. I couldn't even dent them. The trap was as old as time, but in this desperate world, it worked every time. So, when I refused to work more, they surrounded me, Chen Hao continued, his eyes hollow with fresh terror. They demanded 200 units of cotton or a rare blueprint as a fine. When I couldn't pay, they chained me to the mines. They dragged Li Rui and the kid off the ship shortly after. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper, his teeth chattering. Bro, the walls in those stone shacks are paper thin. We heard the guards talking. Another player was set up just like us yesterday. They worked the husband to death in the mines and they did unspeakable things to the wife. Said it was for breeding superior labor. When the husband found out, he went crazy and tried to fight them. They blew his head off with a firearm. She hit the wall and died that same night. Muqin's hand stopped moving. Her face went deathly pale, and she shot a frantic, terrified glance at me and little Zhao Nguyen. It wasn't a game anymore. It was hell. I knew we were dead either way, Chen Hao said, sucking in a shaky breath. So I lied. Told them I had a legendary blueprint hidden in my pants. When the guard opened the door to search me, I slammed into him. I wasn't fast enough though. They caught me and, well, you saw the rest. I just didn't want you to fall for it too. I squeezed his shoulder, hard. It's over now. You're on my ship. As long as I'm breathing, nobody touches you. Muqin stood up, pulling herself together. Li Rui, come with me. I'll get you some clean clothes. As they headed to the back cabin, the silence in the cockpit was heavy. The neutral zone wasn't a safety net. It was just a slaughterhouse for the desperate. How long until we can leave? Chen Hao asked. Another hour, I said, checking the logs. Don't worry. They have their own rules. They won't attack a player ship directly once the trade is settled. I stood up to show him the ropes. Chen Hao looked around, his mouth falling open. Wait, this is the inside of an airship. He touched the cork-lined walls, his fingers trembling. Bro, you basically moved a whole house into the clouds. It wasn't just a wooden box anymore. Behind the cockpit were 2 cozy bedrooms with cloud-soft quilts, a fully functional kitchen, and a private bathroom. But what really made him stop breathing was the view through the glass. A small, lush cultivation room, glowing with the warm, golden hue of artificial grow lights. A few stalks of lettuce sprouted from the tray, their leaves unfurling with stubborn vitality. In a world defined by gray ice and howling wind, that dash of green was more dazzling than gold. It made Chen Hao's eyes sting. Don't just stare at it, I said, gesturing toward the bathroom where water was already splashing. Li Rui is washing up. You're next. Scrub that filth off. Chen Hao gulped, his eyes widening. Water? We can actually shower. Isn't that expensive? It's not infinite, just stuff I've stockpiled, I said, tapping the vibrating pipe system. We've got a high-efficiency condenser on the roof, and the hot water comes from the steam engine's heat exchanger. It's basically free. This place is heaven, Chen Hao muttered, sinking to the floor. The contrast to his nightmare of a ship was clearly reeling him. My old boat was just a floating coffin compared to this. Save the commentary and get in there. I tossed him a bundle of cotton. When you're out, I'm teaching you how to use the ship's bolt thrower. Comfort is nice, but in this place, you need teeth. While he showered, I sat at my workbench. I'd been waiting to craft 2 sets of light leather armor, and now I finally had the materials. As I initiated the craft, the system chimed. Diligence rewarded. Efficiency bonus, 5x. Congratulations, crafted 5 pieces of quality light leather chest armor. The pile on the bench shimmered, replaced by 5 brand new sets of armor, sturdy with iron plating and soft cotton linings. Perfect. When Chen Hao and Li Rui emerged, they looked like different people, exhausted, yes, but human again. I threw the armor at them. Wear these. Always. Sleeping, working, eating, don't take them off. Little Zhao Nguyen stood to the side, watching everyone else suit up. When she realized she'd been skipped, her lip wobbled. Baba, does that mean you don't like Nguyen anymore? Her wails hit the cabin like a siren. Before I could move, 10-year-old Chen Ruoxin shuffled over. She looked like a tiny, confused penguin in her oversized armor, but she knelt down and held up a candy wrapper she'd saved. It had no candy, just a lingering sweetness. Don't cry, little sister. I'll make you a cape. You're a princess. You don't need iron clothes. I'll protect you. Nguyen's sobbing died down into a sniffle. Moments later, the two of them were giggling, whispering secrets to the lettuce plants in the nursery. Watching the gloom lift from their faces, I felt a flicker of warmth, though I quickly hardened my expression. I handed Chen Hao and Li Rui each a diamond-edged blade and a backup crossbow. We're out of the outpost's immediate range, but the journey ahead is worse. This is the wasteland now. You need to learn to kill monsters or men. Chen Hao gripped the hilt until his knuckles turned white. He glanced at his sleeping daughter and nodded. I get it, bro. For Ruoxin, I'll do whatever it takes. Dinner that night was a feast. Using the exchange, I'd traded for handmade wooden bowls and chopsticks. We sat down to a massive pot of tender, boiled meat, enriched with chopped lettuce and compressed biscuit paste. It wasn't gourmet, but to us, it was a king's banquet. Watching Chen Hao and Li Rui shovel the food into their mouths, tears streaming down their faces as they ate, I felt the true weight of survival. After the meal, I brought out a small glass jar containing the ice crystal honey we'd scavenged earlier, 1 spoonful each. Don't waste it. Chen Hao took his, sniffed it, and frowned. Dessert. It's something to keep you alive in this weather. He swallowed it whole. A second later, his eyes popped. The honey melted into a burst of scorching heat in his stomach, spreading through his joints like lubrication in a rusted engine. Li Rui gasped, pressing her hands to her cheeks as the perpetual chill in her limbs vanished. Permanent stat boost, I said, standing up. Now, let's move. You're going to learn how to operate the big gun. I led him to the cockpit. The bolt thrower was a brutal piece of machinery, thick taut bowstrings and heavy iron gears. It's not a toy. It's for smashing hulls and pinning monsters to the sky. Don't use brute force. Use your hips. I watched him struggle to crank the winch, his movements fueled by the honey's residual heat, until he finally locked it into place. Sleep was a luxury, but the exhausted crew crashed quickly. I assigned the women to the beds, while Chen Hao and I took the floor. Sleep, I told him, settling down by the controls. If you hear noise, don't wake up unless I call you. I've got a little surgery to perform on this ship. Once the snores began, I pulled up the system menu. The upgrades were long overdue. I hovered over the flashing gold button. Upgrade to level 2 airship. Requirements: Iron X200, Wood X500, Nails X200, Cotton X200, Aluminum X50. I clicked, and a deep, rhythmic pulse surged through the hull. The airship groaned, a rhythmic sound like a great beast expanding in its sleep. If anyone were watching, their jaw would have hit the floor. The battered wooden panels were literally alive, rippling as they fused together. The stockpile of iron melted into a liquid, flowing into the grain of the wood to seal the joints with bone-deep strength. While the cabin size remained the same, the walls thickened, layering cold iron plating over the exterior and adding a thick, sound-dampening insulation of cotton and sawdust within. High above, the gas bag silently rippled and partitioned. It was no longer a single, vulnerable balloon. It had evolved into a honeycomb structure. A single puncture would no longer doom the entire flight. Minutes later, the tremors stopped. A new attribute panel shimmered in my vision. Airship, level 2, durability, 500/500, speed, 50 kilometers per hour, fuel, wood, coal, properties, composite armor, ironwood structure, significantly increased defense. Feature: honeycomb gas cell system, multi-chambered, damage-tolerant, dynamics, limited maneuverability, scanner, 2 kilometers radius. A notification, clear and resonant, bypassed the air and struck my soul directly. Global announcement: a survivor has successfully upgraded their airship to level 2. Reward: level 2, random blueprint X1. I held the glowing blue scroll that manifested in my hand. I didn't open it yet, simply savoring the feeling of the floor beneath my feet. It was solid, no longer the flimsy, hollow wood that felt like it would give way at any moment. I tore the seal on the blueprint. Flintlock musket, a classic of early firearms. While the loading process is tedious and accuracy is questionable, it represents absolute dominance in this age of cold steel. Requirements: Iron X10, Quality Wood X5. Diligence rewarded, Efficiency bonus 6x. Congratulations, crafted 6x flintlock musket blueprints. The light flickered, and my single blueprint multiplied into a thick stack. Nice. These guns had a slow rate of fire, but in a world where everyone else was still poking each other with wooden spears, this was a god-tier weapon. The biggest headache in this world was finding gunpowder and lead, but the system had conveniently solved that supply issue. I didn't hesitate. I burned through my iron and wood reserves, batch-producing them. The system went wild with another chain reaction critical hit, the numbers in the manufacturing list jumping frantically until they finally settled on a number that made me blink. Clatter, a mountain of oil-slicked, heavy iron rifles hit the floor, 34 in total. Each one felt substantial in my hands, with heavy barrels and rugged leather-wrapped grips. Beside them sat 34 small pouches, each containing perfectly portioned gunpowder and lead shot. I thumbed the hammer of one, listening to the crisp click. The bone-deep exhaustion I'd been carrying evaporated. 34 guns meant 680 shots. They might be one-use fire starters if things got messy, but until the bullets ran out, this ship was a mobile armory. After stowing the hull, the adrenaline faded, and exhaustion hit me like a tidal wave. I didn't fight it, collapsing onto the pallet next to Chen Hao. I was asleep within seconds, lulled by the whistling wind 10,000 meters up. When I woke, the smell of rice porridge hung in the air. The blizzard had ceased. Muchin stood by the stove, stirring the pot. Chen Hao was still snoring, a trail of drool soaking his pillow. He'd clearly bounced back from the honey. Awake? Muchin whispered, glancing back. The kids are still sleeping. I nodded, rubbing my temples, and instinctively checked my system interface. My muscles instantly locked. The normally soft blue edges of the screen were pulsating with a violent, blood-red hue. Emergency global alert. Due to the total annihilation of a goblin outpost by certain survivors, a state of war has been declared. Goblins are now hostile to all humans. All wandering goblin trade caravans and patrol ships have converted to goblins pirates. They will initiate active attacks on all human airships within range. Danger level, medium. My blood turned to ice. Just yesterday, those NPCs were trading metal for cotton. Today, they were bloodthirsty mobs. The system didn't just crank up the difficulty for no reason. Something had happened. I opened the region chat. The channel was a frantic, screaming mess of panic and rage. Who the hell did this? I just saw a goblin ship and they opened fire immediately. My gas bag is leaking. I'm falling. Those blue-skinned bastards hit my engine with a blunderbuss. Finally, someone posted a screenshot of a log from a user named Lone Wolf King. His tone was dripping with arrogant spite. Those blue bastards deserved it. We found a village in the western sea of clouds. They tried to trap us with fake tasks and stole our gear. We burned their grain silos, killed them all, and looted the place. This is the law of the jungle. The chain of events was painfully clear. A goblin village got greedy, players retaliated, and a slaughter ensued. From an individual perspective, the players were just surviving, but from a systemic perspective, it had triggered a racial war. The chat was a dumpster fire. Good riddance. Kill them all. Versus you idiots. You killed for fun and now we're the ones getting targeted. I looked at the screen, my face a mask of cold stone. Something's wrong, Mu-chin said, bringing me a bowl. She'd sensed the shift in my mood immediately. We have trouble, I said, gesturing to the sky outside. From now on, if you see a ship with green paint or black flags, don't ask questions, just shoot them down. Mu-chin didn't hesitate. She didn't ask why. She just sharpened her gaze. I'll wake them up. She knew the score. Just then, a bold, blood-red text stream flashed across the region channel from a player who had been screaming for help only seconds before. They're here. The message cut out abruptly, replaced by a cold, synthetic chime that echoed in my mind. Player Zhang Dazai has been killed by Goblin Raiders. Player Fangzong Jai Feng has been killed by Goblin Raiders. Player Xushan Faihu has been killed by Goblin Raiders. 3 death notifications in under 10 seconds. This wasn't a skirmish, it was a systematic purge. I drained the last of my porridge. The heat settling into my stomach felt like ammunition. A new alert pulsed. Objective detected. Supply crates 2 kilometers ahead. Through the glass, I saw them 3 black dots hovering at the edge of the clouds. Chen Hao, wake up. I kicked him hard enough to rattle his teeth. We're working. 3 beasts, each with a wingspan over 2 meters, were circling the crates. Their dark red leathery membranes caught the sunlight, and their shrieks were sharp enough to puncture eardrums from 100 meters away. Level 2 guardian beasts? Bro, we're actually doing this. Chen Hao scrambled up, his sleepiness instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated greed. Those crates are bait, I warned, shoving 2 flintlocks and a bag of lead shot into his arms. Take these to Li Rui. You two are going to get some target practice. Oh, this is going to be fun. Chen Hao grinned, weighing the heavy iron in his hands. Mu-chin was already at the side-mounted ballista, her knuckles white as she cranked the winch. Don't get cocky. Bat skin is tough and they're fast. This is how you learn, I said, gripping the helm. I felt the vibration of the ship through my palms and slammed the rudder to the right. We cut through the air with aggressive intent, forcing the beasts to notice us. The leader shrieked, folding its wings and diving like a red artillery shell. Chen Hao, 10 o'clock. Li Rui, take the shot. I roared, jerking the wheel to dodge the first strike. The creature's shadow swept past the observation window, leaving the stench of rotten meat in its wake. Bang! The white smoke of the flintlock filled the cabin. Chen Hao stumbled, his hand numbed by the recoil as his shot grazed the creature's wing, taking a tuft of gray fur with it. Damn, this thing kicks like a mule, he cursed, scrambling to reload. I've got it, Mu-chin said calmly. THWIP. The ballista bolt tore through the air, punching straight through the beast's left wing. It spiraled downward like a broken kite. Nice, Chen Hao yelled. He didn't miss his second chance. He triggered the flintlock at the next diving beast, the lead ball slamming into its abdomen. It didn't kill it, but the impact sent it crashing into our guardrail with a screech of twisting metal. Li Rui, hiding behind Chen Hao, stepped forward and fired point blank into the creature's skull. 2 down. Not so hard, Chen Hao boasted, already scrubbing the barrel. Watch your 6. I didn't turn. The leader was smart, it had looped behind us. I cranked the helm hard to the left, exposing the beast, and fired my own preloaded musket. The lead ball ripped a massive hole through its chest, and it plummeted into the clouds. That's it, Chen Hao panted, cleaning his gear. That was way too fast. They aren't weak, Mu-chin said, wiping sweat from her brow. We're just hitting harder. I steered us toward the floating crates, but the system pinged again. Alert, object approaching from 2 kilometers behind. I spun around. Emerging from the fog was a jagged, nightmarish airship, easily a size larger than ours. It was moving fast and it was coming straight for us. Can we outrun them? Mu-chin asked, her voice tight. No. They're professional raiders, they're built for speed. I made my choice. If we can't run, we'll eat them. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. We're really going to brawl with pirates with just us few. We have the firepower. I kicked the storage room door open, revealing the 30-odd flintlocks. Ruoxin, take Nguyen to the bedroom. Lock the door, plug your ears, and don't come out for anything. My eyes met Ruoxin's. She was pale but nodded, clutching the little girl as she sprinted into the cabin. Chen Hao, don't skimp on the ammo, I barked, loading my own piece. Load every single one of these. We're going for saturation. They think we're just a transport ship with a ballista, that's their mistake. The pirate ship loomed closer. We could see the blue-skinned goblins scurrying on deck, waving curved scimitars and muskets, shrieking in anticipation of their prize. Boom! A cannonball slammed into the clouds 10 meters from us. A warning shot. They have cannons. Chen Hao shouted, terrified. Relax. I upgraded the hull last night, I sneered, slowing our ship down to bait them in. Let's see them try to crack it. Mu-chin. Ballista. On my mark, we closed to 500 meters, 300 meters. Fire. Twin bolts screamed through the air. One missed, but the other tore through the goblin ship's hull with a sickening crunch. Another cannonball clipped our tail, sending us rocking, but the iron plating held. 200 meters. The effective range of our flintlocks. I watched their greed. They were charging the deck, preparing hooks for a boarding action, and 50 meters. I could smell the rot on them. Now, I threw the helm, forcing our ship into a reckless side drift that exposed our entire broadside. Fire, Chen Hao, and Mu-chin unleashed hell. We didn't bother aiming, we just grabbed the preloaded muskets and pulled the triggers. The air exploded with a thunderous pop 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 that shattered the goblins' charge. They didn't even have time to raise their own weapons before the deck was washed in blood. Reload. Li Rui scrambled, swapping empty guns for full ones with frantic efficiency. Smoke blinded the deck, but I didn't care. I gripped the helm, my eyes fixed on the carnage, pumping volley after volley into the screaming blue horde. Die, you sons of bitches. Open fire. My eyes were bloodshot, the pulse in my temple drumming a frantic rhythm. I didn't bother aiming. I just reacted, pulling the trigger as I leaned over the railing, blasting a hole through the chest of the nearest goblin. Blood erupted like a geyser, showering the survivors in gore. The goblins shrieked in terror. Some tried to scramble back, while others frantically leveled their blunderbusses, but the tight quarters made them clumsy targets. Muqin was more disciplined, her lip bitten raw, her gaze sharp enough to cut through the gunpowder haze. She picked her targets with ruthless efficiency, dropping anyone who dared raise a weapon. One goblin collapsed, its firearm clattering against the deck. I handed off my spent rifle to Lirui and snatched a fresh one. Before I could even raise it, another goblin lunged into view. Muqin didn't hesitate, pressing her barrel against the creature's skull and pulling the trigger. The goblin crumpled like a discarded sack of rot, plummeting into the abyss. Reload. Faster, Lirui cried, her voice trembling. Her palms were blistered from the searing metal of the barrels, yet she kept the relay going, feeding us one preloaded musket after another. The air was a cacophony of gunfire, the flashes cutting through the smoke like lightning. The enemy gunner panicked, frantically trying to angle his cannon, but the distance was too close for the weapon's depression. Chen Hao, target the gunner, I roared. Chen Hao dropped the smoking rifle and lunged for the ballista. Our ships were practically kissing, their hulls scraping as they drifted together. Die, you bastards. He triggered the mechanism. The bolt hissed through the air like a black streak of death. It struck the cannon just as the gunner lit the fuse. The massive kinetic energy shattered the wooden mount, sending the entire cannon crashing inward. The goblins scrambled to douse the burning fuse, but they were too slow. Boom. The ammunition stores inside the pirate ship ignited. A massive fireball erupted, licking at the wooden bulkheads as thick smoke billowed upward. The remaining goblins turned into screaming, headless chickens, tossing their weapons aside and scrambling for the edge. Many chose the fall over the fire, leaping into the void as their ship's gas bag ruptured with a deafening, reality-bending boom. The vessel lost buoyancy, spiraling down through the clouds until it vanished into the haze. I pulled our ship into a sharp climb, watching the fire shrink to a speck. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by our ragged breathing and the acrid stench of sulfur. We won. Lirui collapsed, still gripping a loaded rifle. Her hands were shaking violently. Yeah, I exhaled, feeling the ache in my muscles. We won. But this was only the first wave. Clean the barrels. We don't know who else is out there. I stretched, my neck popping with a loud crack. Don't move. It has to be drained before I can apply the ointment, Muqin said from the corner. Lirui was biting down on a rag, her eyes swimming with tears. Her palms were covered in clear, fluid-filled blisters, the cost of high-intensity reloading. Even with gloves, the sheer heat of 30-odd discharges had cooked her skin. Chen Hao hovered nearby, looking like a caged animal. He reached out to help, then pulled back, terrified of causing her more pain. Stupid guns, he muttered. Whoever designed these things is a complete moron. Muqin worked quickly, draining the blisters and applying a cooling menthol burn salve. Lirui flinched, a tear escaping, but she didn't make a sound. I looked away. There was no room for coddling in this hellish sky. Today, Lirui had fired, killed, and bled. She wasn't just a passenger anymore, she was part of the crew. A sharp whistle of wind caught my ear. I looked at the sidewall. A stray cannonball had cracked the seal on our cabin. The temperature was plummeting. I checked my interface. The numbers were dropping like a stone. Fantastic. I grabbed the repair kit and lunged toward the breach. A blade of sub-zero air hit me, making every breath feel like swallowing glass. White frost was spreading across the wood like a lethal mold. I activated the kit, and the ship groaned as it sealed itself. The whistling stopped. I wiped the ice from my hands and sat back down. Eat something. We need the calories. Muqin warmed a pot of dried meat porridge, the savory steam finally masking the smell of blood. Chen Hao fed Lirui, his movements gentle, while Nuanyuan and Ruoxin peeked out from the bedroom. I beckoned them over, pulling Nuanyuan onto my lap. The piece felt decadent, and it didn't even last the length of a single bowl. Warning. Unknown object detected. 6 o'clock, 2 kilometers out. Speed, 60 kilometers per hour. My spoon hit the bowl with a clatter. My eyes went cold. Another one? Chen Hao grabbed his rifle. I stared at the yellow dot on my display. The goblin ship had been red hostile. This was yellow. Jackalman, nomadic caravan, neutral. Is there such thing as a proper business in this sky? Muqin wondered aloud. Probably not, I sneered. I adjusted our course to keep our broadside facing them. Chen Hao, to the ballista. Muqin, keep an eye on the girls. The ships closed in. A gravelly, duck-like voice croaked from the outside. Hey, human friends, hold up. Through the glass, I saw a ship that looked like a flying garbage heap. Its gas bag was a patchwork of beast hides, and the cabin was festooned with bones, trinkets, and strips of dried meat. A flag featuring a grinning wolf head snapped in the wind. Speak, I commanded coldly. Don't be nervous. The voice purred with greasy insincerity. We're the Grey-Tooth Caravan. Heard the explosions and thought we'd help. We Jackalmen hate those blue-skinned thieves. Help? I smirked. If we had lost, these helpers would have been scavengers picking our bones clean. That was the law of the sky. You're late. We don't need help, and we don't need an audience. Don't be so cold. The ship moved closer, maintaining a delicate, parallel distance. Since we've run into each other, why not trade? I've got plenty of good things. Their intent was obvious, scouting. I glanced at the pile of rifles on the floor. Show me your inventory, I said. The voice seemed taken aback by my bluntness, followed by the sound of parchment rustling. Heh, that's the spirit. We have high-quality pine planks, real hard currency right now. Let's see. 2 level 2 blueprints, some hand crossbows, ironwood shields. And if you're looking for long-term survival, I've got 2 bags of high-yield, cold-resistant potato seeds. The word seeds hit my chest like a physical blow. In a world of endless clouds and lethal ice, food is the only currency that matters, and seeds represent the ultimate endgame, survival. What do you want for them? I asked, keeping my tone level. Water, metal, cotton, or do you have spare weapons? Cotton, I interrupted before he could drone on. 50 units of cotton for your lumber, the seeds, and those 2 level 2 blueprints. The Jackalman fell silent for a few heartbeats, then let out a grating, oily chuckle. That's a bit stingy, don't you think? Those are high-value, level 2 prints. And what do you think is fair? I countered. He rubbed his coarse, black-furred hands together, his grin widening to show yellowed fangs. 200 bottles of pure water, 200 units of cotton, plus 1 of your level 2 prints. Bold move. He was trying to fleece me. I'll give you 2 level 2 prints. I'm feeling generous. You can pick 2 from my stash of 5. Chen Hao's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He leaned in, whispering, Bro, seriously, this guy is practically robbing us. Are these prints made of solid gold? I just shot him a look. You're joking, right? At that price, I could get 3 level 2 prints elsewhere, and you'd have to throw in the seeds and lumber for free. If that's your sincerity, then we're done here. I turned as if to walk away. Wait, don't get excited, everything is negotiable. The Jackalman licked his fangs, clearly anxious. Fine, name your price. After a grueling session of shouting and spit-flying negotiations, we settled. 50 units of water, 50 units of cotton, and 1 level 2 airship bladder blueprint. In exchange for 3 level 2 prints of my choice, 200 units of lumber, and a 10-pound sack of potatoes. The Jackalman tossed over a grease-stained wooden box containing 9 blueprints. Pick 3, he growled, watching me like a hawk. I didn't reach for them immediately. A wild, borderline delinquent idea sparked in my brain. Does the system count obtaining an item just by touching it? I picked 3, then looked back at him. Let me take these inside to consult with my crew. I'll give you an answer in a minute. He nodded, and I tied the prints to a rope to be hauled back. As soon as the prints touched my hands, the system notification I'd been waiting for chimed. Tian Dao reward system, determining multiplier. 3x reward granted. Congratulations, gained, compact bedroom blueprint times 3. Congratulations, gained small, medium culture chamber blueprint x2. Congratulations, gained compact kitchen blueprint x5. Chen Hao stared at the stack, dumbfounded. Are you printing these? Is your ability this broken? We'll talk later, I whispered. I shoved the warm, freshly duplicated blueprints into his arms, then gestured toward the cabin. Tell him the crew didn't like these. We're swapping them for 3 more. Chen Hao's throat bobbed. I'm really going to do this. He steeled himself and leaned over the railing. Hey, these are too basic. My family isn't interested, give us 3 more. The Jackalman looked genuinely annoyed. He grumbled something about picky humans, but given the value of the deal, he complied, waving his hand for his crew to send the bag back. I took the new batch. Congratulations. Gain compact bathroom blueprint X6. Congratulations. Gained compact observation room blueprint X4. Congratulations. Gained water collector blueprint X2. These were essential infrastructure, especially the water collector. I weighed the rolls in my hand, then pulled a sour face, acting as if I'd been sold spoiled meat. I shoved them back into Chen Hao's chest. Still not good enough. Go back? Chen Hao nearly tripped over his own feet. Bro, we're doing business with a Jackalman, not haggling over a discount on an app. If I go back there again, he's going to lose it. Just go. I turned my back to the pirate ship, hiding the satisfied smirk tugging at my lips. Chen Hao crawled to the railing, his face a mask of agonizing misery. Wolf brother, so sorry, but the family isn't vibing with these either. Can we try one more time? A roar shook the air. The Jackalman crushed a piece of scrap wood in his fist, spittle flying. Are you mocking me? This is the last time. Take the last 3 or we open fire. He slammed the bag against the railing. Chen Hao scrambled to grab it, bowing frantically. Yes. Thank you, Wolf brother, you're the best. I stepped forward and pressed my hand to the final set of prints. Congratulations. Gained simple bedside table blueprint X4. Congratulations. Gained individual combat suit blueprint X7. Congratulations. Gained simple sofa blueprint X3. My pulse jumped. Furniture? Garbage. But those 7 combat suit blueprints, that was the jackpot. In this frozen apocalypse, a suit of tactical gear was worth 100 sofas. I tossed the bag aside, acting bored. Yeah, these aren't great either. We're done. Chen Hao was frozen in place, his eyes bulging. We're stopping? Bro, you are the ultimate troll. You let him get undressed and then you just look? I ignored him and straightened my sleeves. Chen Hao peeked over the side, trembling. Wolf brother, my sincerest apologies, but after a family meeting, we've decided not to trade anymore. Dead silence. Then, a deafening feral roar erupted from the Jackalman's ship. You've got a death wish. He drew his scimitar, his eyes glowing red. How dare you play me? Bring that human kid out here. I'm going to kill him. The pirate ship's cannon swiveled, pointing directly at Chen Hao's head. He collapsed, paralyzed with fear. I stepped out from the shadows, calm as ever. Don't be so dramatic, Wolf brother. Business is business, right? I gestured at the blueprints we'd rejected. Just look at what you're selling. Sofas, bed tables, kitchens. Are you a warlord or an interior decorator? Who has time for home renovations in this hell? The Jackalman paused, blinking. He looked down at the blueprints. He was right aside from the combat suit prints buried in the middle. It was all useless fluff. His killing intent deflated, though he still looked bitter. Fine, most of it is home decor. But you didn't say that before. I sighed, putting on the weary, defeated expression of a man who's been beaten down by his wife. Look, I'd take them, but I'm not the boss of this ship. You know how it is, the missus handles the supplies. If I bring back a pile of firewood and old chairs, I'm sleeping in the engine room tonight. Help a brother out? The Jackalman's expression shifted, morphing from rage into a bizarre, cross-species solidarity. A deep, soulful resonance of mutual henpecked misery hummed between us. Man, the Jackalman sheathed his blade, his voice dropping to a sympathetic growl. Don't say another word. I get it. My own she-devil is exactly the same. He thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and ducked into his cabin. Moments later, he returned, lugging a heavy, long black box. Tell you what, I've got one last ace up my sleeve, the Jackalman said, tapping the black box. A heavy multifunction ballista blueprint. This is the real deal, a heavy-duty defensive weapon. Your wife won't have a single thing to complain about. Let's swap now, before you run back and change your mind. I'm tired just thinking about it. My eyes lit up. A heavy-duty defensive weapon? This guy was sitting on a gold mine. You're a stand-up guy, brother. I exclaimed, dropping the act and shoving the water and cotton toward him with a rope. I didn't even bother inspecting the print. No need to look, I trust you. We traded with frantic speed, neither of us wanting to give the other a chance to back out. As the wolf-flagged ship finally veered off into the distance, Chen Hao crawled up from the floor, looking at me like I'd just grown a second head. Bro, the missus isn't even that strict, and since when does she care about what you spend? I clutched the heavy blueprint, the weariness vanishing from my eyes as I let out a sharp, cold smirk. I patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. Learn from me, kid. Sometimes, the wife is a better weapon than a musket. Congratulations. Gained multifunction ballista blueprint X2. Chen Hao stared at the ship's receding silhouette, then fixed his gaze on my hand as if it were a holy relic or a terrifying monster. Bro, he stammered, his throat dry. How did you do that? You just brushed your hand against that stack of papers, and suddenly they were ours. And doubled? He'd seen it clearly. A faint, prickling static had surged under my fingertips, making the hair on his arms stand up. It wasn't a magic trick. It was creation out of thin air. I didn't answer right away. I tucked the blueprint into my jacket and headed for the living area. A few minutes later, the four of us huddled around the wooden table. I'm not entirely sure how the mechanism works myself, I murmured, my voice low. Every captain has a system interface, but mine, it's like a plug-in attached to the backend. Anything system-generated that passes through my hand's loot, blueprints triggers a random multiplier. Chen Hao's jaw hit the floor. Wait, so, lossless duplication? Essentially, I nodded, though my brow furrowed. But it's picky. I tried touching the lumber and potatoes we traded for, and nothing. Total silence. Li Rui leaned in, curious. What about the plates and bowls from the exchange? Nothing, I confirmed. Just ordinary plates. We sat in silence, processing the implications. Mukin's cool, sharp eyes suddenly narrowed, catching a thread. There's a common denominator. The wood and potatoes are natural resources of this world. The plates were likely crafted by other survivors using local materials. She paused, looking at me. Remember that first floating island? The trees you chopped down, did the system trigger a multiplier? I froze. Right, that's it. I smacked the table. The logic clicked. The ability only recognized the system's signature. It only acted on items generated by the system blueprints from loot boxes or items tagged with the system's internal rules. Raw potatoes from the dirt or handmade plates were just dead code to my ability. Wait, I added. What about the guardian beasts? And the frost? The beasts are system-produced, Muchin reasoned. Maybe the frost acts the same way? We couldn't quite map out the full mystery, but it was enough. I stood up, stretching until my spine crackled. Forget the theory for now. I'm not a scientist. My gaze locked onto the corner, where 3 unopened, level 2 supply crates sat, rimed with frost. Let's see what's inside. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly from intense deliberation to holiday-level excitement. Even little Nguyen Nguyen sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I want to see Papa do magic. I stepped toward the crates and triggered the locks. Click. I didn't wait. I ripped all 3 lids off in one motion. No golden lights, just a mountain of supplies spilling onto the floor. Holy Chen Hao started, but Li Rui pinched his thigh before he could finish. He yelped, though his eyes remained glued to the loot. The system's multiplier had been generous. Pure water overflowed from the crates, eventually totaling 210 liters. Next came 120 tubs of beef-flavored instant noodles. Chen Hao swallowed hard at the sight of the packaging. We'd been living on compressed rations for days. Then came 90 vacuum-sealed packs of jerky, dense, heavy, and loaded with protein. Finally, 120 sturdy wooden planks, 60 iron nails, and 40 glass panes clogged the floor. "We're rich," Li Rui whispered, her eyes watering as she touched a noodle tub. "I haven't had these since that road trip. I thought they were gross then, but now, they look like heaven. Food in the belly, peace in the mind," I said, dusting off my hands. The sight of the hoard anchored my anxiety. "Don't just stare at it. Let's get to work, we're running out of floor space." We dove in. Organizing supplies in the apocalypse wasn't a chore, it was a luxury. Mu Qin took charge, directing Chen Hao to move the surplus to the storage room while I evaluated our construction priorities. Forget the bedroom for now, I decided. We need the bathroom, kitchen, and culture chamber, those are non-negotiable. I walked to the bathroom door with the blueprint in hand. System. Upgrade. The paper dissolved into a stream of light that sank into the wall. The cabin groaned as the materials, the planks, nails, and glass were pulled into the structure by an invisible force. The room seemed to pulse, expanding and knitting itself together. Minutes later, I pushed the door open. A scent of bleach hit me, not exactly a bouquet, but in this frozen wasteland, it was the smell of civilization. It wasn't luxurious, but the anti-slip wood flooring and the small mirror on the wall made it feel like a home. The kitchen upgrade was even better. The workspace doubled, overhead cabinets appeared, and a proper ventilation port was installed. For the first time, we could cook without the cabin filling with thick, blinding smoke. We were finally starting to live. Finally, I moved on to the cultivation room. As I consumed the blueprints and materials, sheets of reinforced glass manifested in midair, partitioning off a dedicated space. 2 rows of planting troughs were neatly aligned inside, and I'd cut windows into the bulkhead to invite natural light. With an integrated temperature, humidity, and lighting system installed, this was our future pantry. "This is all yours, Muckin," I said, patting the solid glass wall. She nodded, her gaze softening. She held the sack of potatoes, leading Nuan Yuan and Ruoxin inside. "Mama, can these potatoes grow?" Nuan Yuan asked, her big eyes wide with a mix of anticipation and lingering dread. "They won't die like the chicks, right?" The room went quiet. The chicks had been a part of our starter pack, and Nuan Yuan had doted on them daily. But the freezing temperatures of the airship had been too much for them. They hadn't survived 2 days. When they died, I'd secretly tossed them overboard, telling her they'd turned into clouds. Mukin knelt, wiping a smudge of dirt from her daughter's nose. Her voice was gentle but firm. "They won't. This time, we have a proper room. We have sunlight and the right temperature. Potatoes are tough little things, they'll sprout, I promise." "Really?" Ruoxin chimed in, eyes sparkling. "Once they grow up, can we make French fries?" Muchin laughed, ruffling her hair. "Once they're nice and plump, we'll fry a whole mountain of fries for you too." I leaned against the bulkhead, watching them for a moment, but I couldn't afford to linger. As captain, the work was never done. I pulled out the 2 multifunction ballista blueprints and upgraded our fore and aft weaponry. The original, flimsy crossbows crumbled, replaced by engines of pure, violent aesthetics. Massive composite limbs folded out, the dark metal frame glinting with a lethal, chilling light. The thick bowstrings were woven from high-tensile steel wire. Chen Hao, who'd just finished marveling at the bathroom, caught sight of the new hardware and swallowed hard. "Bro, are we planning to hunt Godzilla? If something like that shows up," I muttered, touching the cold, rough metal, "this might actually peel its hide." The sheer power of the weapon was worth more to my peace of mind than a mountain of noodles. Next were the combat suits. Using the blueprints and the doubling effect, I managed to craft 8 sets of high-tech gear. They weren't the restrictive, rubbery things from sci-fi movies, but rather sophisticated, reinforced tactical clothing, with anti-stab outers and integrated armor plates at the joints. "Don't hold back," I told Chen Hao, tossing him a set. "If it breaks, we'll just make more." When we all finished changing, the weary, refugee-like look we'd been sporting vanished. Muchin pulled her hair back into a sleek, high ponytail, her black tactical gear making her look lethal. Chen Hao looked sharper, and even Li Rui in a suit specifically resized for her looked like a field operative. I clapped my hands, my tone turning serious. "Now that we have the hardware, we need the software. No more drifting like headless chickens. Muchin, you've got the best head on your shoulders. All resource statistics, storage, and planning plans are your domain. You have final say." Muxin nodded without hesitation. "Li Rui, you're our market scout. Keep an eye on the exchange, see what's in demand and where the profit margins are." Li Rui blinked, then nodded vigorously. "I used to be a pro at price comparing on shopping apps. I've got this." Chen Hao, I turned to him, seeing the eager look in his eyes. "You're on general labor, and you're my primary ballista operator. In any outdoor combat, you're with me." "Say less, boss." Chen Hao thumped his chest. The air in the cockpit changed. The aimless wandering was gone, replaced by a sense of order. Li Rui raised her hand. "Actually, I was thinking, since we have this doubling talent, could we play the market?" "Go on," I encouraged. If we use our surplus items like the noodles to trade for other goods, and then double those as soon as they hit our inventory, we'd never run out of anything, right? Chen Hao slapped his thigh. Wife, you're a genius. Why are we risking our lives when we could just be wholesalers? It's theoretically possible, Mu Qin mused, but don't make it sound too easy. I shook my head, pouring cold water on the idea. First, the multiplier isn't a guarantee. Second, and most importantly, we're not short on basics anymore. But in this world, noodles and water aren't the real currency. Power is. I gestured to the ballista. Do you think anyone is trading gear like this for instant noodles? People only trade junk. The good stuff, they keep it. Or they trade for things even rarer than what they have. Chen Hao's excitement dimmed. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'd be an idiot to trade a Gatling gun for ramen. Exactly, I said, my gaze sharpening. We can flip items to stock up on variety, but the high-tier loot, we take that ourselves. In this world, lying flat is just another way to die. Suddenly, the system chime cut through the air. Detection. Resource crate 2 kilometers ahead. It's go time, I commanded. Chen Hao, Lirui, to the ballista. Everyone else, alert. 2 kilometers for our ship was nothing. As we closed in, the clouds parted. When we were only 500 meters away, the sight ahead made all of us stop breathing. Suspended on a massive floating rock sat a crate wreathed in stone-like, golden flowing light. The radiance was so intense, it pierced through the surrounding haze, looking like a miniature sun hanging in the void. What in the hell? Chen Hao squinted from the ballista seat, his voice cracking. What level is this crate? Suddenly, twin crimson lanterns ignited in the shadows beneath the golden glow. No, not lanterns. Eyes. With a roar that shattered the air, a beast the size of a tractor-trailer hauled itself up from behind the rock. Its body was covered in black-blue ice crystal armor. It had the torso of a lion but a pair of steel-hard eagle wings on its back. Each massive claw sank into the rock, sending debris flying. System. Guardian Beast, Ice-Winged Lion detected. It locked its bloodthirsty gaze onto our ship and roared. The sound waves slammed against our reinforced glass like a hammer, making the very steering wheel in my hands vibrate violently. Full left rudder. I roared over the engine's scream. I didn't have time to analyze the monster's biology. Pure instinct took over. I yanked the wheel hard. The ship groaned in protest, metal shrieking under the torque, and we banked sharply, diving into the clouds to escape the impact. The world tilted violently. As I banked, a blue-black blur tore past my hull, the screech of metal on claw sounding like nails on a chalkboard. Sparks showered the exterior as Chen Hao shouted, "He's too close and too fast. I can't get a lock." The creature swept upward, executing an impossible aerial maneuver. Its wings, carved from razor-sharp black ice, glinted coldly in the dim light. Those crimson eyes held no bestial haze, only a predatory, human-like calculation. It wasn't just hunting, it was assessing my weaknesses. It darted to the top of the ship, locking its gaze onto the massive gas bag. My hands were clumsy, fighting the controls, but the beast hovered above me like a shadow. Then, a thunderous thud rattled the cabin. Claws had punched deep into the gas bag. "Damn it, he's riding us," Chen Hao roared, his voice cracking. He scrambled to the ballista. "Tilt the nose up, I need an angle, or I'll never hit him." "Hold on." I cut the tail rotor and slammed the stick back. The airship reared like a spooked stallion, standing near vertical in the void. Gravity betrayed us, loose gear slammed into the stern. The sudden, violent shift caught the beast off guard. With an angry, screeching hiss, it slid off the gas bag, exposed right in front of my bow. Chen Hao, face purple with focus, squeezed the trigger. Thrum. The heavy wood and steel bolt tore through the air, closing the 20-meter gap in a heartbeat. Crunch. It punched through the ice crystal armor like glass, piercing the beast's chest and exiting through its back in a spray of blue blood. The creature shrieked, wings thrashing in agony, but the bolt was wedged deep in its ribs. "Don't let him run." I shoved the throttle to maximum, diving to match its descent. Reload. Chen Hao fumbled with the winch, sweat dripping into his eyes. Below us, the beast realized its end was near. Instead of fleeing, it turned, maw gap, and charged. "Ready," Chen Hao screamed. I didn't need to adjust, it was coming straight for us. Thrum. The second bolt took it square in the skull. The massive frame stiffened, its red eyes dimmed, and it felt like a puppet with cut strings, plummeting into the abyss. I slowly released the wheel, my hands trembling so hard the texture felt alien against my palms. I slumped into my seat, heart hammering against my ribs. The image of those crimson eyes burned into my vision. We actually won," Chen Hao stammered, arm twitching at the ballista. The claw marks on the hull still glowed with a faint, chilling frost. I let out a jagged, breathless laugh, a mixture of exhaustion and relief. My back was drenched in sweat. "The crate," Chen Hao gasped, pointing outside. "The beast is dead, but the light is still there." I maneuvered the ship closer. The crate was forged from a dark, unidentified metal, etched with intricate, glowing patterns. "Special class supply crate." "Special class? Never heard of that," I muttered. I carefully pried the lid open. No traps, just 2 items. "Blueprints," Chen Hao leaned in. "Look at those lines, it's an expansion for the gondola." I picked up the yellowed parchment. The diagrams were precise, perfectly tailored to our specific airship model. "System, multiplier pending, 3x reward." "Congratulations." Gained gondola expansion blueprint X3. What does it actually do? Chen Hao asked, his eyes practically vibrating with excitement. It generates an entire mirrored space beneath our current deck, I explained. Basically, we turn our single-story flat into a duplex, double the space. A second floor? Chen Hao shouted, jumping to his feet. No more living on top of our gear. We can finally have actual beds. He paced in circles, practically dizzy with the prospect. When do we start? Can we do it now? I held him back, though the thought of a real bed was tempting. Patience. Let's see the last item. It was a dark red scroll embossed with a hammer. Special mission scroll, Crimson Outpost. The Jackalman Outpost is under siege by the Golden Bandit Group. Assist the Jackalman in holding the line until dawn. Reward, Jackalman Alliance and Cannons. The scroll hadn't triggered a multiplier. It seemed system-assigned events were excluded from my ability. That was fair. If I could double missions, I'd be too broken even for this world. What do you think? We doing it? Chen Hao asked, knuckles cracking. Those blue-skinned jerks almost killed us earlier. I've got a grudge to settle. Absolutely not, Muchin interjected. Her voice was raspy as she pointed to the ink-black night sky. It's a trigger-based mission, but look at you, you're still shaking. And Li Rui hasn't recovered from that shock yet. We're at our limit. If we go now, we're just throwing our lives away. I glanced at my own hands. My fingertips were indeed dancing with the tremors of adrenaline withdrawal. She's right, we rest tonight. We hit this at dawn when we're at full strength. Fine, Chen Hao grumbled, though he stood down. But let's at least build that second floor now. A little extra room would make sleeping easier. I nodded, moving to deploy the blueprint. Warning, expansion failed. Insufficient ship integrity. Please repair damaged gas bag sectors first. My heart sank. In the thrill of the win, I'd forgotten the yellow warning light on my console. I pulled up the status map. 3 red alerts marked the spots where the beast's claws had pierced the fabric. Damn it, I gritted my teeth. Lirui, do we have any repair kits left? Lirui checked the inventory, her face falling. Just 1 micro repair kit, that's it. I started by burning a micro repair kit to patch the gas bag. Then I turned to Lirui. Check the exchange for more repair kits. Haggle if you have to, but get them. Lirui scanned her interface, her brow furrowed. They have some, but the seller is a thief. They're demanding a level 2 blueprint for a single micro repair kit. That was steep. At this stage, level 2 blueprints were technological leaps. Trading one for a single-use consumable felt like a gut punch. But I looked at the punctured gas bag above and didn't hesitate. Negotiate. 1 level 2 blueprint for 2 kits. Remind them that blueprints are rare, but repair kits are the current gold standard. Lirui sent the offer, and a moment later, she exhaled. They agreed. I handed over a level 2 reinforced wooden bulkhead blueprint. Once the trade cleared, I touched the incoming kits. System, multiplier pending, 6x reward, 4x reward, 12 kits. That should keep us afloat for a while. After patching the gas bag, I pulled out the expansion blueprint, 3rd time's the charm. I issued the command, and a strange energy pulse enveloped the gondola. This wasn't magic, it was raw material restructuring. Stockpiled wood and iron vanished into thin air, consumed by an invisible force. I watched my inventory numbers plummet, half my hard-earned stockpile gone in seconds. Chen Hao sprinted down the ladder, his jaw hitting the floor. Holy bro, this is insane. I followed him down. The new space was 50 square meters, the same size as the upper level. It was currently an empty shell of wooden walls and iron outer plating, devoid of furniture, but the sheer volume compared to our previous cramped quarters was exhilarating. Get to work, I said, already mapping the layout. I'd keep the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom upstairs, and move the storage and cultivation rooms down here. First, I needed to upgrade the bedroom so my wife and daughter could sleep in actual beds. I navigated the holographic system panel, dragging the storage icons to the lower level. Within minutes, the energy shift relocated the rooms. Next, I moved the cultivation chambers and placed the 2 shimmering ballistae at the forward and aft defensive nodes of the lower deck. What's all this open space in the middle for? Chen Hao asked. Cannons, I said. Don't forget the mission rewards. Oh right, my bad. We headed back up. I pulled up the construction menu and poured wood, iron, nails, and cloth into upgrading the beds. A gentle white light enveloped the frame, and I stepped back as the wood groaned and expanded. The frame smoothed out, reinforced with iron bone work, until a spacious double bed stood where the flimsy cot had been. It was topped with thick cotton and featured subtle geometric carvings. I didn't stop there. I hung heavy gray curtains over the windows for privacy and rearranged the bedrooms into a train cabin-style layout along the port side. Everything felt solid, warm, and professional. Everyone, get in there and take a look, I urged. Chen Hao was the first to dive into the new room. 3 seconds later, the rumble of his snoring echoed through the wall. Out like a light, I chuckled. Everyone's exhausted, Mukin said softly. There's hot water and noodles. Eat if you're hungry. I grabbed a cup, too tired to argue. The sleep that followed was deep, but it felt like a blink before my internal clock snapped me awake. I stepped out to the kitchen, where Mukin was already busy. The air was thick with the scent of instant noodles, a small, savory slice of civilization at 10,000 meters. The rest of the crew woke up soon after, drawn by the smell. Even little Nuanuan ate like a tiny, determined hamster, her cheeks stuffed. Once we finished, the mood shifted. It was time. I pulled out the special mission scroll, Crimson Outpost. It was a Pandora's box. Either we'd walk away rich, or we'd be erased. I steeled myself and accepted. Click. The ship's manual controls locked as the system's autopilot engaged. We were pulled by an invisible hand, the engines roaring as we accelerated toward an unknown destination. For 30 minutes, nobody spoke. Then, the clouds parted like a curtain. A floating island hung in the void, stark and jagged. It wasn't a fairy tale paradise. It was a massive, pitch-black rock, dusted in thick white snow. Dozens of stone huts and log-built guard towers were clustered behind a thick, crude stone wall. Smoke curled from chimneys, and atop the towers, armed figures stood alert, their weapons glinting in the dark. System. Arrived at target area. Jackalman outpost defense. Alignment. Neutral. Our arrival shattered the silence. The jackalmen on the towers jerked, their fingers tightening on their triggers as they aimed their crossbows at our strange flying vessel. Below, the outpost erupted in chaos. Warriors scrambled for weapons, roaring in low, guttural tones, while others sprinted toward the largest central building, their feet crunching through the snow as they kept glancing back at us. Here we go again. The outpost was a powder keg, the air thick with the stench of musk, rotting leather, and freezing mountain air. I didn't let that neutral status on my display fool me. In this world, trust was just a faster way to get killed. I killed the engines. The gas bag groaned as we hovered, descending like a falling leaf toward the crude wooden docking platform. The instant we touched down, the tension among the jackalmen guarding the dock seemed to deflate. About 10 of them, snarling creatures with human-like bodies and canine features, gripped their scimitars and crossbows. Once they saw there were no guns bristling from our windows, their ears drooped. Humans. One of the guards spat, letting his crossbow bolt drop. To them, humans were either snacks or traitors. I didn't step out. Getting trapped on the ground was a rookie mistake. I opened the side window, keeping Chen Hao close. Before I could speak, a massive jackalman lumbered out. He was a head taller than the rest, his left ear torn off, his neck wrapped in blackened, blood-stained rags. He was clearly the boss. "I'm Amu, captain of this outpost," he growled, his yellow eyes scanning our ship with a mix of curiosity and blatant disdain. Didn't think any humans would be stupid enough to support this death trap. "Support is support," I said, my voice cold and practiced. "I came to trade, not to die for free." Amu scratched his neck, looking annoyed. "Trade? Look at this dump. Nothing but northwest winds and the corpses of those blue-skinned bastards from the Empire. This outpost is a paperweight. If it wasn't for that floating island nearby, I'd have left my brothers behind and bolted." He kicked a rusted iron can aside. "If you want local goods, take whatever the Empire left behind." He gestured to a pile of black metal tubes with crude wooden stocks. "Firelocks. Pure garbage," Amu scoffed. "You shove black powder in, pack it with a ball, and spend forever reloading. It's loud, sure, but it couldn't hit a bird at 10 meters. My crossbow is faster and deadlier." My heart skipped a beat. They didn't know ballistics or powder ratios. In their hands, those were fire starters. In mine, they were a revolution. "You're right, they look like junk," I said, masking my interest with a dismissive shrug. "But I like tinkering with useless toys. If you want to get rid of the powder and lead balls, I've got some food I can trade." Amu's mangy ear twitched at the mention of food. "You have rice? Clean water? Meat-heavy crackers? Rice is a luxury I don't have." But 10 minutes later, we'd both made a killing. I traded 100 bottles of water, 100 units of cloth, and 300 packs of stale crackers, which were basically gathering dust for 500 units of standard black powder and 1,000 lead balls. Amu clutched the crackers like they were solid gold, even tossing me the firelocks for free. As the deal closed, the mood lightened. I prodded him for info on the Empire's floating island patrols. He spilled everything. Then I noticed something under a tarp at the edge of the dock, the dark, gaping muzzle of an old-fashioned cannon. "That cannon," I pointed. Amu blocked my view, his expression hardening. "Empire scrap. It's for defense. But it's heavy as hell. Can't sell it, the brass would have my head." "I'm not buying," I countered, my mind racing. "But look, you said this place is dangerous. If I'm going to help you defend it, I need firepower. Rent it to me. I'll add 50 units of dried meat." "Real meat." Amu's resolve crumbled. "Fine, take the damn thing. Just don't let the patrols see it, and if you break it, you pay for it." Half an hour later, 2 heavy iron cannons were winched into the lower deck of my ship. I patted the cold metal barrels. "Thanks, pal." I turned to Chen Hao and Lerui. "Shift all fire to the port side. When we open up, it's going to be a surprise." As we prepared to launch, I leaned out to shout at Amu. "One more thing. When those blueskins come, do they lead with infantry before the airship swoops in?" Amu snorted. "Those cowards? Every time. They use their ground troops as cannon fodder so they don't risk the airship." "Perfect." I tapped the window, my mind clicking through the tactical math. "If I drop from above the clouds and hammer that airship, what happens?" Amu blinked, struggling to follow my madness. "If you drop that hunk of junk, the ones on the ground are dead meat." "Deal." "I don't want your loot, just the cannons they bring. Keep them. Whatever. Keep the trash." Amu laughed. I shut the window and banked the ship. "We're going to be waiting in the clouds. No matter what, the moment they're in range, you fire your signal. Don't make me wait for nothing." Yeah, you talk too much," Amu grumbled. I steered the airship into the freezing 800-meter altitude, tucking us into the shadow of a cloud. Time crawled. Muqing kept the girls entertained in the back, their muffled laughter a surreal contrast to the slaughter ahead. I waited, my hands steady. A few hours later, a gap in the clouds tore open, revealing an airship that looked like a giant, moldy potato. The enemy airship crawled out of the mist, a patchwork monstrosity of rusted rivets and thick, black smoke. It didn't dare get too close, hovering at a cautious distance before dropping ropes. The goblin infantry descended like rain, 30-some, blue-skinned, pointy-eared creatures, wrapped in filthy, oversized coats. They looked like a gang of mutated, rotting cabbages armed with everything from rusted scrap knives to single-shot muskets. At the tail end, 8 muscular goblins huffed and sweated as they shoved 2 heavy black cannons through the snow. The progress was agonizing. Every few steps, the guns sank, triggering a chorus of screeching curses as the cannon crew whipped their comrades forward. The airship followed, bobbing just meters above them, its own side-mounted cannons tracked on the Jackalman outpost. 1 kilometer out, they finally stopped to set up. As the goblins scrambled to align their gear, the airship banked to present a full broadside. Boom! The Jackalman outpost fired first. Whether due to damp powder or poor aim, the iron ball traced a pathetic arc, thudding uselessly into the snow, 50 meters ahead of the enemy line. The goblin airship reacted like a startled cat, its engine letting out a shrill, screeching whine. It climbed to 100 meters, the perfect sniping altitude, and unleashed 2 precise, roaring blasts. The shells slammed into the outpost's outer wall, sending stone shards and mangled bodies flying before the screams even began. My blood turned cold. I shoved the throttle forward. "Chen Hao, Li Rui, cannons ready?" Locked and loaded, Chen Hao's voice crackled from the rear, followed by the satisfying click of the ammo shutter. "Angles calibrated," Li Rui added. "Ready to fire." I dove, the air screaming against my hull as I skirted the clouds. I circled behind the goblin ship, closing the distance to under 100 meters. They were so focused on the outpost, they didn't realize death was hovering at their 6. Fire. Twin roars shattered the air. Our shells tore through the orange-streaked sky, slamming directly into the goblin gas bag. It ruptured instantly, a fireball of escaping gas and debris turning the airship into a plummeting wreck of scrap iron. The crew's shrieks were cut short as they spiraled into the ice, a plume of black smoke marking their descent. Crash. The impact was immediate. Sparks from the wreckage ignited the remaining black powder stores, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Shockwaves tore through the ice, throwing shrapnel like hail. For 30 agonizing seconds, the sky rained limbs and debris until, finally, a charred crater was all that remained. "Nailed it," Chen Hao cheered. I didn't celebrate. I leveled the ship and hovered over the remaining goblin infantry. They were in total disarray, scattering like rats. "They're sitting ducks," Chen Hao said, fumbling with his musket. "Let's drop down and pick 'em off." "Save the powder," I snapped. Musket balls were too valuable to waste on fodder. I pointed to the storage corner, opened the hatch and started dumping the scrap iron. Chen Hao blinked, stunned. "We're dropping rocks?" "It's called physics. Genius." I swung the hatch open. The goblins on the ground were still trying to reorganize, their commanders screaming and whipping them into lines, utterly oblivious to the god of iron hovering above. "Bombs away," Chen Hao chuckled. He dropped a 5-kilo iron chunk. Seconds later, the commander below vanished, not in a cinematic slow-mo, but in a wet, crunching smear of red and green. Panic erupted. Then, the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of heavy iron falling from the sky turned the area into a slaughterhouse. We weren't fighting, we were harvesting. Broken and terrified, the goblins tossed their weapons and bolted, howling in agony. It was easier than playing a carnival game. "Hold fire," I ordered, spotting movement at the outpost gates. Aimu led the charge, his single ear twitching. He didn't even stop to aim. He just snapped a bolt into a fleeing goblin's spine before drawing his massive, door-sized cleaver. "Kill them all. Keep the meat, strip the gear." The Jackalmen descended like sharks on a bleeding school of fish. It was a one-sided massacre. Aimu was a whirlwind of violence, hacking through the broken goblin formation with ruthless, rhythmic efficiency. Within 20 minutes, the screaming stopped. I lowered the ship and dropped the rope ladder. Amu approached, covered in gore, his swagger replaced by a wary respect. He signaled his men to haul the captured cannons toward our ropes. "Take 'em," Amu rasped, his voice shredded from the shouting. "Heavy, useless junk." I stood on the railing, watching the cannons rise. The trade was balanced. Now, anyone who tried to take my ship would have to contend with iron balls, not just threats. "Pleasure doing business," I nodded. Amu grunted, wiping his blade, but I didn't look at the cannons. My eyes were fixed on something else in the distance, a dark, ominous column of smoke rising from the horizon. The crashed airship was nothing more than a giant torch, its skeleton picked clean by the inferno. "Don't bother looking," Amu grunted, his toothy maw curling. "The cannons are warped and the powder's cooked. Just scrap metal now." I winced, feeling every bit like a father watching his kid smash a priceless vase. Those 2 cannons had been mine, potentially. I should have stayed in bed, I thought, letting out a frustrated sigh. Next time, I'd have to figure out how to salvage the hardware without turning the whole ship into a bonfire. The Jackalmen, however, were ecstatic. They hauled away the intact goblin corpses, grunting with anticipation for the coming feast. To them, the fight was over. The real event was the meal. I stood at the hatch, watching the mob, and shouted to Aimu, who was already heading toward his quarters. Don't get comfortable. Keep your sentries sharp. This isn't over. Amu froze, his torn ear drooping in visible annoyance. He exhaled a cloud of frost, his teeth chattering. Human, is your brain frozen? Those blueskin runts were wiped out. They aren't coming back tonight. Typical. I wasn't certain they'd return, but the system mission timer was a relentless thorn in my side. It clearly expected us to hold until dawn. I looked at the cannons we'd already mounted and decided to press the issue. They might. Keep your eyes open, or I'm gone. Amu cursed, scratching his mane, but the memory of our cannons leveling the enemy line kept him in check. He kicked a yawning sentry. You heard the human. If I catch anyone sleeping, I'm cutting off your claws. I'm heading back up to patrol, I told him, turning my back. If not for the system reward, I wouldn't care if you lot got turned into kebabs. Back in the upper hold, I climbed down to the lower deck to check our new hardware. Chen Hao was busy polishing the 4 cannons we'd lined up along the port side. Bro, if we put all 4 on one side, the starboard is empty, Chen Hao noted. I don't need balance, I need density, I replied, tracing the rails. When the time comes, I'll angle the ship. You just feed them shells and light the fuses. I left him to his work and ducked into the storage room. Muqian was hunched over the ledger, her expression tight. It's not good. We're out of wood and iron after the upgrades. If we get hit again, we won't have the materials to patch the hull. I glanced at the empty shelves, then at the stack of surplus blueprints in the corner. I had several copies of kitchen, bathroom, and observation room designs, luxury items for the wealthy players who valued comfort over survival. I opened the trade interface. Seller, Ling Feng. Item, utility blueprints. Needs, wood, iron, nails, glass, copper. My note was blunt. Want a hot shower and a tactical view? Last chance. 10 seconds later, the ping started. No haggling, just instant accept clicks. System, transaction successful, multiplier triggered. The room groaned as a mountain of high-quality wood, iron, and steel appeared. Muqian dropped her pen, staring at the pile that now nearly touched the ceiling. She sighed, shaking her head. A little warning next time. I ignored her, opening the regional chat. The horror was immediate. Help, infection, need antibiotics. Frozen, trading my last crackers for cloth. My airship was hit, my brother's dead. The goblins are miners. Don't let them catch you. The messages were a litany of despair. I clenched my fists until my knuckles turned white. Dinner was instant noodles and dried meat warm, but sleep came slowly. Muqian and the girls retired to the rear, leaving the watch to me and Chen Hao. Bro, something's off, Chen Hao muttered. The system didn't give us a warning when the airship arrived. I leaned forward. I noticed. Maybe the system's warnings are disabled during missions. Boom, the floor vibrated. We didn't need words. We sprinted to the observation windows. Below, flickers of orange light danced in the mist, followed by the muffled thud of artillery. Amu hadn't been so lucky after all. Going down? Chen Hao asked, his eyes gleaming. Wait, I held him back. Dropping into a blind skirmish was a suicide pact. I checked the rear and topside windows while Muqian and Lirui joined us, silent and steady. Clear, they confirmed. Drop to 200 meters, I ordered. As we descended, the carnage came into focus. 40-some blue shadows swarmed the outpost. 2 heavy cannons were hammering the walls, turning the stone into a jagged mess of rubble. Even worse, 2 goblin airships hung in the dark at 100 meters, their silhouettes looming like vultures over the dying fort. Our allies are getting shredded. I pointed toward the crumbling outpost. 2 airships, plus ground support. The Empire was clearly hellbent on leveling the place tonight. I sneered and yanked the stick hard to the left. Lirui, get to the cannons. Wife, take the ballista. If they want to play with heavy steel, let's show them the meaning of absolute fire superiority. I throttled down, using the dark, smoke-choked sky to mask our approach. I ghosted behind the 2 goblin airships, positioning us in their blind spot. Unless their lookout grew eyes on the back of his head, they weren't going to see us coming. 4 cannons, volley fire. Take the highest one out. Boom. The 4 cannons roared, the recoil slamming our ship sideways. At this range, we couldn't miss. 3 shells tore through the rear airship's gas bag. It disintegrated instantly, transforming into a screaming fireball that spiraled into the ice. The second ship panicked, its crew frantically trying to pivot and climb, but they were too slow. I kept us positioned directly above their blind spot, pressing the advantage. Ballista, I barked. Lirui didn't hesitate. The specialized hook bolt screamed through the air and punched deep into the enemy's gas bag. We didn't hear a bang, just the sickening hiss of massive, rapid depressurization. The vessel began to sink like a stone. The goblins scrambled on the deck, cranking their cannons to the absolute limit, but the barrels were uselessly pointed at the sky while I hovered safely above. Fantastic, just fantastic, give them some more, I ordered, emotionless. Chen Hao let another bolt fly, shredding the remaining gas bag. The airship plummeted. When it was less than 20 meters from the ground, I hovered over the scrambling infantry and swung the cargo bay open. Drop the iron, don't waste the lead. Physics did the rest. A falling slab of scrap metal is a nightmare for anyone lacking armor. The goblin formation dissolved into pure panic. Suddenly, Amu and his jackalmen burst from the gates. But instead of slaughtering the survivors, Amu was using the blunt side of his blade to club the stragglers into submission, dragging them back to the camp like tied-up sacks of grain. Weird flex, but okay. I frowned as I realized what he was doing. They weren't fighting for honor, they were restocking their pantry. Dead meat freezes and loses flavor. Living meat stays fresh. I slammed the observation hatch shut, disgusted. Below, the scrap pile near the wreckage shifted. Bang. 2 jackalmen dropped, their guts spilling into the snow. Goblins, hiding in the ruins with short-barreled hand cannons. Amu reacted instantly, springing backward like a coiled wire as a lead ball whistled past his nose. The jackalmen responded with a volley of crossbow bolts, turning the attackers into pincushions. Amu finished the job with his bare hands, snapping necks and crushing ribs with a brutal, practiced efficiency. Don't kill the last 2. Amu roared as his men dragged 2 shivering figures in tattered down jackets out of the debris. They're alive. You want them? 2 minutes later, the survivors, a man and a woman, were hauled onto our ship. The man's face was a ruin of bruises. The woman clung to him, catatonic. Where are you from? I asked, my voice cold. In this wasteland, strangers were just unpredictable risks. The man collapsed to his knees. Help us. They took our ship. They just appeared. I narrowed my eyes. The Empire? How? No radar ping. The man shuddered, tears carving tracks through the grime on his face. No warning. They climbed up, completely silent. My brother didn't even scream before they slit his throat. They grabbed us. They were going to separate us. The leader wanted my wife. His expression darkened from pure terror to a raw, bottomless hate. They stopped because they got orders to attack. They were starving. They ate my brother right in front of us. Chen Hao gasped, his hands clenching into white-knuckled fists. Mu Qing covered her mouth, her eyes welling up. Even I felt my grip on the railing tighten until the wood groaned. Big brother, the man gasped, looking up. I have something else. Before they grabbed us, I saw a different airship. It wasn't Imperial junk. It was a player ship. It was trailing the goblins, flying right alongside them. My blood ran cold. Player ship? Systems don't trigger red alerts for players. It's not a monster. You're saying a player was covering for the goblins? I asked, my voice dropping to a dangerous low rumble. I'm sure of it. That's why our radar stayed green until they were already on top of us. Well, that explains a lot. The goblins weren't just lucky. They were being shepherded. Whether it was a traitorous player or a hijacked ship, this changed everything. So, what's the plan? I asked, eyeing them. The man, Zhao Liang, stepped forward with a look of desperate resolve. I can man the cannons and kill those monsters. I'm good with machines. Too, I can handle the grunt work. My wife's an accountant. She can handle the logistics and the cooking. We don't need a fancy cut. Just give us enough to survive, and we'll do whatever you need. I didn't answer immediately. I retreated into the cabin to confer with the others. Should we keep them? I asked. Chen Hao gestured toward the hatch with his chin. Bro, we've got 4 cannons now. If we mount them all, I'm going to need help reloading. That guy looks sturdy enough to haul ammo. He's perfect. I returned to the hatch. Zhao Liang and his wife, Liu Hui, stood huddled together. They didn't move to board yet. Instead, Zhao Liang turned his gaze toward Amu's camp. Amu was busy tying up the surviving goblins. Zhao Liang's expression shifted, the pathetic victim vanished, replaced by a cold, sharpened rage. Boss, he said, dropping the for something tougher, I have a request. Go on, he pointed at the bound goblins. Those are the ones who killed my brother and ate him. Can I have them? He pulled a sharpened piece of iron from his jacket, his only shiv during captivity. I want to finish them myself. I looked at Amu. The jackalmen were already testing their spear tips against the goblin's thighs. Amu, hand them over. Let my hunter finish this. Amu's ears went flat. He shook his head violently. No way. They're rations. It's too cold. If we kill them, they'll freeze solid, and frozen meat is a pain to chew. Live ones stay fresh. Classic. I didn't blink. If you keep them alive, you have to feed them. If you don't, they'll lose all their meat in 3 days and you'll be left with nothing but tough, stringy hide. Is that worth the cost of the feed? Amu hesitated, his simple mind struggling with the math of calorie conversion. Look, I pressed, pointing at the snow. It's freezing out here. If you kill them now, the cold will act as a natural freezer. You'll have a stock of meat whenever you want, and you won't have to waste space on a cage. Amu grunted, his throat vibrating with thought. A few seconds later, he grumbled in agreement and waved his men back. Fine, but be quick, don't ruin the cuts. I drew my long knife, reversed the handle, and handed it to Zhao Liang. Only one chance. Show me you're not just a soft target. Zhao Liang took the blade, his knuckles white. He didn't speak, he just walked toward the goblins like a bull heading to the slaughter. When he reached the leader, the same one who had tormented his wife, he didn't hesitate. He drove the blade in. Squish. It wasn't a fight, it was a release. After 2 minutes, the snow was stained dark, and Zhao Liang collapsed into the blood, trembling. Liu Hui rushed to hold him, their sobs echoing in the biting wind. I watched for a minute, then checked my watch. In this world, tears were the cheapest resource. Done crying? Get up, we have cannons to move. Zhao Liang wiped the blood and tears from his face, his eyes now glazed with a numb, hardened obedience. Yes, boss, what's next? I nodded and signaled Amu to clear the bodies. We dragged the 2 best cannons to the rope ladder. Zhao Liang proved his worth quickly. He had the strength of 10 men fueled by adrenaline. Soon, the cannons were hoisted into the lower hold. When I led them to the living quarters, they froze. After the slaughterhouse outside, the ship felt like a sanctuary, dry, warm, and structured. I tossed them 2 paper cups of hot noodles. Eat. It's all we've got for now. They inhaled the instant noodles, tears streaming into the broth. It was junk food, the kind of thing we'd have ignored back home. But here, it was a miracle. Wait here, I said once they finished. I led them to a cramped corner of the lower deck and focused my intent. With a mechanical clack-clack, the wall groaned and expanded, shifting the ship's internal geometry to sprout a 10-square-meter bedroom. A solid iron-framed bed sat in the center, complete with linens. Lu Hui touched the doorframe, sobbing again. I caught her arm before she could sink to her knees. Save the gratitude. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we work. The next morning, the system chime woke me. Quest: Crimson Outpost completed. Defense successful. Enemy force routed. Rewards: 2x cannons. System: Perk hard work pays off triggered. Triple critical success. Reward: 6x cannons, 60x ammunition. I rubbed my throbbing temples. Down in the hold, the 6 new cannons gleamed under the lights, their matte black barrels radiating a lethal, cold authority. With our previous stockpile, the ship's firepower had reached a level of insanity that bordered on the absurd. If not for the recent hull upgrades, the weight alone would have snapped our spine. Still, in this sky, caliber is justice and range is the only truth. We climbed into the clouds, leaving the shattered Jackalman outpost behind. Amu didn't even wave. He was probably busy sorting through the frozen goblin meat. I set the autopilot and turned to my crew, who were looking a bit worse for wear. Take the day off, keep a watch, but otherwise, do what you want. The rest didn't last long. I barely closed my eyes before the cabin erupted into chaos. Lin Xiaonuan and Chen Roxin were tearing through the hold. Kids have a terrifyingly efficient way of forgetting trauma. Yesterday they'd been screaming, but today the black maws of the cannons were nothing more than jungle gyms. Keep your fingers out of the gears. Muchin sighed, chasing after them with a mix of exhaustion and affection. Zhao Liang and Lu Hui were another story. The insecurity of being newcomers drove them into a frenzy of cleaning. Zhao Liang scrubbed the dashboard until it shone, even picking dust out of the crevices with a toothpick, while Lu Hui worked the floorboards with a devotion usually reserved for holy relics. Take a break, I said, pouring a glass of water. You're going to scrub the floor right off the ship. Zhao Liang chuckled nervously, his eyes darting away. Can't help it, boss. If I'm not busy, I start thinking too much. Yeah, that's definitely my luck. At 2 p.m., the sky turned a bruised, sickly gray. Then the wind hit. It wasn't just snow, it was a blizzard of icy shrapnel that shredded our hull with a roar like 1,000 ghosts. Visibility dropped to 10 meters. This weather is a nightmare, Chen Hao spat, glued to the observation window. I pulled up the trade interface and bought a massive solid wood table and 4 chairs. Well, that escalated quickly. The furniture barely fit, but it anchored the space. I pointed to the old, rickety table. Toss that in the engine as fuel. Since nobody wants to sleep, let's get acquainted with our gear. Chen Hao hauled out the flintlocks, crossbows, oil, and rags. We spent the next few hours in a haze of gun oil and metal, stripping mechanisms and practicing reloads until our fingers were raw. All right, listen up, I said, gathering everyone around the new table. The playful atmosphere evaporated, replaced by cold focus. Chen Hao, Zhao Liang, Lu Hui, and Xiao Ru, you 4 handle the cannons. We usually only fire from one side, so stay sharp. Muchin, you're on the ballista. It's slow, but accurate. Save it for the heavy hitters that get too close. I looked at Zhao Liang. For boarding actions, men handle the firing, women handle the reloads. I'll be on point with the guys. Zhao Liang's nod was firm, his knuckles white as he gripped his rifle. Lu Hui, you're the accountant. Keep the inventory and the logs tight. Xiao Rui, you're our eyes and ears, monitor the regional chat and the trade requests for anything useful. Finally, I looked at the couple. They were still wearing their tattered, blood-stained clothes. The smell was becoming a biohazard. And for God's sake, go clean up. You smell like a graveyard. Take the spare tactical suits in the hold. 10 minutes, and don't waste the water. When they emerged, they looked like different people. The suits were durable, warm, and professional. Zhao Liang stood taller, the slouch of a victim replaced by the posture of a soldier. Then the ship bucked. The wind changed pitch, shifting from a howl to the guttural roar of a beast. I sprinted to the window. It wasn't just snowing. It was as if someone had dumped a truckload of ice directly onto our glass. Reduce speed, I roared. Don't fight the current. The ship groaned, struggling like a leaf caught in a vortex. In the hold, the temperature plummeted, and I saw Liu Hui's face drain of color as she gripped Zhao Liang's arm. The crushing pressure of the storm was bringing back the memories we'd spent the day trying to bury. I needed a circuit breaker for the fear. I'm starving, I announced, my voice cutting through the wind. Muchin looked at me, confused, then caught the glint in my eye. She realized what I was doing. I'll get the food. Xiao Rui, harvest the tomatoes and cucumbers from the grow room. Muchin, boil the meat jerky until it's tender. Today, we eat like kings. I slapped the table. Whatever happens outside stays outside. We're having a feast. 20 minutes later, the rich, savory scent of a real meal filled the air. The aroma of instant red braised beef noodles filled the air, an intoxicating mix of artificial savory flavor, genuine dried meat, and the fresh, crisp scent of steamed vegetables. We had heaped everything into a massive iron pot. The noodles were perfectly curled, soaking up the spicy broth, with a mountain of beef chunks at the center. Against the bleak, monochromatic gray of this apocalypse, the vibrant greens of shredded lettuce, the translucence of sliced cucumber, and the deep, ruby-red tomato wedges looked more valuable than diamonds. A collective gulp echoed through the cabin. "What are you waiting for? Dig in." I picked up my chopsticks and dropped a thick chunk of meat into Lin Xiaoyuan's bowl. Everyone dove in. Zhao Liang lifted a bowl bigger than his own head, carefully picking up a slice of cucumber. As he crunched down on the freshness, his eyes welled up. It was a luxury he hadn't even dared to dream of. He wolfed down the spicy noodles, the heat racing down his throat like liquid fire, instantly purging the cold and the terror from his marrow. Even Xiaoru, usually a light eater, buried her face in her bowl, her lips flushed red from the heat, refusing to stop until she'd polished off every drop. When I finished my final spoonful, I let out a long, shuddering breath. I felt like a crumpled shirt, pressed flat by an iron, my stiff, frozen tension, finally melting away. Zhao Liang was sprawled in his chair, rubbing his bulging belly with a vacant, idiotic grin of pure happiness. Lu Hui was scraping the bottom of her bowl, and Chen Hao looked like he was ready to slip into a food coma. One bowl of carbs and vitamins had done what hours of panic couldn't. It had made us feel human again. I should have stayed in bed, I thought with a smirk. Wait, no, I definitely made the right call. I waved them off. All right, clear out. Go get some rest. They shuffled off, Zhao Liang practically humming with gratitude as he helped his stuffed wife toward the lower cabin. Once the room was empty, the only sound left was the blizzard hammering against the reinforced glass. Muchin stayed behind, scrubbing the grease from the table. She looked at me, her brow furrowed. That was a lot of food, Ling Feng. That's 3 days worth of supplies for our family, gone in 20 minutes. I tapped my fingers on the armrest. I know, but we need to play the long game. We have to boost our intake. I've been watching the exchange, I continued. Base materials are dipping in price, but food remains the gold standard. Have Xiaorui list our surplus iron and copper bars. Prioritize trades for food. Muqin nodded, wiping the table clean. And Lu Hui will help me with the inventory. We have to make sure every scrap of material is maximized. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. But when it comes time to trade for materials, it's going to come down to your hands, isn't it? We need to use your hard work pays off talent to the fullest. Naturally, I grinned, reaching out to pinch her cheek, only for her to swat my hand away with a mock scowl. Stop messing around and get to work. She walked to the kitchen, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I retreated to my bedroom, where Xiaonuan was barefoot on the floor, hopping between chalk-drawn squares and playing with a wooden toy I'd whittled for her. Children have a beautiful, terrifying ability to turn a war zone into a playground. I lay down, but my brain kept spinning. I pulled up the system interface. The failure of our radar to alert us to the goblin raid was still a thorn in my side. This doesn't add up. I decided to test the waters. I posted an anonymous message in the regional channel. Attention, goblins are using player ships to infiltrate. If you're in a storm, perform manual visual checks every 2 hours. Watch your blind spots. The channel, usually quiet during blizzards, exploded. No way, someone is helping them. I thought I was crazy. Those blue bastards dropped on my deck from a ship above. Is a human betrayal. They're just animals. They don't know how to navigate. As the screen blurred with frantic replies, I narrowed my eyes. Survival had catalyzed human evolution. Everyone was sharpening their blades. Then, a bold, pinned recruitment post caught my eye. The Sky Hero Alliance is recruiting. We just cleared a goblin outpost. Tons of supplies. Don't die alone, join us for shared intel and defense. Elite only. Sky Hero Alliance? Weird flex, but okay. I clicked the leader's profile, Sun Wyming. Below his post, the replies were suspicious. Sun, you're a legend. I saw the wreckage of that outpost. And I heard you're taking in the widows of the men who died. Truly noble. Hey, you don't know the half of it. The boss is just taking care of the wives. He posted photos earlier. The life he's living is better than heaven. I clicked the link. The photo was blurry, but it showed a hulking, middle-aged man sprawled on a plush bed, flanked by 2 scantily clad women. The caption read, "Brothers, go fight. I'll make sure your wives and children are well cared for." The stench of toxic power and predatory hormones bled through the screen. It was obvious. Sun Wyming was the one who'd taken the human players hostage earlier. Now, he was capitalizing on their deaths, acting as the protector of the women left behind. In his stateroom, heated to a lush 25 degrees, Sun Wyming shoveled noodles into his mouth, grease dripping onto his chest. He looked at the mountain of iron, copper, and aluminum stacked in the corner of the loot he'd bought with the lives of his brothers. That's a big red flag. I watched the screen, my resolve hardening. That's a problem for future me. But future me is going to love taking that guy down. Back in the day, my junk pile would have been worth pennies at a scrapyard. Now, Sun Wyming glanced at his interface. Yesterday, I traded 1,000 iron bars, 500 copper, and 200 aluminum for 500 packs of instant noodles, 200 packs of jerky, and 200 bottles of purified water. I tossed the scraps to my men and kept the lion's share for myself. The water made me dizzy. Before the apocalypse, water was my nightmare. I used to be a delivery guy, hauling 30-pound jugs up high-end office buildings like a dog. If the elevator broke, I climbed. If I didn't wear shoe covers, some perfume-drenched white-collar worker would roll their eyes at me. Just leave it there, don't get the carpet dirty. That disdain still stings. Even my wife had called me a loser back then, before stealing our savings and running off with a construction foreman without even a divorce decree. I burped, wiping my oily hands on the cotton sheet. Now, the world had changed, and it was glorious. No degrees, no credit scores, no bowing to suits, just a hard fist and a fast ship. The people who used to look down on me were now kneeling at my feet. I looked at the two women cleaning up by the bed. The one on the left, don't remember her name, don't care, had a body that didn't quit, even under those bulky clothes. I'd heard she used to be a yoga instructor. Back in that office building, she wouldn't have even glanced my way. Now, she had to dump my waist. A surge of primal heat rose in my gut. Stop cleaning, I growled, grabbing her wrist with a grease-stained hand. I'm full. Come play with me. The bowl shattered on the floor. She turned pale, shrinking back, her voice trembling. Sunday, son boss, didn't we yesterday? Don't start with me. I tightened my grip, leaving a red mark on her skin. She bit her lip, tears welling up, until something inside her snapped. She shook her head desperately. Son boss, what did you promise? You said if we followed you, you'd protect us. Are we just tools to you? I'm a human, not a toy. The air froze. The other woman in the corner dropped her rag in terror. I felt like I'd just heard the funniest joke in history. I stood up and yanked her hair, forcing her to look me in the eye. Protecting you, I give you noodles, meat, and a room heated to 25 degrees. That is protection. My voice turned venomous, like a striking viper. Don't get cocky. You think I'm running a charity? If you're useless, you're not getting fed. It hurts, she screamed, head pulled back. If you want to be treated like a person, act like one. I shoved her hard, sending her sprawling. You and that brat of yours don't expect another gram of food from me. The woman scrambled over, hugging my leg. Son boss, I'm sorry. Please, don't cut his rations. He's only 5, he'll starve. Get lost. I kicked her off. Shoho, where are you? The rat-faced man stuck his head in. Boss, drag her out. Lock her up with her kid. No one gives them food until I say so. Shoho grinned and dragged the screaming woman out. I sat back down, still simmering. I turned my eyes to the woman trembling in the corner. She looked like a scared rabbit. You, I gestured. She hesitated, looking at the leftover noodle broth, then hung her head and shuffled over like a puppet. Smart choice, I sneered, grabbing her chin. Her skin was soft, and she was terrified just how I liked it. Be obedient, and you'll live like a queen. I kissed her, my hand sliding down her waist. She stiffened, but she didn't fight back. The room heated up, the air thick with the smell of steam and entitlement. My food coma didn't last long. 2 firm shakes to the shoulder jolted me awake. I tensed, then relaxed when I saw Mukin. Xiaoru finished the count, she whispered. With everyone else resting, we need to work. I followed her to the lower hold. It was colder down here, smelling of metallic dust, but Muchin had cleared a workspace. It was filled with organized piles of supplies. Going all in, huh? I teased. No risk, no reward. She handed me a handwritten list. Her handwriting was elegant, but the numbers were brutal. Tomorrow is the last day of the deep freeze. Knowing this game, a heat wave or acid rain is coming. We've been watching the exchange. Water prices are already climbing. Someone is hoarding, she added grimly. Subtly, but in massive quantities. If we don't buy in now, a bottle of water tomorrow will cost 10 times what it does today. I didn't ask questions. I fought out there, and she kept the books. We didn't need to over-explain. Where's Lu Hui? I asked, send her to rest. These tricks are for our eyes only. I walked to the supplies and opened the system interface. Xiaoru's list was precise. I tapped my screen, confirming the trades. Transaction complete. Perk, hard work, pays off triggered. Triple critical success. The familiar chime echoed, followed by the blinding white light of items appearing from thin air. The cabin creaked under the sudden weight as the piles of goods expanded, growing into massive, supply-heavy mountains. The storage bay was an obstacle course of supplies. Over 1,000 bottles of water were stacked to the ceiling, their blue plastic catching the emergency light with an almost hypnotic gleam. Beside them, 500 barrels of beef noodles blocked the path to the maintenance room, and tucked further back were 300 pounds of vacuum-sealed jerky. Muchin stood before this mountain of resources, mouth agape. Her usual, calculating calm had completely evaporated. She reached out to steady a teetering crate of noodles, her expression caught between winning the lottery and the despair of a hoarder drowning in Amazon boxes. How are we going to store all this? The ship's going to be overweight. Just a happy problem to have. I patted a crate of water. It was cold to the touch. With this, even if the next cycle rained fireballs, we could squat in this airship until the end of time. You and Xiaorui can handle the logistics. I'm heading up to relieve Chen Hao. Muchin nodded, already mentally drafting the floor plan. How's the view up there? I asked, climbing into the cockpit. Chen Hao flashed a grin, though the bloodshot eyes betrayed his exhaustion. A bit quiet, but the sister-in-law is keeping the kitchen running well. You've earned a nap. Get some rest, I said, sliding into the pilot's chair. And Chen Hao, keep a sharper eye on Zhao Liang when I'm not around. His smile faded. Trouble? I drummed my fingers against the console. He's trying too hard to fit in. Trying to please is fine, but forced effort usually hides a motive. We're in a good spot now, but we can't let our guard down. Lu Hui's the same, she seems fine, but she's still an outsider. Chen Hao nodded firmly. Understood. I'll watch him. If he tries anything, I've got my blade ready. I leaned back. Outside the viewport, the blizzard that had been clawing at our hull for 7 days finally seemed to give up. The horizontal sheets of ice began to thin, eventually falling vertically. Crisis averted. For now. By dawn, the roar of the storm was gone. I stood up, my joints popping like firecrackers. A faint, savory aroma drifted from the kitchen. You've been up all night, Muchin said softly as she approached. I made porridge from compressed biscuits. Eat up. I joined the others at the round table. As I sipped the hot porridge, I dropped the bomb. The weather is turning. If the deep freeze hit 56 below, the heat wave is going to be at least 56 above. 50 degrees? Zhao Liang's face went pale. We're going to be slow roasted in this tin can. Exactly, I said, tapping the table. We don't have blueprints for air conditioning. Our insulation is built for freezing, not heat. The relief of the storm ending vanished, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. I'll check the market for clothes, Xiaorui said, wiping her mouth. Mu Qin suddenly looked up, eyes bright. What about the materials from those ice spiders? The silk, the fangs, the ice crystals? If they have ice in the name, they have to be endothermic. We could use them to build a cooling system. I grinned. Great thinking. Then, a system notification chimed in unison for everyone, a digital death knell. Emergency alert. Deep freeze ends in 24 hours. Current global population, 7,023,206,052. Next phase, scorching Sunday, temperatures will exceed 60 degrees Celsius. Hydrate well. Good luck, not frying. The playful tone of the system message felt malicious. Seeing the population count drop by over 1 billion in 2 weeks hit me like a punch to the gut. I glanced at my contact list. My parents' names were still grayed out. This doesn't add up. The distance between life and death wasn't just physical, it was the mystery of not knowing where they were. Enough, I said, my voice cutting through the gloom. As long as their names aren't blacked out, there's hope. We die here, and that hope dies with us. I checked the exchange. Of course, water prices had spiked tenfold. Before we do anything else, I said, pivoting the conversation to break the tension, our ship needs a name. We can't just call it the airship forever. How about Dragon Slayer? Chen Hao suggested. Or Heavenly Dominator. Too much cringe, I said flatly. Why not Ultraman while we're at it? Chen Hao pouted. Look at the balloon, it's yellow. We could call it Big Yellow. We are not naming our base Big Yellow, I sighed. I turned to Mukin. You pick. She looked out the viewport at the vast, uncaring sky. Something that sounds like a legendary beast, but with a presence to fill the horizon. I hummed, a quote drifting into my mind. In the Northern Ocean, there is a fish. Its name is Kun. Got it, I said. Kun. Let's call her Northern Nether. Everyone stared at me with weird looks, but I stood up. Names settled. Move out, Xiaorui. Stock up on light clothing. Zhao Liang, check the engine. He puts a massive load on the power core. Muchin, let's go hunt for those spider fangs. By afternoon, the sunlight was blinding, glinting off the metal debris in the distance. Ahead, 2 silver tier supply crates hovered, guarded by a creature that looked like a vulture, its feathers crusted in jagged, shimmering ice. The creature's wings whipped up a freezing gale. Steady, Zhao Liang. Don't rush, I murmured. Zhao Liang pressed his sniper rifle against the airship's viewport. His arm was rock steady, and despite the sweat trickling down his temple, his focus was absolute. Beside him, Lu Hui's knuckles were white as she gripped her recurved bow, her eyes locked onto an incoming ice crystal bird. Twang! Her arrow shrieked through the air. Bang! My sniper rifle roared, the bullet punching through the creature's chest mid-dive. It didn't even have time to shriek before its wings failed, and it tumbled into the cloud sea below. Simultaneously, Chen Hao and Xiaorui opened fire, their rounds shredding the wings of the second bird. It plummeted, trailing a crimson mist of blood. I took a slow sip of water, feeling satisfied. As I steered the Northern Nether toward the resource crates, we hauled the spoils into the cargo bay. I handed the weapons to Zhao Liang and Liu Hui for storage, then turned to the crates. Time to see what Lady Luck has for us. Ding. Received. Purified water X12. Compressed biscuits X10. Perk hard work pays off triggered. 2x multiplier applied. It wasn't a jackpot, but in this heat, water was gold. I opened the second crate, revealing only a single roll of parchment. Crafting blueprint. Women's undergarments. Female. X1. Triggering hard work pays off. Y-Tix multiplier. Chen Hao peered over my shoulder, his face lighting up. Sweet. Finally, some undergarments. Brother, you have no idea I'm down to my last pair, and they won't dry. I've been going commando for days. This is a lifesaver. He reached for the blueprints like they were holy relics. I held them back with a smirk. Read the fine print before you get too excited, Chen Hao. I'm not sure you have the guts to wear these. What's that supposed to mean? He grabbed a sheet. It's just underwear. Who cares about the style? He froze mid-sentence. The blueprint depicted a delicate, pale pink lace bikini. The sheer maiden energy radiating from the illustration was stifling. Chen Hao's jaw dropped. Does this game have a sickness or something? If I add a pink lace trim, are you still going to wear it? I teased. Honestly, the elasticity is top tier. If you can squeeze all those muscles into it, it'll be quite the look. Chen Hao's face twitched. He seemed to be weighing his dignity against the agony of chafing. Look, as long as I don't show anyone, I'll live. Anything is better than the alternative. Smack. Shaori swatted the back of his head. Her face was bright red. Have you no shame? A grown man in pink lace? You're going to get us killed from laughter if we ever run into survivors. Chen Hao rubbed his head and chuckled sheepishly, his bravado instantly deflating. The incident was a wake-up call. I tucked the prince away and turned to the girls. We need real clothes. Shaori, anything on the exchange? I've been tracking some, she said. Cotton t-shirts, breathable capris, and cloth shoes. But the seller is a shark. They only want water. 30 bottles total. My heart did a little jump at the price, but I didn't hesitate. Buy it. If we don't have these by tomorrow, we'll be paying double in misery. Within minutes, the trades were done. I activated the blueprints. Success. With a few rolls of the dice, we had a small mountain of summer gear. It wasn't enough for a full wardrobe for everyone, but it was a start. Mukshin, how did the testing go with the ice spider materials? I asked. Lu Hui and I tested them in the bedroom, she reported. If we pile all the fangs, silk, and ice crystals together, the temperature drops by over 20 degrees. Perfect. Divide them among all the rooms, I said. It'll be better for everyone to have their own cool space than to fry in the heat. Suddenly, Shaori waved me over. Someone just listed a blueprint for a Hawaiian floral shirt and beach shorts set. I looked at the vibrant, tropical print. The idea of us wearing vacation wear in an apocalypse was just absurd. How much? 10 barrels of noodles and 20 bottles of water. Tell them we'll take it. And tell them to message us first for any more junk blueprints. After the trade, I crafted 4 sets. Mukshin ran her fingers over the thin, silky fabric. We should make a batch of the undergarments too, she added, her ears turning a light pink. Hygiene is a priority. We can't keep wearing our winter layers in this. She was right. I spent the rest of the day crafting, but my sleep was fitful. I woke up at 3 a.m., gasping for air. The cabin felt like a steam oven. The heavy, damp heat pressed against my face like a wet blanket. I kicked the quilt off. My clothes were soaked to my skin. I wiped the sweat from my eyes and checked the sensors. Outside, 26 degrees Celsius. Inside, 52 degrees Celsius. Our insulation, built to keep the cold out, was now a death trap. I scrambled out of bed to kill the heat circulation system and throw the windows open. The hallway was full of movement. Zhao Liang was wandering around shirtless in his floral shorts, looking like a lost soul. Water. It's so hot, he rasped. Chen Hao was trying to shove his entire head out the window for a breeze. Muqin stepped out, cradling Xianwan, whose hair was plastered to her forehead. I grabbed 10 bottles of water from the pantry and handed one to Muqin. This is going to be a long day. I carefully fed my daughter a few sips of water. The heat was becoming malicious. I'd woken up drenched, terrified that if I'd stayed asleep, I might have suffered severe dehydration. I looked at the others, all of them looking just as rough, and grabbed the remaining cooling packs from the storage. Don't try to be heroes, I told them. Muqin, take one for our room. The rest of you, split the others. As the packs dispersed their chill, the suffocating heat let up just enough to breathe. Zhao Liang looked at the cooling bag like it was a holy relic. This is a godsend, better than any AC. But no one was sleeping soundly tonight. By morning, the clouds outside the viewport had turned a sickly, furnace orange, the color of molten steel rather than dawn. By 8 a.m., the outside temperature hit 35 degrees Celsius. In just a few hours, we'd sprinted from the ice age into a brutal midsummer. Even with the cooling packs, the heat was invasive. I sat in the cockpit, nursing a half-empty bottle of water, and pulled up the regional chat. The channel, once a graveyard of frozen silence, was now a frantic, boiling marketplace. Who has water? I'll trade anything. My kid hasn't drank in a day. I'll pay double tomorrow. Just loan me 2 bottles. I scrolled past the complaints with a blank expression until a few messages caught my eye. A woman with a profile picture of a young, attractive girl had spammed the feed. Any big brothers have extra water? I'm dying of thirst. PM for photos, they're spicy. 1 bottle for a private show. Immediately, others jumped in. I've got videos, way better than hers. Just give me half a bottle. Forget her. I've got unedited photos and voice notes. 3 bottles saved my life. I stared at the screen, my heart cold. It hadn't even been a full day of heat, and people were already stripping away their humanity. They thought they were trading for survival, but this kind of desperation only paved the way to a faster end. It seemed water was becoming the only real currency left. By noon, the thermometer locked onto 42 degrees Celsius. The heat wasn't just temperature. It was a physical weight, a bone-dry vacuum that sucked the moisture right out of your nostrils with every breath. I wiped sweat from my chin and glared at the atmospheric water generator. It was struggling, wheezing out a single, pathetic drop every few seconds. Its efficiency had plummeted by 70%. I didn't hesitate. I pulled up the system interface and pulled out 2 spare generator blueprints. It was time to stop being stingy. I crafted and installed both. The collective hum of the 3 machines was noisy, but the steady drip 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 of water into the tank was the most beautiful sound I'd heard all day. Listen up, I told the group. Even with 3 machines, conserve every drop. This weather is a monster. Lunch was a grim affair. We barely touched the porridge Muqin made. Afterward, everyone save for Zhao Liang, who was stuck on radar duty, crawled into the bedrooms to hide near the cooling packs. I pushed into my room. The air was a cool, 27 degrees Celsius, a literal heaven compared to the furnace outside. Nuan was on the floor, scribbling on a board with charcoal. Look, Daddy, She held up a drawing of a lopsided ship topped with a massive sun, surrounded by blue lines. It's an ice cream shield for our ship. Now it won't be hot. My heart melted. I ruffled her sweat-damp hair, my shoulders finally dropping. At 3 p.m., the heat wave hit its peak, the horizon blurred, warped by the sheer intensity of the shimmering air. Suddenly, a siren screamed, shattering the lethargy. Radar alert, giant floating object detected, 2 kilometers out. I was on my feet before I even knew I'd moved. Zhao Liang pointed at the front viewport, his voice trembling. Boss, look at that. I squinted. Floating in the middle of that orange, alien void was a massive landmass. It was huge, at least 10 kilometers long, like a mountain range plucked from the earth and tossed into the sky. But the color hit me harder than the size. It was green. Vibrant, lush, overwhelming green. In a world of white snow and red dirt, it looked like a hallucination. Reduce speed, I ordered. As the northern nether drifted closer, the visuals became undeniable. It wasn't a barren rock, it was a primordial jungle. Massive trees twisted together, vines dangled like pythons, and birds darted through the canopy. System, special area, floating island detected. High resource density. Danger level medium. Recommended stay, 24 hours. I steered the ship toward a clear patch of brush. The airship settled with a groan, bowing the jungle canopy as it landed. Muchin helped me gear up. Leather armor, blades, the crossbow, and my sniper rifle. We have enough food, she whispered, handing me a canteen. Focus on blueprints and rare materials. Don't waste energy hauling logs or iron. She paused, glancing around to make sure we were alone, then leaned into my ear. And one more thing. If you find supply crates, don't open them yourself. I raised an eyebrow. Let Chen Hao open them, she murmured, a glint in her eye. If it's basic loot, it stays in its raw state. If you bring it back to the ship and then touch it, for your talent. I stared at her for a second, then broke into a grin. Genius. You're brilliant, I said, leaning in to kiss her. Less talk, stay safe. She pushed me away, blushing. 10 minutes later, we stepped out the hatch. The air that rushed in was a complex, heavy cocktail of wet earth, rotting leaves, and wildflowers, choking, humid, and impossibly alive. I raised my rifle, leading the way with Chen Hao and Zhao Liang right behind me. For some reason, it felt much cooler under the shade of the trees. Stepping into the shade, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The canopy swallowed the brutal sunlight, and while the air remained stifling, at least I wasn't being slow-roasted anymore. I scanned the thick layer of humus beneath our feet. The silence here was unsettling. Aside from the crunch of our own footsteps, this massive forest was unnervingly still. I'll take point, I whispered, turning to the others. Chen Hao, follow close behind. Mark the trees as we go, keep the marks shallow, just enough to see. I handed my sniper rifle to Zhao Liang and drew my long blade. With a flick of my wrist, I severed a thick vine hanging across our path. Understood, boss. Chen Hao pulled his own blade and etched a simple triangle onto a trunk at the entrance. Zhao Liang trailed behind, shouldering a massive pack that seemed ready to swallow him whole. He kept his rifle raised, his eyes scanning the dense undergrowth with a mix of nerves and excitement. The forest was a chaotic tangle of roots and shadows, the air heavy and dark. Pushing through the thicket was grueling. Some vines were as thick as my wrist, feeling like rubber under the blade. Sweat stung my eyes, but I didn't have time to wipe it away. After 10 minutes that felt like an hour, the dense foliage finally broke. About 50 yards ahead lay a perfectly circular clearing, 20 meters in diameter, bathed in a patch of dappled sunlight. Sitting dead center was a level 2 supply crate, perched there as if waiting for us to claim it. I raised a fist, signaling a halt. We dove behind a massive tree, peering out. The clearing was deathly still. No movement in the bushes, no sound of a monster nearby. Boss, Zhao Liang whispered, his voice tense. What's the play? Should we just go for it? I didn't answer. My eyes combed every shadow, my heartbeat steady but my senses at a knife's edge. This is suspicious. A level 2 crate always has a guardian, that's the rule. This lack of resistance felt more like a trap than a stroke of luck. I picked up a sturdy branch and hurled it toward the crate. It landed with a dull thud in the grass. Silence. Nothing moved. Maybe the guardian went for a bathroom break, Chen Hao muttered. I frowned. The danger here wasn't a beast, it was something else. I turned to my team. I'm going to check it out. You two stay back and cover me. If anything moves, don't ask, just fire. I moved like a shadow, hugging the edge of the clearing and stepping only on stone or roots. I didn't rush. Every few paces, a leaf would flutter in the breeze, and I'd freeze, tense as a drawn bow. Nothing. Circling the crate, I finally saw it. A patch of flattened grass and splatters of greenish, foul-smelling fluid. A trail of drag marks led away from the crate into the deep forest. Someone beat us here. They'd killed the guardian and hauled it away, leaving the crate behind. But why? I signaled Zhao Liang to join me, leaving Chen Hao on guard. Someone was here, I said, pointing to the gore. They killed the beast and dragged it off. We followed the trail for a few steps before it vanished. Ahead, the path split. One way led into the dark, tangled heart of the woods, while the other looked like a faint, human-trodden trail. I didn't hesitate. I gestured toward the crate. Zhao Liang, open it. He didn't need to be told twice. He sprinted over, popped the latch, and grinned. 10 bottles of water, biscuits, and 6 packs of jerky. Nice haul. We packed the goods and took a 10-minute break. Zhao Liang kept eyeing the dark path, clearly tempted to chase the mysterious hunter, but I stood up and pointed toward the smaller, cleaner trail. We aren't following them, I said. That's their hunting ground. Following a ghost is the fastest way to get yourself killed. The path we chose was clear and fast, miles better than hacking through vines. After 20 minutes, we broke into another clearing. Another level 2 crate sat in the center. Deja vu. Same flattened grass, same green fluid. Chen Hao, check it, I said, once I'd cleared the perimeter. He popped the lid, copper and iron. Inside sat 20 bricks of iron and 5 glowing copper bars. Leave the iron, I ordered. Too heavy. Just take the copper. We pressed on. Every 20 or 30 minutes, the pattern repeated. A clearing, a crate, and the remains of a slaughtered guardian. My initial tension began to settle into a cold, analytical observation. I stopped scouting as thoroughly, merely confirming the scene before moving on. By the time the sky shifted from orange to a deep, bruising purple, we stood before our 8th crate. Zhao Liang's pack was bulging, the zipper struggling to hold everything in. Boss, it's getting dark, Chen Hao said, glancing nervously at the deepening shadows of the woods. I tallied our haul. Over 40 bottles of water, 20 barrels of noodles, and 30 packs of jerky. We had enough supplies to feast for a week. Grab this last one, I said, and we head back. I signaled Chen Hao to open the crate. As the lid popped open, a single sheet of paper lay resting at the bottom. Chen Hao reached in, his fingers brushing the yellowed parchment, and suddenly he froze, thunderstruck. Holy shit, he gasped, his eyes widening into saucers. His expression was a wild cocktail of pure ecstasy and disbelief. Boss, Zhao Liang, look at this. I crowded around with Zhao Liang. Illustrated on the paper was a simple white cylinder with a glowing tip, paired with that classic red and white packaging. Cigarettes. The air turned heavy with a sudden, stunned silence. Zhao Liang let out a raw curse, snatching the blueprint to inspect it as if he were hallucinating. It was real. I couldn't help it. A genuine, heartfelt smile cracked my face. For 3 heavy smokers who had been stranded in this hellscape for half a month, without a single drag, this was better than finding a gold mine. It was a craving that gnawed at your bones, the kind that had me waking up in the middle of the night, fumbling for a smoke that wasn't there. Oh, sweet mother of mercy, Chen Hao muttered, his hands trembling as he reached for the paper. He looked like he was about to weep. Boss, you have no idea. I've been snapping dry twigs in half and sucking on them just to pretend I was smoking. I chuckled, feeling that same itch deep in my own chest. All right, enough with the dramatics. Keep that safe, it's worth more than our lives right now. Chen Hao folded the blueprint with the reverence of a man handling a holy relic, tucking it into his innermost pocket and patting it firmly. With the sky darkening, I decided it was time to move. Let's head back. We'll unload, grab a hot meal, and rest. We're at capacity anyway. The return trip was a breeze. We covered in an hour the ground that had taken us to explore, and when the silhouette of the northern nether finally rose from the twilight, we all exhaled. As the hatch opened, Mu Qin and Xiaoru were waiting, their anxious faces instantly melting into relief. You're back. Come on, dinner's still warm, Mu Qin said, taking my long blade with practiced ease. I left the gear with her and gave Chen Hao a sharp nod. We retreated to the lower storage room, sealing the door behind us. Chen Hao pulled out the precious blueprint. The moment my fingers touched it, the familiar chime of the system rang in my mind. Hard work pays off triggered. 6x multiplier applied. Obtained. Cigarette manufacturing blueprint X6. I swiped through the production interface. My pulse jumped. The recipe was dirt simple. Durable wood X1 equals 10 packs of cigarettes. No fillers, no complex chemicals. Just basic timber. Chen Hao was practically vibrating, his eyes fixed on the paper. Boss, please. I've suffered enough. I laughed, setting aside 5 blueprints for the storage chest. These were strategic assets for future trades or morale, and activated the last one. Manufacturing 1 carton, 10 packs. Hard work pays off triggered. 9x multiplier applied. Obtained. Cigarette X9 cartons, 90 packs. Instantly, a waterfall of red and white boxes materialized, filling the air with the rich, intoxicating scent of fresh tobacco. Chen Hao looked like he'd just seen a god descend from the heavens. He snatched a pack, tore off the cellophane with clumsy, frantic fingers, and shoved a cigarette under his nose. He closed his eyes and inhaled, a shuddering breath escaping his throat that sounded like a religious experience. That's it, he whispered, his eyes glazing over. That's the soul of it. He started patting his pockets, panicked. Fire, where's my flint? Don't you dare, I snapped, pinning his arm. This room is full of timber, cloth, and gunpowder. You want to turn us into a firework? Chen Hao froze, sheepish, but his eyes never left the cigarette. I grabbed an empty sack, tossed in 27 packs, and shoved the rest back into the chest. Let's go to the deck. We emerged to find Zhao Liang pacing like a caged animal. When he saw the bulging bag, his breathing hitched. I dumped the stash onto the table. Split it up, 9 packs each. When they're gone, don't come begging. Zhao Liang's eyes glowed. He snatched his share like he'd been granted immortality. We retreated to the observation deck, the only place with decent ventilation. The sound of flint striking steel punctuated the silence, followed by the deep, glowing orange of burning embers. Ha! We exhaled in unison, a thick cloud of smoke washing away 2 weeks of accumulated stress. The nicotine rush hit my lungs, sharp and dizzying, a perfect antidote to the apocalypse. We sat in a blissful, nicotine-induced haze until Muchin pushed open the door, waving her hand through the smog. All right, gods of the deck, enough fun, come eat. After a meal and an hour of rest, night had fully descended. A giant, pale purple moon hung in the sky, drenching the world in cold light. Take only one meal's worth of rations, I told Chen Hao and Zhao Liang as I checked my crossbow. Save the weight for loot. The northern nether's hatch hissed open. Tonight, I bypassed the safe path we'd cleared yesterday. I pointed toward the right, into the dark, uncharted depths of the jungle. The air was thick and sweltering, even at night. But as we slipped under the dense canopy, the heat receded into a damp, cool breeze. I took the lead, my blade dancing in the moonlight, carving a path through the suffocating vines as we ventured deeper into the unknown. Another clearing, another level 2 crate sitting in the moonlight. But this time, it wasn't unguarded. Standing over the box was a massive mantis, its forelimbs gleaming like serrated scythes. System alert. Level 2 Guardian, Iron Arm Mantis detected. I signaled for a halt, dropping low into the ferns. Chen Hao and Zhao Liang followed suit, their breathing hitching as they spotted the hulking creature. Don't use the rifles, I whispered, barely moving my lips. The silence of the forest was too heavy, and that cleared trail from earlier was still gnawing at my gut. I suspect we aren't the only ones here. We unsheathed our bows, notching arrows with surgical care. Just as I braced to aim, a sharp whip pierced the night. A volley of iron-tipped spears hissed through the moonlight, pinning the mantis in a heartbeat. The beast shrieked, its sides thrashing wildly, but it barely made it 3 steps before it collapsed with a final, shuddering thud. From the shadows, 7 or 8 tall, humanoid figures emerged. They didn't speak. With practiced efficiency, they reclaimed their spears and began hauling the carcass away. I caught the moonlight hitting them, and my blood ran cold. They weren't human. They were giant, bipedal lizardmen, standing over 2 meters tall and covered in dark, armored scales. So, they were the ones cleaning out the guardians. The pieces clicked together. It wasn't other players, it was the local residents of this floating island. I signaled the guys to stay dead silent. We pressed ourselves into the soil, nearly invisible in the dark. The lizard men vanished into the deep forest with their prize, leaving behind only flattened grass and dark green ichor. I waited a full minute, confirming they were gone, before I dared to stand. What the hell were those things? Chen Hao whispered, his voice trembling. Monsters, Zhao Liang added, still shaking, just like the lizard men in those games. Whatever they are, I said, my gaze tracking the path they'd taken. They're organized. They have weapons, teamwork, and they hunt. That's a nightmare compared to a lone beast. A reckless idea began to form in my mind. I want to follow them. Chen Hao nodded instantly. His trust in me was absolute. Zhao Liang looked nervous, but excitement sparked in his eyes. Their nest is nearby. If we get spotted, we only watch. I cut him off. We need to know what we're dealing with. Their numbers, their habits, where they live. And look, they left the crate. They don't want the loot, just the meat. We can still take ours. We made quick work of the level 2 crate, grabbing 8 bottles of water and 5 meat sticks, before slipping into the shadows to track the lizard men. The path was easy to follow, marked by the drag groove of their heavy kill. After an hour of trekking through the suffocating humidity, the forest canopy thinned. A flicker of firelight danced through the trees, accompanied by a cacophony of hisses and guttural screeches. We parted the last of the bushes and froze. Below us lay a massive basin, lit bright by several roaring bonfires. A sprawling, primitive village of thatched huts filled the area, crawling with over 100 lizard men. They were tearing into the iron arm mantis on a stone slab, with smaller, cub-sized lizard men snatching up raw chunks of meat and scampering off to play. This is a death trap. If we were spotted here, we wouldn't even have time to scream. Retreat, I commanded softly. We have enough intel for now. We'll sweep the perimeter for crates and come back to scout when it's light. We backtracked until the noise of the village was safely behind us, then pivoted to search the surrounding area. It didn't take long. Under a moss-covered rock wall, we found it. A crate, pitch black and glowing with a faint blue light. A level 3 supply crate. Chen Hao popped the latch. My breath hitched as he pulled out a crisp, folded schematic. Boss, level 3 blueprint. I snatched it. Ironwood composite bulkhead. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was a game changer. With this, the northern nether could reach a whole new tier of defense and expansion. It was worth more than everything we gathered so far. Pack it up, I started, but a sudden earth-shaking boom ripped through the night air. The direction was unmistakable. The sound had come from the direction of our ship, the northern nether. Every hair on my neck stood on end. The heat of the jungle evaporated, replaced by a freezing, primal dread. Back. Now, I didn't wait for them. I sprinted into the darkness, my pulse thundering in my ears. One thought burned through my mind. We're too late. We sprinted through the dense, tangled forest, limbs burning. Thorny vines ripped through my sleeves, and whip-like branches left welts on my face, but I didn't care. I was hyper-focused on the rhythmic thumping of my boots against the root-choked earth. Only fire the cannons if the threat is unsolvable, I commanded Mukin earlier. If she'd fired, someone was definitely targeting the northern nether. As I burst toward the clearing, my worst fears were confirmed. A dozen shadowy figures surrounded our ship, They carried a chaotic arsenal, jury-rigged spears, jagged blades, and a few crude goblin-made muskets. The warning shot I'd heard earlier had barely fazed them, it had only whetted their greed. A scrawny guy with bleached yellow hair gestured wildly at the northern nether. "Look at that, boss. This airship is a beast. If we take it, we'll run this whole place." The man he called boss, a slab of hulking, greasy muscle wielding a long blade, eyed the ship with predatory hunger. "Keep your heads down," he growled to his lackeys. "Don't scratch the paint. If you damage my new ship, I'll peel your skin off." Inside the ship, the atmosphere was suffocating. Mu Qin, Xiao Rui, and Lu Hui were braced at the second-floor windows. Mu Qin's sniper rifle was steadied on the sill. Her palms were drenched in sweat, but her aim didn't waver. "Get back." Mu Qin's voice cut through the air, cold and final. "We aren't welcoming visitors. Take another step, and we fire." The men below erupted into lewd laughter. The yellow-haired thug stepped forward, smirking. "Whoa, take it easy, sweetheart. We just want to borrow some food." "How much?" Mu Qin asked, buying time. She was gambling that I'd heard the cannons. "Every last bit you've got," the boss laughed, twirling his blade. "And we're taking the ship, too." The air filled with catcalls and vile suggestions. Mu Qin's last shred of mercy evaporated. "Borrow this, you bastards." She pulled the trigger. A roar of black powder echoed through the cabin. The shot went wide in the darkness, but the lead pellets tore into a thug's calf, sending him sprawling. "Ow. Why me? I didn't even say anything," he wailed. "Shut up," a comrade barked, smacking him. The boss finally lost his patience. "It's just muskets. They're slow to reload. Rush the door, whoever gets inside gets the women." "Charge," they shrieked, fueled by bloodlust. "They're coming." Xiaori screamed. "Fire," Mu Qin commanded. 2 more shots ripped into the crowd. The vanguard faltered, scrambling into the dirt in terror. Mu Qin remained a rock, cycling her rifle with mechanical precision. Every time a head popped up, she put a lead ball through the air, keeping them pinned. "Xiaoru, watch the back of the ship," Mu Qin ordered. Miles away, we were running on fumes. When the silhouette of the northern nether finally rose from the gloom, I skidded to a halt, lungs heaving. Chen Hao and Zhao Liang collapsed behind me, gasping for air. "Reload," I rasped, my hands already moving by instinct. I poured powder, rammed the rod, and seated the lead ball. My movements were cold, precise, and lethal. We crept toward the clearing, hugging the shadows. Through the violet moonlight, I spotted them. A dozen figures crawling toward our hatch like oversized lizards, with the fat boss directing them from the rear. I leveled my musket. My sights settled on the boss's back. I breathed out, clearing my mind of everything but the pull of the trigger. Crack! The boss convulsed, face planting into the dirt. He reached back, his fingers coming away slick with dark, pulsing blood. A raw, piercing scream tore from his throat. Crack, crack. Chen Hao and Zhao Liang fired in unison. 2 more men dropped, writhing in the grass. The remaining thugs panicked. They had no idea where the shots were coming from, only that their numbers were dwindling. Ambush. Run. One of them bolted, only to be blasted into the air by a cannon shot from the northern nether. He hit the ground and didn't twitch. "Don't shoot. We surrender." Some of the raiders started wailing for mercy, but I turned a deaf ear. I finished reloading and put another ball into a twitching silhouette. To me, anyone threatening my family wasn't a person anymore. They were a beast that needed to be put down. The remaining 3 or 4 thugs realized begging was useless. Their fear curdled into a manic, desperate rage. With a collective shriek, they lunged forward, splitting their charge between the airship and our hiding spot. It was a classic. I've made worse decisions maneuver. They sprinted straight into our waiting barrels. Crack, crack. They hit the dirt like puppets with cut strings. Silence finally reclaimed the clearing, save for the thick, metallic tang of blood and a few faint, dying gasps. "Stay sharp," I ordered coldly. "Put a round into anyone still prone." Chen Hao and Zhao Liang nodded, reloading. Just as they turned their backs, a corpse near Chen Hao suddenly surged upward, a blade glinting in the moonlight. He wasn't dead. He was playing possum. My instincts screamed. I didn't even have time to shout. My musket swung in a blur, and before the guy could strike, I put a hole through his forehead. He collapsed backward, his eyes still locked in that final, surprised madness. Chen Hao went pale, his breath hitching as he looked at me. I just offered a curt nod. A few of them ran south. Mu Qin called out from the ship, her voice tight. I glanced at the pitch-black forest to the south. Leave them. No point chasing a dying dog into a dark forest full of potential traps. We crept into the killing field, performing a grim cleanup, finishing off the wretches who were still twitching and piling up their scrap metal blades and muskets. I caught a whiff of the clothes on the bodies and immediately recoiled. Sweat, blood, and filth, these weren't even worth salvaging. When we reached the northern nether, the hatch hissed open. Mu Qin was waiting, gripping her musket like a lifeline. Seeing us unharmed, her rigid shoulders finally slumped. "You're back," she breathed, relief washing over her. I didn't say a word, just pulled her into my arms. I could feel her trembling, not from the cold, but from the adrenaline crash of a survivor. She buried her face in my chest, and I held her tighter. "Is Nuan safe?" I whispered. "She's asleep." She cried for a while, but she settled. After settling in, we took shifts. Exhaustion was a heavy weight, and I eventually drifted into a fitful, light sleep. It felt like seconds later when a hand shook my shoulder. "Husband, wake up." Machin whispered, her voice sharp with tension. Something's moving out there. I was instantly alert. Through the observation port, my heart skipped a beat. The corpses we'd left were being lifted by dark, powerful shadows. They were over 2 meters tall, covered in dark green scales that caught the moonlight. Lizard men. There were dozens of them, 20, maybe 30, and more were flooding out of the southern forest. The scent of blood and the cannon fire from earlier had rung the dinner bell for the entire nest. Wake everyone, I commanded. Get all the muskets loaded. The ship became a hive of frantic, quiet activity. Outside, the lizard men were oblivious, focused entirely on the hull. One massive beast, brandishing a sharpened wooden spear, tapped the northern nether's hull with a dull thud. My finger hovered over the trigger, but I held my fire. If we engaged prematurely, we'd be swarmed. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice chimed in my head. System task triggered, unbalanced hunting ground. Due to excessive predation by the lizard man tribe, the floating island's ecosystem is severely compromised. Task: eliminate all lizard men on the island. Reward: 1 task point per kill, plus an additional level 4 supply crate and a random level 3 blueprint for the top-ranked team. I quickly relayed the task to Mu Qin. Clear them all? Chen Hao blinked. How many are there? I looked back out the window. I remembered the sprawling village of huts I'd seen earlier, the sheer volume of monsters. At least 100, and there are 40 or 50 right under our feet. If we don't hit them while they're grouped here, I said, it'll be a nightmare to hunt them in the trees. Mu Qin understood instantly. You want to use the ship's cannons? My eyes sharpened. Chen Hao, Zhao Liang to the cannons. Mu Qin, keep watch. If they swarm us, we hold the hatch. I didn't waste a second. Fire. I roared, diving for the lower deck artillery. Behind me, I heard the frantic gasps of Chen Hao and Zhao Liang as they wrenched the firing pins open. We unleashed a 5-cannon volley, the roar of the blast near deafening, threatening to burst my eardrums. The northern nether shuddered violently, and I barely managed to cling to the railing. Below, the clearing was a hellscape. Green ichor and shredded limbs rained down, painting the ground in a carnage worse than any slaughterhouse. The screeching of the lizard men was utterly drowned out by the thunder of our cannons. System alert: lizard man killed. Task points gained, 1. Points started ticking up in my head, but I had no time to celebrate. The barrels were glowing a dull, angry red. Reload, I barked. The first volley had shocked them, but these monsters weren't just fleeing, they were enraged. Dozens of survivors, some dragging mangled limbs, fixed their glowing, hateful eyes on the northern nether. They let out a unified primal screech and charged, scaling the slope like a tide of dark scales. They're trying to climb us. Crack, crack. The upper deck erupted with gunfire. Mu Qin, Xiao Rui, and Lu Hui were firing their muskets, but the lizard's hides were thick. One took a chest shot and barely even stumbled. Boss, there are too many. Chen Hao's voice cracked. He was fumbling to jam an iron ball into the cannon. The monsters were already beneath us, entering our blind spot. I didn't wait. I shoved Chen Hao aside, grabbed the cannon, and cranked the angle to the absolute limit. I fired on instinct. The iron ball ripped through a massive lizard man, tore through his companion, and vanished into the trees. Task points gained, 2. I was a machine, moving from cannon to cannon. I fired 4 more times, carving a literal path of gore through the front lines. But even with 13 points in the bag, dozens more kept slamming against the ship's hull. The scraping of claws against metal was a frantic, screeching symphony of terror. To the upper deck, muskets, I shouted. We scrambled up the ladder, lungs burning. The cabin was a haze of acrid smoke. Mu Qin and the others were pale, their hands shaking but their movements mechanical. They had a row of preloaded rifles ready. I grabbed one and didn't even aim, I just felt the trigger. I saw a massive leader lizard trying to claw his way up. I put a ball through his skull, and he fell like a sack of rocks. Task points gained, 1. It became a rhythmic slaughter. We cycled through 30 muskets, forming a perfect loop of fire. The roar was constant, a staccato rhythm of death that cleared the ship's sides. When I finally stopped, the silence that followed was heavy, filled only with the stench of smoke and decay. Still standing, I muttered, looking at the few pathetic stragglers still trying to use their dead kin as footstools to reach us. Wife, take the girls and finish them, I said. Good target practice. Mu Qin hesitated, then nodded, her expression hardening. Xiao Rui, Lu Hui, aim for the eyes or the largest scales. Minutes later, the clearing was dead silent. With me for cleanup, I ordered, slinging my musket and drawing my blade. The ground was a bog of blood and mud. We moved from body to body, finishing off anything that still twitched. Zhao Liang was feeling confident, emboldened by the victory. He stepped toward a pile of corpses, aiming to kick aside a heap to check for loot. Mistake. A clawed hand shot out from beneath the pile, a sharpened wooden spear striking like a viper. It was too fast. The point punched clean through Zhao Liang's side, the force lifting him off his feet. Arg! Zhao Liang screamed, his musket flying from his hand as he clutched his gut, blood pumping between his fingers. The attacker, a lizard man with a shredded leg, shrieked as it tried to rise for one last kill. I didn't hesitate, my musket barked, and the creature's head vanished in a spray of gore. Zhao Liang. I sprinted over, dropping to my knees and clamping my hands over his wound. His face was already bone white, the look of a man losing blood faster than he could hold it. Zhao Liang's eyes drifted, his lips trembling as he grabbed my sleeve with a grip that belied his fading strength. Brother, take care of Liu Hui for me. I'm done for. I didn't even blink. I shoved his hand away, my voice cold as ice. I can't be bothered. He nearly choked on his own breath, eyes bulging in disbelief. Ignoring his shock, I barked at Chen Hao, who was still staring blankly. What are you waiting for? Get to the ship and bring me that glass bottle with the golden liquid, the ice crystal honey. Chen Hao scrambled, and less than a minute later, Liu Hui came sprinting down, her hair a chaotic mess. She caught sight of the wooden spear protruding from her husband's gut and collapsed, scrambling over to him in a heap of tears. Husband, don't scare me. I can't live without you. The shrieking was piercing, a physical weight on my eardrums. Shut up, I said, taking the bottle from Chen Hao. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. If you keep crying, he really will die. Liu Hui's wail cut off as if she'd been strangled. She stared at me, paralyzed with terror. I pulled the stopper, and a strange, clean fragrance instantly masked the metallic reek of blood. I looked at Zhao Liang. Brace yourself. Without hesitation, I jammed my left hand against the wound to steady the flesh and grip the spear's shaft with my right. I yanked. A geyser of blood erupted. Zhao Liang let out a pig-like shriek, his body convulsing as his eyes rolled back. I didn't give him the luxury of passing out. I slammed the bottle's mouth against his lips and poured half the golden liquid down his throat. Classic, I thought, down the hatch. As he instinctively swallowed, the miracle happened. The honey turned into a warm, flowing current, surging straight to the wound. Liu Hui watched, her eyes wide enough to pop out of her skull, as the gaping, blood-spurting hole was pulled together by an invisible hand. The torn flesh knit itself back together and scabbed over in mere seconds. The screaming stopped. Zhao Liang gasped, his vacant eyes snapping into a sharp, disbelieving clarity. The icy chill of death vanished, replaced by a surge of warmth like he'd just finished a sauna session and downed a bowl of ginseng soup. He tentatively moved his legs, then sprung to his feet with a clean, fluid motion. What the? Chen Hao's jaw hit the floor. Zhao Liang patted his stomach, finding nothing but shredded fabric and dried blood. I'm fine. I'm actually fine. He threw a few punches, grinning. Brother, I feel stronger. Way stronger than before. He tossed the half-empty bottle toward Liu Hui. Take a sip. Don't overdo it. Liu Hui, still reeling from the emotional whiplash, took a hesitant, tiny sip. The cooling sensation hit her throat and exploded into a rejuvenating heat. Her trembling legs locked firm, and her racing heart calmed instantly. She balled her fist, feeling as if she could haul a sack of rice with ease. I snatched the bottle back and tucked it into my pocket. Don't get cocky. You're not immortal. One more slip-up, and not even the gods can save you. The hunt resumed. Zhao Liang had learned his lesson. He stopped playing the hero and stayed back. He picked off the remaining stragglers from 30 meters away. Crack! The lizard man, trying to bury itself in the dirt, jerked and went still. Hit! Another hit. Zhao Liang cheered, his energy infectious. He and Liu Hui were glowing. The honey had topped off their stamina bars and kept them running on pure adrenaline. I didn't join their celebration, just leaned against a damp tree and mechanically reloaded. The faint blue system prompts on my left hand flashed like a waterfall. Task points gained. 1. Task points gained. 1. The dinging lasted for half an hour until Chen Hao put a bullet through the final lizard man. I pulled up my panel. Total points, 62. I exhaled, rubbing my throbbing temples. 62 kills, at least half the tribe wiped out in one night. The threat that had loomed over us was effectively gutted. Fatigue crashed over me like a tidal wave as the adrenaline faded. Above, the canopy's gaps revealed a pale, sickly dawn. With the first light, the floating island roared to life. Muffled gunshots echoed from the distance, followed by distant screams. The system's cleanup task was a hunk of raw meat thrown into a pond full of hungry sharks. The promise of level 3 blueprints and supply crates was enough to make anyone gamble their life. I peered through the leaves. The sky was no longer empty. A dozen airships were descending in the distance. This island had turned into a crowded slaughterhouse overnight. On a flat riverbank to the south, 2 battered, miserable-looking airships sat crookedly. Inside one, the air was thick with the stench of sweat and burnt rubber. The thug who'd led the failed raid trembled as he stared at his system interface. His boss, Sun Weiming of the Heavenly Eagle Alliance, was projected in a flickering, static-filled hologram, his voice vibrating with barely contained rage. "Don't give me that garbage," Sun Weiming roared. "A dozen men to take one ship, and you losers are the only ones crawling back? A group of pigs could have flipped that ship." The underling shrank away, sweating. "Boss, it's not what you think. That ship, it had cannons. Real cannons. And they all had muskets. The firepower was insane. We were caught in an ambush." Sun Weiming's heavy, rhythmic breathing filled the cabin for a long silence. Finally, his voice turned sharp and cunning. "What did the ship look like?" The underling stammered, his brain scrambling. "It was huge. The gas bag was fat, and the gondola was 2 stories tall, like a flying fortress. And there were women. Several women." Sun Weiming let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Is your brain made of dung? You're telling me there were people on an airship? What a surprise." "Women aren't the defining feature, you idiot," I shouted, the static on the other end crackling. "No, I mean," the underling stuttered, waving his hands as if his boss could see him. "The ship was massive, And they didn't seem to have a shortage of ammo. They were firing like it was free. He hesitated, then slapped his thigh. Oh, right boss. The system mission, the lizard man purge? Not long after we bailed, the shooting and cannon fire coming from their direction was insane. It lasted forever. He lowered his voice, a hint of genuine fear creeping in. Sun Weiming stayed silent. He was a veteran, even through a screen. His sharp, predatory nature was clear. Did you go back to check? No, we didn't dare, the underling admitted. With that kind of firepower, we'd have been dead before we saw them. A bunch of useless trash, Sun Weiming spat. They were likely busy fighting the monsters. If you'd had half a brain, you could have snuck back while they were wounded and cleaned up the supplies. The underling bowed his head, taking the verbal lashing. Sun Weiming sighed, his voice turning cold and calculating. Forget it. If the monsters could tank cannon fire, this island isn't simple. Stay on the ship and don't come out. Back on the northern nether, the stench of blood had finally faded, replaced by the heavenly, aggressive aroma of braised beef noodles. Zhao Liang and Lu Hui were practically burying their faces in their bowls, and even the usually composed Mu Qin was eating with a ravenous intensity. I set my empty bowl down, signaled everyone to take their time, and slipped into the lower-level storage room. Once the door clicked shut, I touched the pile of loot I gathered. System alert. Multiplier triggered. 8x reward. System alert. Multiplier triggered. 5x reward. Resources flooded my inventory. 320 units of pure water, 100 bowls of beef noodles, 310 portions of dried meat, 30 copper ingots, and 72 units of high-quality cotton cloth. I picked up the level 3 blueprint. System alert, 1x reward. Obtained. Ironwood composite cabin blueprint, level 3. My tension finally broke as I pulled up the upgrade interface. The previously grayed out button was now glowing with an inviting light. I hit confirm. There was no explosion, just a gentle, rhythmic creaking as the northern nether seemed to expand under an invisible hand. The cabin walls stretched, the wood grain knitting together with iron reinforcements until the structure felt solid as a fortress. Upstairs, Chen Hao nearly dropped his bowl as his chair shifted. What the is this place haunted? Within minutes, the cabin space doubled, hitting 200 square meters across 2 levels. I stepped out to find everyone staring in slack-jawed awe. Zhao Liang, Lu Hui, you two are moving upstairs, I said, gesturing to the new space. I'll set up a bedroom for you. Lu Hui's hands shook. Brother, we can stay on the upper deck. It's the living area. It should have been there all along, I said, dismissively. Zhao Liang's eyes welled up. He couldn't find the words, eventually choking out, "Thanks, brother, the toilet's on me from now on." Chen Hao laughed, and the cabin finally felt like a home, filled with the echoes of the kids playing on the new floorboards. Looking at my daughter's flushed, happy face, the fatigue in my shoulders eased. All right, that's enough excitement, I said, checking the midday sun. Chen Hao, get some sleep. Zhao Liang, you two have the energy from that honey, take the watch. 4 hours. Guaranteed, not even a fly gets in, Zhao Liang declared. I slept deeply, waking only when the sun was high. I splashed my face with cold water to clear the grogginess and checked the monitor. Zhao Liang had dark circles under his eyes, but he was staring at the radar like a hawk. Wake Chen Hao, I said, grabbing my musket. We have a score to settle. 10 minutes later, we tracked their footprints 2 kilometers to a riverbank. 2 battered airships sat motionless on the sand. Looks like them, Chen Hao hissed. I held up a hand, scanning the perimeter. No sentries. It was too quiet, a massive red flag. Test them, I whispered. I raised my musket and fired a shot into the hull of the nearest ship. Bang. 2 shots immediately barked back from the windows. Too fast. They were hunkered down in their turtle shells, and I wasn't about to throw away my life on a frontal assault. Withdraw, I ordered, turning back into the brush. Just like that? Zhao Liang asked, clearly itching for a fight. This is called beating the grass to scare the snake. We'll handle them later. We reached the northern nether just as a notification chimed. Ding. Mission ended. Unbalanced hunting ground. Ranking results. First place. Northern nether, 62 points. Second place. Ark of Eden, 14 points. Third place. Embroidery, 11 points. The gap was massive. A luxurious, high-tier supply crate materialized in the center of the cabin with a heavy thud, followed by a glowing blue blueprint. Obtained. Early steam central air conditioning blueprint. System alert. 3x multiplier triggered. Obtained. 3 sets of AC blueprints. AC? Zhao Liang shrieked, his voice jumping an octave. Brother, in this weather, we're invincible. I ignored him, carefully pocketing the blueprints as I turned my attention to the crate. The metal latches popped open with a satisfying click. As I lifted the lid, a scent that was equal parts industrial preservatives and absolute heaven drifted out. No weapons, no building materials, just boxes of self-heating hot pot, rice, and jars of canned peaches and mandarin oranges. The crate was packed to the brim. Just as the others began to salivate, I triggered the diligence system. System alert, multiplier triggered, 8x reward. The boxes seemed to glitch, duplicating right before our eyes until the crate overflowed, forming a literal mountain of food. Cans rolled across the floor, clattering against Muchin's boots. Silence. Then came the synchronized sound of 6 people swallowing at once. Muchin knelt, picking up a pack of self-heating rice. She tugged at the plastic, her eyes turning glossy. Hot rice. We can finally have hot rice. It wasn't just survival rations anymore. It was the taste of a real life. The kids lost their minds, hugging cans of peaches to their chests like treasure. Liu Hui didn't even care about her image, ripping into a spicy beef hot pot pack. Hot pot. I forgot what spice even felt like. I backed away from the frenzy, leaning against the railing. I pulled out the blueprint for the steam central air conditioner again. It looked great on paper, but the reality was a headache. It was a steampunk piece of engineering, and the power requirements were triple what my current steam engine could handle. The compressor and condenser loop were power-hungry monsters. Well, that escalated quickly. I sighed and tucked the blueprint into storage. I had to be realistic. No point in building an AC unit that would just stall my engine. I checked the system time. Pack the food into the warehouse, I said, my voice cutting through their excitement. Chen Hao, Zhao Liang, get to the cannons. We have a debt to settle. Zhao Liang, still licking hot pot sauce off his lips, blinked. We're going on the offensive? I moved to the helm, gripping the cold steering wheel. The 2 enemy airships had been sitting there long enough. Full throttle. Prepare the forward batteries. 3 minutes later, the northern nether roared to life. I watched through the observation window as the 2 turtle-shelled ships drifted into my kill zone. Target 1. Fire. Boom. 5 iron shells tore through the air. The recoil shook the entire northern nether, but the result was spectacular. The first ship's gas bag shredded instantly, and the other 3 rounds punched through the gondola like a hammer through wet paper. A massive fireball erupted, swallowing the ship in seconds. Nailed it. I didn't wait to watch the carnage. I whipped the wheel hard, bringing the northern nether around in a sharp, lethal arc to line up the second target. Finish them. Another volley. The second ship shattered like a rotting watermelon, scattering burning debris across the riverbank. We didn't linger to confirm the kill. The explosions were too loud and would draw unwanted attention. I banked the airship back into the clouds, the cabin filling with the sharp, acidic tang of gunpowder. Damn, that was satisfying, Zhao Liang said, wiping soot from his face. We're all exhausted, I said, clapping them on the shoulders. Eat whatever you want. Then, everyone who isn't on watch gets to sleep. The next 15 minutes were the quietest, most agonizing wait on the ship. The hiss of the self-heating packets filled the air, sounding like a dozen mini-volcanoes ready to erupt. Finally, the steam cleared, and the scent of spiced chili oil and rehydrated vegetables took over. Liu Hui grabbed a pair of chopsticks, shoveled in a mouthful of glass noodles, and winced. Hot. Too hot. She blew on them, refusing to spit them out, her eyes watering. It's so good. Mo-chin ate gracefully but just as quickly, mixing her rice with sausage until every grain was coated in chili oil. Her face softened into a rare expression of pure, simple happiness. The kids were a mess, faces smeared with red oil, giggling as they alternated between spicy rice and sweet canned fruit. Daddy, you have some, little Nuan said, offering me a spoonful of sugary orange. I ate it, the sweetness cutting through the heat of the hot pot. It was a strange, decadent combo. This is better than any takeout I ever had, Chen Hao mumbled, his mouth full. If only we could live like this forever. Famous last words. As the food coma set in, the cabin grew heavy with fatigue. The heat of the hot pot and the adrenaline crash made it impossible to stay awake. That's enough, I said, noticing Nuan rubbing her eyes. Go to sleep, all of you. Mu-chin stood up to clear the table, looking at me with a flicker of worry. What about you? Chen Hao, sleep for 4 hours, then take over. Once I'd chased everyone off to their bunks, the northern nether fell into a heavy silence. I sat alone at the helm. Night had fallen, but the heat remained absolute. Without air conditioning, this iron shell was essentially a pressure cooker. I checked the regional chat, and predictably, it was a dumpster fire. The entire feed was just people begging for water, whining about the heat, or claiming the temperature had topped 40 degrees Celsius. It was absolute misery. Suddenly, a few desperate messages derailed the thread. 22. 165 centimeters. Great body. We'll trade for 2 bottles of water. Can send photos. The channel exploded with vitriol. Gross. We're dying of thirst, and you're trying to sell yourself? Keep your photos. I didn't care. I tuned out the noise, took a swig from my dwindling water supply, and tried to ignore the suffocating humidity. It felt like a wet blanket draped over my lungs, and sweat kept stinging my eyes. I reached for a cigarette, then stopped. Smoking in this furnace sounded like a fast track to dehydration. I should have stayed in bed. Wait, my mind snapped to the storeroom. I had a piece of the lizard man trophy left. I hurried down, dug into a corner, and unwrapped a long, cotton-swaddled object. As the fabric fell away, a visible mist of cold air spiraled outward. Yes. The touch of the ice crystal fang sent a shiver through my nerves. It was like hugging a block of industrial ice in the middle of a desert. I lugged the 10-pound weight to the observation room and braced it against a chair. I curled around it like a koala, the chill instantly neutralizing the humid air. I finally lit my cigarette, the smoke feeling surprisingly refreshing against the cool air. Time blurred until Chen Hao stumbled in, rubbing his eyes for the graveyard shift. He froze, staring at me splayed out, limbs wrapped around a glowing blue tooth, looking like a total weirdo. He smirked, his voice dropping to a teasing whisper. Rough night, boss? The missus kick you out? You're getting a little too intimate with that tooth, don't you think? I cracked an eye open, cold as ice. Keep talking and I'll find a use for this tooth on you. Either hold it or get out. Hey, don't mind if I do? Chen Hao grinned, leaning in. As the chill hit his face, his expression melted into pure ecstasy. Oh man, that's the stuff. You're a genius, boss. I didn't bother responding. I left him to his new best friend and headed to my room. My sleep was a fever dream of circling suns, and when I woke up, the air in the cabin was stagnant and heavy. Mu Qin and little Nuan were struggling. Nuan was sprawled out, her skin flushed an unhealthy, feverish red. Mu Qin was fanning her with a handheld fan, her own voice raspy when she looked up at me. It's unbearable. I grabbed the remaining ice crystal fangs from the corner and handed them over. Hold these, it'll help. The relief was instantaneous. Mu Qin hugged one to her chest, her posture relaxing, and tucked the other into Nuan's arms. The little girl turned, clinging to the cold surface with a contented sigh. Why didn't you give these to us earlier? Mu Qin pouted. I only just figured out how to use them, I muttered, shaking my head. How is everyone else? They're holding on. No one's eating, it's too hot for anything, let alone hot food. She glanced at the ceiling. If only we had that AC unit. Her words hit me like a physical blow. The blueprint was useless without the power to drive it. I pushed past the heat, stepping into the corridor. The air outside was like a wall of fire. I reached the observation deck to find Zhao Liang in the same position I'd been in, glued to the ice tooth like he was trying to fuse with it. I offered him a cigarette, but he recoiled like it was poison. No way, boss. My breath is already hot enough. I'm one spark away from spontaneous combustion. This is fine, probably. The situation was dire. We needed a solution, and fast. Just as I was about to give up on the idea, Xiao Rui came sprinting down the hall. Boss, someone is selling a level 3 medium steam engine blueprint. I stiffened. What's the asking price? A full set of level 2 airship upgrade blueprints. They won't budge on the price. It was a steep cost. Level 2 blueprints were gold mines, but we were at a breaking point. I checked in with Mu Qin. What do we have left? 2 level 2 medium pressure gas bag blueprints, 1 level 2 reinforced wood cabin wall, and 3 level 2 small steam engine blueprints. It's enough, I said, my voice firm. Xiao Rui, execute the trade. Tell them it's a deal. A minute later, the system pinged. Trade successful. Trade successful. I lost my level 2 blueprints, but the reward was worth it. A level 3 medium steam engine blueprint. Before I could even breathe, the familiar hum of the system kicked in. System alert, multiplier triggered. 5x reward. Congratulations. Obtained 5x level 3 medium steam engine blueprints. I didn't hesitate. I pulled up the Northern Nether's interface and hit upgrade. A harsh red warning box flashed instantly. Insufficient materials. Iron required. I cursed under my breath. If only I hadn't dumped that iron back on the floating island. Rookie mistake. Xiao Rui, check the current iron price, I barked. Nobody was hoarding iron anymore. Water was the only currency that mattered. On the exchange, a single bottle of water could fetch 30 planks or 10 iron bars. I didn't care about the exchange rate. I needed it yesterday. Empty the shop, I ordered. 20 bottles of water for 200 iron bars. Move. My trade offer hit the exchange like a lightning bolt. For survivors dying of thirst, my water was a miracle. The trade was snapped up instantly. System alert. Multiplier triggered. 4x reward. Congratulations. Obtained 800 iron bars. With the resources overflowing, the upgrade proceeded without a hitch. I fed 500 iron bars, 50 copper, and 5 units of rubber coating into the system. The Northern Nether shuddered, a deep mechanical rumble vibrating through the deck as if the ship had just received a heart transplant. The groaning of the old engine vanished, replaced by a deep, rhythmic thrum of pure, raw power. I didn't even stop to admire it. I immediately pulled out the early model Steam Central AC blueprint. After consuming the necessary iron, copper, and aluminum, the installation finished with a hiss of valves. The steam-powered compressor whirred to life. For the first minute, nothing happened. Then 5 minutes in, a miracle occurred. A breeze, stripped of its sweltering heat, brushed against my sweat-dampened neck. It's cold, Xiao Rui squealed, her hand pressed against the vent. Boss, it's actually cold. I checked the monitor. The blood-red 46 degrees Celsius reading was plummeting. 40, 35. 10 minutes later, it settled at a crisp 26 degrees Celsius. It wasn't freezing, just dry and comfortable, like stepping out of a furnace into the crisp air of autumn. Little Nuan bolted out of the bedroom in her tank top, her eyes wide. She grabbed the air as if she could hold the coolness. Daddy, it's not hot anymore. She danced on the floor, then dived into my arms like a content kitten. Even Mu Qin and Roxanne stepped out, basking in the air conditioning as if it were a religious experience. Chen Hao slid in wearing slippers, inhaling deeply. Holy, is this real AC? Bro, you're a god. Zhao Liang followed, collapsing onto the floor beneath the vent with a groan of relief. Man, I thought I was going to turn into jerky. This feels like heaven. He lit a cigarette, the smoke curling lazily into the chilled air. I'll take the win. The system chime broke our reverie. Detected multiple supply crates, 2 kilometers ahead. I headed to the observation deck. The sun was still brutal, but through the glass, I saw 6 or 7 birds circling the target. They weren't large, but they moved with the sharp, predatory grace of vultures. Chen Hao, wake up. We've got work to do. He bounced up, his muscle memory taking over as he grabbed his flintlock. What's the situation, boss? Zhao Liang peered through the glass. They're tiny. Surely we don't need the cannons for those. No, I said, my eyes tracking the black specks. But they're guarding the loot, which means they're probably tasty. We haven't had fresh meat in ages. I had a problem. If we killed them, their bodies would plummet into the cloud sea, impossible to retrieve. Chen Hao, bring me the hand crossbow and that spool of thin cotton thread. I tied the line to the bolt and the other end to the crossbow's hook. We're going to try to fish them out of the air. Nice try though, Chen Hao muttered, taking the crossbow. As we closed to within 100 meters, the system pinged again. Target, level 2 Guardian Crimson Feather Sparrow. Characteristics, pack hunters, agile, high heat resistance, territorial. Level 2, I whispered. Keep it steady, free fire. The sparrows noticed us, letting out a screech that felt like nails on a chalkboard. They turned into 7 red blurs, diving at us. Bang! Chen Hao fired, but the birds were erratic, darting through the air like flies on a sugar rush. He missed by a mile. Too slippery, Zhao Liang shouted, frantically reloading. My turn, Chen Hao grunted. He let his target, timing the shot perfectly. Thwip! The bolt arched through the air, but the drag from the cotton line dragged it down, causing it to drop harmlessly 2 meters below the sparrow. That sounded smarter in my head. Kinetic loss, I realized instantly. Forget the rope. Chen Hao, drop the bow and switch to the flintlock now. The sparrows finished their first pass, pulling up in a wide arc. They turned back in unison, plunging toward us like 7 feathered incendiary bombs. Their target wasn't the ship, it was us. I didn't waste a second. As the sparrows dived, I slammed the helm to the left. The northern nether groaned, executing a clumsy but effective banking maneuver that lifted our starboard side and cleared a perfect firing angle for the crew. Clear line of sight, fire. Distance was under 30 meters. The blast of 5 guns was deafening, and this time, we didn't miss. 3 sparrows erupted into gore and feathers, spiraling into the cloud sea. The remaining 4 were enraged. They didn't retreat, they banked hard, aiming straight for the gas bag connections. A puncture at this altitude meant a death sentence. Hold on, I roared. Instead of pulling up, I jammed the stick forward, sending the ship into a violent nosedive. Gravity abandoned us, my stomach slammed into my throat as the northern nether dropped a dozen meters like a stone. The sparrows, caught off guard by our sudden descent, overshot us completely. They were now exposed on our flank. Now, let them have it. Chen Hao, Zhao Liang, and Lu Hui didn't need a second invitation. They unleashed a torrent of lead. 2 more sparrows exploded in midair, falling like shredded rags. The final 2 panicked, but after a final, desperate volley from Chen Hao, they didn't even make it 100 meters away. I watched the black specks vanish into the clouds. My heart ached a little for the lost meat, but survival came first. I slowly steered the ship toward the floating supply crates. 7 of them sat waiting. My mouth curled into a grin even without the bird meat. This was a hell of a haul. Inside the cabin, the 7 level 2 crates were lined up like soldiers. Chen Hao was rubbing his hands together, his eyes locked on the loot like a starving wolf. Zhao Liang, despite still looking a bit green from the aerial maneuvers, was just as eager. Boss, don't keep us waiting. Open them. I stubbed out my cigarette, a smirk playing on my lips. I reached for the first crate, but a small, pink-cheeked figure darted from behind Muchin. It was Nuan. The cooling system had done wonders. The feverish flush was gone, replaced by the glow of health. She sprinted over on short legs and wrapped her arms around my leg. Daddy, Nuan wants to try. The guys softened immediately. In this hellish environment, she was our little mascot. Nobody was going to fight a kid for the glory of opening a box. I ruffled her soft hair and stepped back. All right, Nuan. You've got the best luck in the house, this is all you. She stood on her tiptoes, straining her little hands against the alloy latch. Click. The lid creaked open. There was no smell of food or clatter of metal, just a single, glowing blue scroll resting at the bottom. Daddy, a drawing paper. Nuan chirped, handing it to me. I unfolded it. A simple crew quarters blueprint. No way. Zhao Liang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. I swept Nuan up and spun her around, her laughter ringing through the cool, crisp air. Nice save. Chen Hao's gambling itch was flaring up. He leaned in, grinning. Boss, Nuan's tired. How about I take over? Back in school, they called me the Prince of Luck. I never bought a pack of noodles without the seasoning packet. I leaned against the console, crossing my arms. That's true, but you left out the part where the class changed your name to the Luckless Turtle because you only ever fished up thumb-sized turtles from the river. Zhao Liang sprayed his water across the room. Even Muchin shook with suppressed laughter, and Xiao Rui slapped her thigh, howling. Luckless Turtle, that's perfect. Chen Hao's face turned the color of a bruised beet. That was just bad water. I've turned it around. Just watch. He marched to the second crate like he was defusing a bomb, muttering prayers under his breath. He ripped the lid open. The box was nearly empty. A few planks and 5 iron bars. The silence lasted a solid 3 seconds. Chen Hao stood frozen, his jaw working as he stared at the pathetic pile of wood. This isn't science. I used up all my luck last time, didn't I? Yeah, you definitely flushed it down the drain, Zhao Liang joked, clapping him on the shoulder. Enough, you two. I laughed, waving them off. I turned back to Nuan. All right, sweetheart, the rest are yours. Don't listen to the weird uncle. The next 2 minutes were a masterclass in legendary luck. Click. 10 purified water, 5 jerky. Click. 15 compressed biscuits. Click. 5 iron, 3 copper. It wasn't looting, it was a wholesale supply drop. Chen Hao sat in the corner, nursing his bruised ego while Nuan beamed. Then, we hit the final box. Nuan patted the lid and shoved. No blinding light, but my pupils dilated as I saw the contents. Simple workbench blueprint. I took a deep breath. With this, we could start manufacturing our own gear. I let my fingers drift over the blueprints while my system kicked in. System alert, multiplier triggered. 3x on workbench, 5x on crew quarters. 5 blueprints. We finally have a place for more crew members to sleep without crowding the bedrooms. I looked at Zhao Liang and Lu Hui, gesturing them over. I knew they'd been wondering about my magic for a long time. It was time they understood just how deep our fortune really ran. I didn't need to explain myself further. We were all in this together now, and I wasn't about to hide how I operated. Look, I said, catching their gazes. My ability is basically a system hack. Whenever I touch an item or blueprint produced by the system, it has a chance to trigger a random multiplier. That's where all this stuff came from. Zhao Liang and Lu Hui exchanged a look, their faces filled with gratitude for the trust I'd placed in them. They swore they'd keep it secret, and I nodded, waving them over to help with the inventory. The haul was massive, 30 units of sturdy wood, 40 of iron, and 15 of copper. But the real prize was the life support supplies. We stacked 100 bottles of pure water like fortress walls, flanked by 60 packs of jerky and 45 blocks of compressed biscuits. This is insane, Zhao Liang muttered as we hauled it all to the storage room. I moved to the side of the room, near the power furnace exhaust pipes. It was too hot for food, but perfect for a workshop. I pulled out the simple workbench blueprint and tapped build. System alert, consuming 50 iron, 10 copper, and 10 sturdy wood. The materials vanished from my inventory. Blue light converged, swirling like invisible hands weaving a masterpiece. 3 seconds later, a heavy cast iron table slammed onto the floor, shaking the deck. It was a brutal, beautiful piece of industrial engineering, complete with grooves, vises, and a rack of professional tools. A text prompt appeared. Workbench can manufacture basic tools and parts. Disposable blueprints are single-use, but permanent blueprints allow for unlimited mass production. Unlimited mass production. I stopped breathing for a second. If I could land permanent blueprints for bullets or precision crossbow bolts, the Northern Nether wouldn't just be an airship anymore, it would be a floating armory. Beep. The sharp whine of the radar cut through my thoughts. It wasn't a combat alert, it was a detection signal for a massive structure. Boss, get up here. You have to see this. Zhao Liang's voice crackled through the comms, vibrating with excitement. I bolted to the second floor. Everyone was already at the observation window. Floating in the clouds 2 kilometers ahead was a massive, inhabited island. It wasn't some barren wasteland. It was fortified with towering, gray stone walls, scarred by claw marks and repairs. Inside, hundreds of domed stone houses sat like gray mushrooms, and in the distance, a small mountain stood with smoke curling from its peak. It's a town, Chen Hao whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I should have stayed in bed. After drifting in this void for so long, the sight of a real civilization was enough to make a man cry. Null territory, I murmured, my eyes narrowing. Extending from the island was a sprawling, chaotic spaceport. It was packed with everything from patched-up human airships to tattered wooden arcs and strange, bone-stitched tribal skiffs. Gnolls, monstrous, dog-headed humanoids moved among humans, barking and hauling cargo. System alert, trading area detected. I gripped the helm, my knuckles white. Stow your weapons. Keep them close, but keep them hidden. Are we really doing this? Chen Hao gripped the window frame, his eyes wide. We have water and meat, but we're starving for blueprints, materials, and intelligence, I said, banking the ship toward the docks. This place is open for business. We'd be idiots to walk away. As we approached, the wind carried a pungent cocktail of wet fur, roasting meat, and exhaust fumes. It was barbaric, but it was alive. We glided into a docking bay, and immediately, a hulking gnoll in linen rags, wearing a primitive whistle around his neck, lumbered toward us. Docking fee, he rasped, his voice like sandpaper on bone. He slammed a heavy, fur-covered hand against our hull, making the metal groan. 5 liters of water for the first day, 10 for the second. No credit. I frowned. That was highway robbery. I leaned out the window, looking him dead in the eyes. Buddy, I'm not buying the dock. I'm just parking. The gnoll, the port captain, old Dew glared up, ready to bark a threat. But the moment his gaze locked with mine, his eyes flickered. Maybe it was the lingering scent of blood on me, or some primal survival instinct, but his expression went rigid. The aggressive slouch vanished, his ears drooping as he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Oh, my apologies, honored guest. He rubbed his rough hands together. The 5-liter price is for the commoners. For you, just 1 liter of water. Friends and family rate. I raised an eyebrow. The speed of his pivot was impressive. I remembered my past run-in with the gnolls at their outpost. Our relationship was marked as friendly. That explained the sudden hospitality. Deal, I said. Minutes later, we stepped off the ship. The 26 degrees Celsius comfort of the northern nether vanished, replaced by a scorching, dust-choked heat that felt like swallowing a hot blanket. Zhao Liang gagged, shielding his eyes. I didn't reach for my sweat, I just scanned the chaotic sprawl. I pulled a fresh pack of cigarettes from my pocket, popped one out, and handed it to old Dew. Friend, tell me where's the best place to trade. Old Doo's dog nose twitched. His eyes dilated the moment he smelled the tobacco. He snatched the cigarette with two thick fingers and inhaled deeply, looking like he'd found salvation. Good stuff. We only get these when we do something great. I lit it for him, and as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, he leaned in, his tone turning intimate. Brother, take my advice. Go inside the city walls. The vendors outside will pick you clean. They love to scam the new arrivals. He had almost said something else, his eyes darting around in a panic. I didn't miss the slip. He meant newcomers. This meant they dealt with outsiders constantly. I didn't press the point. I pulled the rest of the pack from my pocket and slid it into his hand. We're new here, but we know the rules. Old Doo, your secret is safe with me. I kept my voice low, dropping into that unspoken wavelength men share when things are getting serious. In this chaotic hellscape, one piece of truth could be the difference between waking up tomorrow and becoming carrion. Old Doo stared at the cigarette pack in his palm, his Adam's apple bobbing. In this place, a pack of smokes was worth more than a crate of canned meat. Greed won out. He shoved the pack into his waistband and pulled me into a shadowed corner. Don't tell anyone I told you this, he whispered, his voice a raspy mix of pity and numbness. Judging by your gear and airship, you've been in this world maybe half a month? I gave him a slight nod. Old Doo lit a cigarette, inhaling with a desperate intensity until the embers scorched his fingers. Every few years, this fog rolls in, and people human or otherwise start popping up in the sky. It's a culling, he said, the word dripping with frost. A flash of genuine terror crossed his dog-like face. Those who can hack it stay, those who can't, die. He waved me off, suddenly uneasy, as if he'd said too much. That's all I know. I'm just a gatekeeper. Honestly, my own kind hasn't been here that long. This place is cursed. He turned away, barking at some laborers to get back to work. Zhao Liang walked up to me, breaking into a cold sweat. That's way too cryptic, boss. Are we in some kind of cosmic battle royale? Survival game, culling, whatever. I muttered, my resolve hardening. If it's a filter, we just need to be the ones on top. I gripped the blueprints in my pocket and marched toward the city gates. The air near the walls was thick with the stench of sweat, scorched meat, and rust. The buffer zone was a chaotic, sprawling black market. Vendors, humans with hollow, desperate eyes, and gnolls idly playing with blood-stained knives sat on dirty tarps, hawking scraps. I stopped at a human vendor's stall. The man was shirtless, skin stretched tight over protruding ribs, wiping oil and grime from his forehead. He didn't sell food. He had only strips of cloth scrawled with iron, copper, biscuits, jerky. How much for the copper? I asked. He gave Zhao Liang's healthy-looking face a quick, envious glance before wheezing. 10 copper for a bottle of water. And the jerky, 5 for 1. I didn't answer. I just kept walking. Holy cow, boss, Zhao Liang whispered. They're charging a fortune. We're sitting on a gold mine back in the warehouse. Don't get ahead of yourself, I said quietly. Water is the hard currency here. Flash it around, and you're a walking target. We're scouts, not lambs. After checking a few more stalls, I found a larger operation run by a hulking gnoll wearing a stolen button-down shirt and metallic trinkets. He stood up, mimicking human mannerisms with awkward precision. Honored guest, what can I do for you? I'm just checking prices. He grinned, revealing jagged fangs, and gestured to a canvas-covered pile behind him. Unlike those bottom feeders, I'm well-stocked. 50 iron for a bottle, 30 copper, or 15 jerky. If you pay in water, though, it's much cheaper. 5 iron, 3 copper, or 2 jerky. The price gouging was blatant. I shook my head and started to turn. Too expensive. Wait, the merchant stepped out, blocking my path. Maybe he sensed my composure, or perhaps he'd heard about the friendly port captain. His tone shifted immediately. That's just the retail price for nobodies. For you, everything is half off. Directly cutting the price in half, the markup was insane. I gave him a skeptical look. Not good enough. Do you have anything besides scrap metal? The gnoll's eyes lit up. I have aluminum, glass, even rubber coating. Bring me enough water or good tobacco, and we can talk. I'll see what the city has to offer first, I said, leaving him to linger on the thought of more cigarettes. As we neared the massive gates, 2 disheveled women emerged from the shadows. The stench of desperation coming off them was suffocating. One grabbed at my sleeve, her fingers caked in filth, eyes vacant. Half a bottle, even a sip, I'll do anything. I sidestepped her, offering no reaction. Showing pity or cruelty here only invited trouble. Keep moving, I told a stunned Zhao Liang. Stuck up poor trash, the woman shrieked, her voice grating and bitter as she realized her ploy had failed. You think you can get into the city? They don't let humans in. I ignored the venom and walked toward the saw timber gate. 2 heavily armored gnoll soldiers stood guard. Their leather armor was worn but meticulously polished, and the blades at their hips glinted sharply in the sunlight. They lounged against the frame until they saw me. Then, they straightened instantly, bowing with professional reverence. Honored guest, the gates are open for you. They stepped aside without a word. I crossed the threshold, but just as I did, a voice shouted from behind us. Wait, we're with him. Those 2 women had clearly mistaken our smooth entry for a sign that the gate was unguarded. They didn't even get a chance to take a second step. Get lost, a guard bellowed. I turned just in time to see the soldier, the same one who'd just treated us with such deference, transform into a raging beast. He showed zero mercy, slamming his ironclad boot into the woman's stomach. She crumpled like a discarded doll, flying 2 meters back, Her scream choked off before it could even leave her throat. She collapsed in a heap, dry heaving as cheap powder mixed with the grit of the dirt road. The other woman, trembling but driven by a desperate, pathetic sense of injustice, shrieked, "Why can they go in? That's not fair." The guard bared his fangs in a chilling, predatory sneer. He leveled his blood-stained axe toward her face. "They are our honored guests. You reek of rot." He pressed the blade until it practically grazed her nose. "One more word, and you're tonight's dinner." The women broke, scrambling away into the shadows of the market without a single backward glance. As I crossed the threshold, the air shifted, the oppressive heat cooled, and the chaotic squalor of the outer rim gave way to an eerie, structured order. Blue stone paved the streets, and wide-leaf purple trees acted as natural umbrellas, shielding the path from the sun. The buildings were brutalist and low, hunched like stone giants to resist the unstable air currents of the floating island. "Whoa, this is basically the luxury district," Zhao Liang whispered, his eyes darting around. I didn't answer. I scouted the neighborhood, a butcher shop, a clanging forge, until my eyes settled on a nondescript corner. A weathered oak sign hung over the door, painted with a faded compass and quill, "Blueprint Shop." In a place built on violence and raw survival, this was like finding a library in a slaughterhouse. "Let's check it out." I pushed the door open, triggering a crisp copper bell. The interior was dim, smelling of mildew, old parchment, and ink. Behind the counter sat an elderly gnoll sporting a ridiculous monocle over his gray-furred face. He didn't bother standing, just tapped the dusty counter with a claw. "Buying or selling?" "Buying blueprints," I said, drumming my fingers on the desk. He tossed a thick, fragile ledger onto the table. "Everything is standard, level 2 or below. Take it or leave it." I flipped through the pages. Level 1, simple wooden bucket. Level 1, rough graphite. Level 2, reinforced door. My brow furrowed. Aside from the door, this was complete junk, the kind of stuff any half-decent carpenter could make without a blueprint. Skill issue. "Too amateur," I said, closing the book with a scoff. The gnoll's jagged yellow teeth glinted. "I have the good stuff, but you have to be able to afford it. Knowledge is more expensive than meat these days." I leaned in, fixing my gaze on his monocle. "I want permanent blueprints, the kind that allow for mass production. You got any?" The gnoll's lazy demeanor evaporated. His eyes glinted with the sharp, ruthless hunger of a merchant who just smelled a big score. "Young man, you've got quite the appetite. That's a shop treasure. We only have one in stock." He jabbed a bony finger at my chest. "Don't bother offering iron or copper. Unless you have high-level blueprints of equal value, keep dreaming." "Would a level 3 blueprint work?" I dangled the bait. The gnoll licked his lips. "It depends. If it's some useless decoration, forget it. I need hardware, engines, high-pressure airbags, composite bulkheads. Only hard assets are worth my treasure." I nodded. The deal was on the table. "What exactly is this permanent blueprint?" The gnoll leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "It's for tobacco." I frowned, my fingers brushing the cigarette pack in my pocket. We passed 3 smoking chimneys on the way in. The city clearly had an industrial base. They had the means to make basic consumables, so why weren't they? It didn't make business sense. This city is full of addicts. If you have the production capability, why don't you make it yourselves? The gnoll leaned back, his chair creaking under his weight. He adjusted his monocle, looking at me with cynical amusement. "It's not that we don't want to, it's that we're forbidden. Tobacco, alcohol, sugar. The Sky Lord has a monopoly on everything that makes people forget their pain. If I sold even one stick, my head would be on a flagpole by dawn." I didn't hesitate. I pulled a blueprint from my pocket and slapped it onto the counter. Level 3 medium steam engine. The gnoll's eyes bulged. He reached out with trembling claws, afraid to even touch the paper as he scrutinized the parameters and structural diagrams. He started wheezing, his throat making a low, rattling sound. Yes, this is the one." Terrified I'd changed my mind, he reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a small, oil paper-wrapped square. He handled it like it was his own heart. "Here, permanent cigarette blueprint." I didn't take it immediately. I inspected the wrapping, then nodded to Zhao Liang. "Take it." Zhao Liang grabbed the package and shoved it into his pocket, his hand never leaving it. We didn't waste another second. We ducked out into the heat, wandering deeper into the city. The layout was strange, but as we progressed, the buildings grew cleaner and more orderly. My attention was caught by a clothing store with refined-looking shirts and trousers in the window. I looked down at my own sweat-stained, salt-encrusted clothes. In this climate, that was a recipe for skin rot. I made a split-second decision. "Let's take a look." I pushed the door open. A faint scent of lavender washed away the smell of the street, and the interior was surprisingly polished. Polished wood floors, abstract art on the walls. "Welcome," a voice chirped. The shopkeeper, a female gnoll, was a far cry from the brutish males outside. Her fur was groomed to a sleek sheen, and she wore a Victorian-style dress that looked ridiculous on her beastly frame. Still, her fawning attitude was professional enough. "What style can I help you with today? Ready to wear or custom?" She scanned us, clearly realizing that while we were humans, we were the kind that could actually pay. The store's inventory was surprisingly decent, breathable linen cotton blends with clean stitching. "I need a large order," I said, skipping the small talk. 3 sets of clothes for 8 people, 6 adults and 2 children. I want durable, breathable fabric, nothing flashy. I didn't bring them with me, so you'll need to come to the airship port to take measurements. How do you want to settle this? Her eyes turned into dollar signs, her ears twitched, and her smile widened into a grin. Measuring on site would be our honor. As for payment, we only accept hard currency. For such a large order, it's 1 bottle of medical-grade pure water per child set, and 2 per adults. I did the math. 18 sets for adults, 36 bottles, and 6 for children, 6 bottles. 42 bottles total. To the desperate souls outside willing to die for a sip, that was a fortune. To me, that was just a single logistics drop. Can you have it done by tomorrow? I didn't haggle. Efficiency was worth the premium in this hellhole. She nodded so hard her neck must have ached. Absolutely. We have a dozen tailors in the back. We can work through the night if needed. Good. I turned to leave but paused. Is there a reputable trading house nearby? I need to move some supplies. She pointed toward a 3-way intersection down the road. Take this road, turn left at the second junction. Look for the building with the golden scale flag. It's official, and while the commission is high, the goods are guaranteed. Fine, I said, and led Zhao Liang back out. The trading house was cool and smelled of sandalwood, a sharp contrast to the blistering heat outside. The high-domed lobby was quiet, possessing that arrogant silence only monopolized capital can buy. A null with a supervisor badge floated toward us. How can I assist you? I'm buying, I said. Rare metals and raw materials, copper, aluminum, glass, rubber coating. He led us to a fur-covered counter and slid a price list over. Pure water only. I glanced at the exchange rates. 1 liter of water for 12 units of copper, 6 aluminum, 10 glass, or 5 rubber. Not bad, but I knew the value of water here was massive. Any bulk discounts? I'm looking to buy in batches of several dozen. He paused, eyes narrowing as he evaluated my purchasing power. He disappeared into the back and returned with a revised list. If it's a bulk order, the exchange rate improves. 1 liter of water now gets you 260 copper, 135 aluminum, 220 glass, or 105 rubber. It was better than the retail price. Deal, I said. I'll take 520 copper, 540 aluminum, 440 glass, and 210 rubber. That's 200 liters of water total. He looked genuinely shocked. I'll need to verify your funds. Or are they at the airship? I'm not carrying that much metal, I replied casually. You have a delivery service, right? Send it to the largest airship in Sector C, cash on delivery. Reputation is our trademark. He quickly drafted a parchment contract and pressed a wax seal onto it. Delivered within 2 hours. Outside, the heat hit us like a physical blow. While they load up, I said to Zhao Liang, let's walk the town. The core of the city was just a few narrow streets. We didn't see anything interesting, so we headed back out to the chaotic market district. I stopped by a stall where a group of gaunt, hollow-eyed humans sat surrounded by heaps of scrap. Zhao Liang, I called out. Shout this. 1 bottle of water for 12 copper, 6 aluminum, or 10 glass. Tell them to bring it all to airship C in the port. Bulk orders only. Zhao Liang cleared his throat and bellowed like he was possessed. We're buying. High prices for copper, aluminum, and glass. 1 bottle of water for 12 copper. Get to airship C in the port, first come, first served. The market went dead silent. Then, a bearded man spat on the ground. Dreaming. You think our hard-earned scrap is worth that little? Dog water prices. Others joined in, cursing us as blood-sucking vampires. Zhao Liang looked at me, confused, but I just offered a cold smirk and started walking back to the port. As we walked, I noticed the bearded man suddenly stopped shouting. His face froze. He looked at my back, then began frantically packing his scrap into a sack. Hey, where are you going? His neighbor asked. I have urgent business at the port, the man stammered, hoisting his bag and sprinting after us. The other vendor stared, then suddenly realized the truth. In this dump, scrap was just rust, but water was life. You old fox, wait for me, he roared, turning to throw his own goods into a bag. Within seconds, the market exploded into a mad scramble as everyone rushed to follow us. By the time we reached the airship and closed the hatch, the real work had only just begun. I wiped the sweat from my brow, the sticky humidity already becoming unbearable. Chen Hao, I said, undoing my cuffs to get some air. Clear out the storage room and prep 200 bottles of water. Zhao Liang, you and Chen Hao, stand watch at the hatch. The retail traders are coming soon, and they're unpredictable. Keep a tight leash on them. Chen Hao nodded and dove into the hold. Less than 30 minutes later, the chaotic clatter of footsteps echoed up the gangplank. Through the viewport, I watched them swarm. Well, that escalated quickly. To keep things orderly, I didn't let Su Muqin show her face. I stood at the hatch with Zhao Liang and Chen Hao, each of us carrying a rifle. The first to arrive was the bearded man from the market. The tough guy act was gone. He was hunched over like a question mark under the weight of his burlap sack. He saw our rifles, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he didn't dare look me in the eye. Is this where I trade? He stuttered. Yeah, you know the rates, so don't waste my time. He knelt and untied the sack. Yes, sir, everything is here. Chen Hao stepped forward, kicking the bag before crouching to tally the haul. 21 copper, 10 aluminum. He pulled out a small cloth bundle, unwrapping it to reveal 4 uncracked glass sheets. Not bad. I did the mental math. Based on the rates we shouted earlier, He was worth about 2.9 bottles. 3 bottles, I said flatly. His face fell, panic setting in as he looked ready to beg for scraps. Before he could whine, I turned to the hatch. Honey, bring him 3 bottles. 3 crystal-clear liquid containers appeared. I tossed them to him. Keep the change. He caught them like they were holy relics, his face flushing with raw desperation. Thank you, boss. He stuffed the water into his shirt and scrambled down the gangplank, moving with a speed that defied his exhaustion. He slammed straight into the second trader, the guy who'd called me a vampire half an hour ago. The two locked eyes on the narrow plank, the silence agonizing. The second guy looked at the bearded man's bulging shirt, then at his ecstatic face, and practically vibrated with rage. You old rat, he shrieked. You're the one who said dogs don't trade just 20 minutes ago, and now you're wagging your tail? The bearded man turned bright red, but the weight of the water in his shirt gave him confidence. He pushed past, muttering, dogs don't trade, but I'm not a dog. My life's on the line, and I don't care about dignity. He sprinted off. Smooth. Really smooth. You old bastard. The second trader stomped his foot, but he knew the score. As soon as he faced me, his expression shifted from murderous fury to a sycophantic grin. Boss, check my haul. The dam had broken. The crowd, previously hanging back, surged onto the gangplank. The area under the Baiminghow quickly became a bottleneck. Amid the chaos, the Knoll dressmaker arrived, drenched in sweat. She pushed through the crowd, breathless. Boss, I've got the team for measurements. We'll get you fitted perfectly. Su Muqin stepped out with Lin Xiaonuan and Ruoxin. As the measurements began, the Knoll looked up. Because this is an emergency rush order, I'll need a deposit for the auxiliary materials. 4 bottles of water should cover it. I nodded to Su Muqin, who handed them over. The Knoll thanked us profusely and hurried off to slave away at her tailor's bench. The trading continued for 40 minutes. By the time the sun climbed high, the heat was lethal, and the crowd thinned. We retreated into the cool air of the airship. An hour later, the rumble of heavy cart wheels rolled toward us. A line of Knoll workers emerged, pushing carts piled high with tarpaulin-covered metal and glass. The official trade had arrived. I headed down with Zhao Liang and Chen Hao to verify the count. It was a massive haul, dwarfing the retail scraps. Once the 200 bottles were exchanged, the Knoll foreman prepared to leave, but I stopped him. It's noon, and it's a furnace out there, I said, pointing to the ship. If my guys have to carry all this heavy metal up alone, they'll break their backs. How about this? I'll give you a few extra bottles if your crew hauls it all the way into the hold. The foreman looked at his panting, tongue-wagging workers, then at the water in my hand. Deal. Don't just stand there, he roared at his team. If you want water, earn it. With professional labor on our side, what would have taken all afternoon was finished in an hour. When the hatch finally slammed shut, we all collapsed on the deck, utterly drained. I leaned against a crate and lit a cigarette, the sharp, spicy smoke cutting through the fatigue. That's enough to last us a while, I sighed. What about the retail stuff? Zhao Liang asked, guzzling water. Keep it in the corner. Separate. I'd already checked. The system didn't give a heaven rewards the diligent multiplier for items traded with Knolls. Classic. Guess we only get the good stuff when we trade with players, Zhao Liang muttered. Don't get greedy, I said, checking the room. Chen Hao, take the first watch. If anything moves, wake me. You got it, boss. I pushed open my bedroom door. Xiao Nuan and Ruoxin were on the floor, playing with toys made of scrap wood and bottle caps. Xiao Nuan saw me, her eyes lighting up, and she launched herself at my legs. When can we go outside, Daddy? Ruoxin's sister said the outside is fun, but we're molding in here. My heart softened. I scooped her up. Not today. It's a literal furnace out there. The sun is grumpy, and there are bad men who don't know how to play fair. She pouted, burying her face in my shoulder. I patted her back. Go find Mom. Tell her I authorized a can of yellow peaches for you two to share. Daddy needs to recharge. They cheered, the simple joy of a snack wiping away the boredom. I collapsed onto the bed, but sleep didn't come easy. My dreams were filled with flickering firelight and the cold, predatory eyes of Knolls. Then, the rhythmic, restrained rapping at my door pierced the nightmare like a needle. I snapped awake, my vision instantly sharpening in the dark. I rolled out of bed, throwing on a shirt and buckling my belt as I yanked the door open. What is it? I rasped, my voice thick with sleep. Chen Hao stood in the hall, his voice barely a whisper. A group of people. They're creeping toward the airship in the dark. They're armed. The sleep evaporated, replaced by a cold, lethal focus. I moved to the observation port. Under the pale moonlight, the shadows of nearly 20 figures were hunched low, slithering toward the Baiminghow. They were rags and bones scavengers, wielding a mismatched pile of scrap weapons. As the night wind blew through the air vents, their muffled voices drifted in. You sure about this? A hulking brute with a heavy axe hissed, his voice thick with greedy desperation. What if it's a shell? Don't be stupid, another replied, clutching a long blade. I saw those Knolls hauling cartloads of pure water away this afternoon. You know what that kind of trade costs? Hundreds of sealed bottles, crates of dried meat, they're loaded. Hundreds of bottles? The brute's throat hitched as he swallowed. They're fat sheep, the leader sneered. Sheep like that don't have the guts. We just burst in, put our blades to their necks, and they'll give us everything. I walked right into that. I felt a flash of self-loathing. It wasn't regret for helping the retail traders, but for underestimating the rot in people's hearts. In a world where a single sip of water could cost a life, any show of benevolence was just painting a target on your back. Chen Hao, wake everyone, I said, my voice ice. Get them armed. Minutes later, Zhao Liang, Sumukin, and the rest were in position. Are these idiots insane? Zhao Liang hissed, staring through the viewport. They saw our rifles earlier. Are they really this suicidal? Fear doesn't hold a candle to the greed of a starving man, I replied, my fingers tracing the cold metal of my rifle. They're betting that we're either too cowardly to pull the trigger or too soft to handle the blood. Outside, the group stopped at the hatch. The leader spat, seemingly steeling himself. Stop hesitating. We're here now, break it open, and it's all ours. The greed won. Like wild beasts driven by instinct, they abandoned all caution. Clang! A heavy fire axe bit into the metal door, showering the deck with sparks. Again, and again, the shrieking of stressed metal rang through the dead quiet night. I stood in the darkness, watching the door shudder. I'd given them a chance to turn back. Now, the stakes had changed. No need to save bullets, I said, my voice freezing the air. Fire. 5 lead rounds tore through the air, finding their marks in the dark. The bravado dissolved into a chorus of agonizing screams as the attackers crumbled. The leader, who had been ready to put a blade to my throat, took a round to the chest and tumbled backward, his sword clattering into the abyss below. The rest of the group turned and fled, abandoning their weapons and their dignity. Don't stop, keep shooting, I commanded. I didn't care about warnings. In the apocalypse, mercy was just a landmine you set for yourself. 2 more shots rang out, dropping the stragglers. 1 hit the ground, wailing like a choked bird. They didn't get far. From the shadows of the gangplank, a line of green, bioluminescent eyes ignited. A squad of heavily armed Knoll patrols emerged like a wall of iron, blocking their retreat. A few minutes later, the Knoll captain strode onto the gangplank, his curved blade still dripping with fresh blood. He ignored the corpse and the whimpering survivor entirely, stopping at a respectful distance from the Beiming. He saw the rifles still leveled in our hands and performed a slightly stiff, mocking salute. Honored guests, my apologies for the disturbance, he rasped, his voice sounding like sandpaper on stone. These rats violated the port's rules. If they want to hunt, they should be prepared to lose their teeth. He waved a hand. His soldiers dragged the wailing survivor away like a sack of trash and hauled the body off without a second glance. We will handle their punishment, the captain said, flashing a toothy, blood-soaked grin. Sleep well. As they disappeared into the night, I lowered my rifle. Stow the weapons. I patted Chen Hao's shoulder. Get some rest. I'll take the second half of the watch. The rest of the night passed in silence. By dawn, the heat was already stifling. Breakfast was a grim affair of compressed biscuits, but we ate without complaint. Just as we finished, the Knoll shopkeeper arrived with 2 assistants carrying heavy crates. She didn't seem to know or care that a massacre had happened on the gangplank hours earlier. Sir, your order is ready, she chirped. The clothes were top tier, fine stitching, high-quality lining. We worked 3 shifts straight to get this done, she boasted, helping Su Muqin with her collar. And since you're so generous, I threw in cotton undergarments for everyone. Cotton is luxury these days, best for this heat. We changed. The rags of survivors replaced by the crisp look of a professional team. I paid the balance and tossed her a bottle of water as a tip. She left bowing and scraping. Things are done, I said, closing the hatch. Let's leave. The engines roared, and the Beiming tore itself away from the docks, ascending back into the open blue. Chen Hao, check for tails, I ordered. Once he was gone, I retreated to the storage hold and approached the unremarkable iron box in the corner. I reached to the bottom and felt the parchment. Detected, permanent cigarette blueprint. Activating talent, heaven rewards the diligent. Bonus, 3x reward. The single, yellowed paper in my hand split into 3 identical copies. In a world starving for resources, holding 3 blueprints that could churn out a high-demand commodity indefinitely, I smiled. This was more than just business. It was a foundation. It was a gold mine, and I had 3 of them in my hands. I managed to suppress my greed. 3 blueprints were a massive advantage, but showing off was a death sentence. I kept one for myself and stowed the other 2 at the very bottom of the chest. Walking to the workbench, I touched the blueprint to the surface. It dissolved into a stream of light. Blueprint recorded. Standard cigarette. I opened the new icon. Standard cigarette 10 packs, carton, consumes solid wood. The trade ratio was effectively a robbery. I grabbed a chunk of sturdy wood from the storage room, placed it on the bench, and hit manufacture. The bench hummed, and the wood dissolved into light. A few seconds later, 10 packs of premium red and white cigarettes sat in a perfect row. I tore the plastic off one and inhaled. It was rich, cured tobacco. Nailed it. I grabbed the lot and headed for the upper deck. I tossed a pack to Zhao Liang and another to Chen Hao. Lighting one up, I exhaled a plume of blue smoke. Try it. Chen Hao held the pack like it was made of fragile porcelain, his hands trembling. Does this mean we have infinite smokes? As long as we have wood? I flicked my ash, my tone calm but firm. Exactly. Boss, you're a legend. Zhao Liang cheered, grabbing Chen Hao. We've achieved cigarette freedom, baby. Watching them cheer like kids over a few packs of smokes, I finally felt a sense of grounding. Xiao Rui, I've got a job for you. Don't be too direct. Just post a photo of the smokes and our feet to the regional channel. Let's see how the scavengers react. Xiao Rui's eyes lit up. You got it, boss. The price, I mused, is one pack for 20 units of solid wood, 10 iron ingots, 5 copper, or 3 aluminum, hard currency only, no credit. Zhao Liang gasped. 20 wood for one pack. That's not just dark, boss, that's genius. You're trading twigs for gold. It's called a monopoly. I tossed the remaining packs to Chen Hao, give them to Xiao Rui to list as a trial run. Suddenly, a wave of heat crawled up my spine. My neck felt tight. Is the AC broken? I checked the vent, but only humid, scorching air puffed out. The others were too busy celebrating their cigarette freedom to notice the shift. It's getting stuffy, Zhao Liang muttered, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. I thought it was just the excitement. I checked the system display. My pupils contracted. Outside temperature, 54 degrees Celsius. Cabin temperature, 29.8 degrees Celsius. Only 10 a.m., I muttered, my expression hardening. The temperature was climbing too fast. I rushed to the bathroom to check the 3 condensation water collectors. The first 2 were bone dry, the third held a measly 200 milliliters. Fantastic. The heat was acting like a giant dehydrator, stripping all moisture from the air. Clang. A faint, metallic groan echoed from the floor of the engine. I bolted to the rear engine room. A wall of blistering heat slammed into me as I opened the door. The core steam engine was roaring in agony, its pressure gauge needle dancing in the red zone. The metal shell glowed with a faint, ominous crimson. I grabbed a half bucket of cooling water and doused the engine. Steam erupted, turning the room into a sauna, but the red heat merely faded slightly. 10 minutes later, the gauge crawled back to the danger zone. If this thing exploded, there wouldn't be enough left of us to bury. I wiped the sweat from my eyes and stormed back to the upper deck. Everyone, listen up. My voice shattered the upbeat mood. Even little Xiaonuan and Ruoxin stopped playing with their dolls, sensing the danger. The good times are over, I said, pointing to the floor. Outside is 54 degrees and rising. Our engine is overheating, the AC is dying, and the water collectors are stalling. From now on, we're on strict water rations. No showering, no laundry. Use the bare minimum for hygiene. Everything else goes to keeping the engine alive. I turned to Chen Hao and Zhao Liang. We need shifts. Every hour, someone goes down to manually cool the engine. It's brutal work. If anyone slacks off and the engine blows, we all die. I looked at Sumu Chin. Use self-heating food only. Don't flush the toilet unless you absolutely have to. Understood. The atmosphere turned cold. We had gone from dreaming of riches to fighting for survival in seconds. The engine shift is priority 1, I added. Don't forget. I was already heading back to the lower level when Zhao Liang's voice erupted from the deck. Boss, get up here. Something's happening at 12 o'clock. I sprinted back. The sky, once a clear blue, was ripped open by a dozen columns of black smoke. Muffled cannon fire rolled through the air. 8 airships were swarming, 6 others, a wolf pack hunting stragglers. Enemy airships, 8. Player airships, 6. I analyzed. I throttled down, keeping our distance. Reduce speed, maintain altitude, don't rush in. The 8 enemy ships were coordinated, picking apart the disorganized player formation. The players were wrecked, some had leaking gas bags and were desperately firing back with ballistae. I looked at my crew. 8-6. If we jump in, we're getting dragged into the meat grinder. What do you think? Zhao Liang stood up, his face twisted with rage, eyes bloodshot. Boss, my brother was killed by these green-skinned scum. They don't see us as human. They kill everything they see. Chen Hao gripped his wrench, his voice low. I agree. These goblins have cheated us at the exchange enough. If they take these 6 ships, we won't have a future in this sector. I turned to Sumu Chin. I stood firm, shielding Lin Xiaonuan behind me. Though anxiety gnawed at my gut, I locked eyes with my crew and gave the order. Do it. I didn't hesitate. Target the goblins. Get the oil-soaked burlap strips onto the ballista bolts. Wait for my signal to ignite. Zhao Liang, Chen Hao, get to the port cannons. Clear the deck of every scrap of ammunition we have. Don't let them board. The Beiming Hao surged, our silent iron beast, cutting a sharp white scar through the clouds. Like a cold-blooded assassin, I slipped us toward the rear of the goblin formation. The air grew thick with the acrid stench of black powder. A goblin airship bearing a skull sigil spotted us, its shriek of alarm cutting through the sky. It broke formation, hurtling toward us in a collision course. 200 meters. 150 meters. I stared them down, sweat slicking my palms. I jerked the helm. The Beiming Hao groaned, swinging its heavy frame with a grace that defied its bulk, a giant whale snapping its tail. We forced our port side to face the charging ship. They hadn't expected such agility from a craft our size. Panic surged through them as they scrambled to turn their cannons. Aim for the gas bag. I roared into the speaking tube. Steady, steady. The ship shuddered the rhythmic, desperate labor of my crew loading the cannons. 5 thundering booms shook the observation deck. The solid shot tore through the air in a perfect fan. 3 rounds pulverized the goblin's wooden gondola, sending splinters exploding like snow. The final 2 rounds were masterpieces, punching clean holes into their massive canvas gas bag. Ignite. A heavy bolt fired from our ballista, the oil-soaked rag at its tip, a burning meteor. It tracked through the wake of our cannon fire and buried itself deep within the goblin's gas bag. 1 second. 2. The world held its breath. Then, a blinding crimson fireball erupted from within their hull. The hydrogen bloomed into a funeral pyre. the metal groaning as the ship spiraled into the cloud sea below. One down. I wiped the cold sweat from my eyes, my gaze hardening on the chaotic main fleet. Keep going. Don't give them a second to breathe. The remaining goblins, seeing their ship reduced to ash, shrieked in fury. 2 more ships broke off, dragging black smoke as they surged toward us. Starboard cannons ready. Focus on the left one. I ripped my collar open, my voice frigid. The beaming house swung. Our 5 starboard cannons leveled with lethal precision. 300 meters. Aim for the gas bag fire. The roar was deafening. The impact shredded the enemy's canvas, leaking hydrogen and smoke like a punctured lung. It staggered, listing heavily. Ballista. Fire. Our projectile pierced the opening, and in a second, the ship became a floating torch. The screams were brief, swallowed by the roar of the abyss. Target the next one. I locked my eyes on the final ship. It tried to dive, but it was already too late. 2 of their shells clipped our port gas bag, throwing us into a violent tilt. Hold on. I slammed into the console, my ribs screaming in protest. I ignored the pain, my hands white-knuckled on the yoke, feet braced against the floor. Chen Hao, use the ballista. Blow those blue-skinned bastards out of the sky. Everyone else, reload. You got it. Chen Hao's voice was twisted with a terrifying, bloodthirsty joy. The goblin ship, seeing their comrades turn to fire, abandoned the duel. It pitched its nose upward, a desperate, clumsy climb to gain the high ground. I scowled. Height was range. Height was control. If they got above us, our port cannons would be useless. I hauled the wheel hard, but the ship felt sluggish. I glanced at the gas bag status flashing red lights. The hits had drained our lift. It was a crisis. Xiao Rui, the ultimate repair kit from the storage room, now. I pushed the engine thrust to the limit, ignoring the warning sirens shrieking in the red zone. If we couldn't climb, we'd run. The engine roared in a metal-grinding protest, the beaming Hao bucking like a mad bull as we clawed for horizontal distance. Boss, here. Xiao Rui scrambled up, breathless, clutching the heavy metal box. I didn't turn. My hands blurred over the console, activating the kit. Instant bonding sealant and patches surged through the internal conduits, hardening instantly against the exterior heat. The red lights on the console flickered and died, turning a steady, beautiful green. The drag vanished. Steady now. It's showtime. I yanked the stick, and the beaming Hao rose like a black blade, performing a physics-defying climb. In 10 seconds, we soared above them, the hunter, now the hunted. My roar synced with the thunder of our cannons. The plunging fire gave our rounds devastating kinetic energy. 5 solid shots screamed down, and I knew they were already dead. Our strike was devastating. 2 rounds tore through the goblin ship's fragile gas bag, while a third obliterated half its gondola. It lost balance instantly, spinning like a bird with a shattered wing. Don't hold back. Finish it. I roared through the observation port. Chen Hao and Su Muqin, already waiting by the ballista, triggered the release. The heavy mechanism shrieked, launching 2 thick bolts trailed by oil-soaked rags. They whistled through the air and pierced deep into the leaking gas bag. Boom. A massive fireball bloomed in the sky, staining the surrounding clouds a bruised red. The wreckage, still filled with the goblins' dying screams, plummeted into the abyss below. I scanned the tactical map. 5 goblin ships remained, and they were already reforming. Below, only 4 battered human ships limped through the smoke, putting up a desperate, flickering resistance. 2 for 2, not a bad trade, I thought, though it wasn't enough. I wiped the greasy sweat from my face, my eyes devoid of mercy, fueled only by the cold necessity of survival. I shoved the throttle forward. The beaming Hao groaned as I dived into the heart of the chaos, a wolf lunging into a flock. I steered us high, using our altitude to plunge into the center of the fray. Through the observation port, I spotted a player ship 500 meters ahead, its gas bag shredded and trailing thick black smoke. On its deck, a man and a woman were desperately priming a primitive ballista. The man's arm was a mess of blood, but he braced the weapon against his shoulder, roaring defiantly at a goblin ship above. Behind them, a child of maybe 7 curled behind a barrel, clutching a filthy doll, too terrified to scream. That desperate, futile struggle punched me in the chest. I thought of Su Muqin and Lin Xiaonuan. If not for the system, they might be the ones staring at death on that deck. Well, that's awkward. Guess I'm improvising. I steeled my resolve. I'll handle the payback. I banked hard to the right. The beaming Hao shrieked as I aligned our starboard cannons with the goblin ship terrorizing the family. Starboard cannons. Fire. At such close range, the goblin ship's ugly paint job was crystal clear. 5 solid shots thundered out, and I felt the ship kick back. The rounds shredded the top of the goblin gas bag like wet paper. Su Muqin immediately followed up with an incendiary bolt. It ignited on impact, turning the goblin ship into a massive, hollow sphere of fire. The gondola disintegrated. Blue limbs and jagged metal rained down through the heat. I watched the family's ship for a heartbeat. The injured man caught my eye, shook his head, and pulled his wife and child into a final embrace. I can't save them, I realized, my grip tightening on the wheel. Falling without a gas bag is a death sentence. Good luck, I whispered, turning away. Boss, they're on us. Zhao Liang's voice cracked through the tube, bordering on panic. The blueskins are rallying. They're trying to encircle us. The 5 remaining goblin ships had abandoned the players. They'd realized the true threat was the black behemoth that had just dismantled their squad. They turned in unison, cannons leveled at us. Full power, climb, I hauled the stick back. The Beiminghow roared, fighting gravity and air resistance as we clawed toward the sun. I felt my stomach flip, but I kept my eyes locked on the altimeter. The goblins fired from below, but their shots lacked the energy to reach us. They peaked and fell short, arching harmlessly into the depths. Their ships, cheaply built, began to cough black smoke as their engines struggled with the ascent. Below, the 3 remaining player ships sensed an opening. Instead of fleeing, they closed ranks into a makeshift defensive line. Shoot, fire everything. Their voices drifted up, hoarse and desperate. They hammered the nearest goblin ship with ballista bolts. The goblins, stunned by the lambs fighting back, descended into chaos. One incendiary bolt found its mark, and a dull explosion echoed below. Tables turned, the goblins panicked, their formation dissolving. Time to clean house, I muttered. I held the high ground. As the goblins tried to fire back, their shots pinged off our armor like pebbles against a shield. My turn. Fire. The Beiminghow bucked as we hammered them. I watched, satisfied, as our rounds punched through gas bags and shattered gondolas. It was a slaughter. The survivors finally broke, diving toward the thickest clouds in a frantic bid to escape. You really thought you could just walk away? I dove after them. We were faster, but if I chased one, the others would vanish into the cloud cover, and hunting them down later would be a nightmare. 2 ships were flying close, likely for mutual support. Convenient. A little too convenient. I plotted a dive path. I'd cut between them and unleash a double-sided barrage. It was risky placing us in their crossfire, but they were too terrified to coordinate. Lower deck, load all starboard and port cannons. I didn't care about pinpoint accuracy. I needed overwhelming, simultaneous firepower. Report. Loading, Chen Hao shouted, his voice accompanied by the clatter of chains and heavy metal. Zhao Liang, get to the port cannons, I ordered, my pulse racing. Zhao Rui, starboard. On my command, pull the levers, full volley. Okay, I understand. Xiao Rui's voice trembled, but I heard her scrambling into position. Chen Hao, Su Mu Qin, man the ballistae. After the cannons fire, you 2 finish them. Target the gas bags, ensure they ignite. Understood. Su Mu Qin's reply was sharp and steady. I took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of ozone and burning grease, and shoved the throttle forward. The Beiminghow dipped its nose, gravity becoming our greatest weapon. The wind shrieked against our hull, and the 2 goblin ships below seemed to balloon in size, their panicked crews visible on deck, flailing with wrenches in total disarray. 500 meters, 300, 100. They hadn't expected us to commit to this suicidal close-quarters brawl. Instead of breaking formation, they bunched together in panic, leaving a perfect gap for me to exploit. I gripped the wheel, fighting the violent turbulence, and punched the Beiminghow straight through the narrow space between them. The stench of their filthy, greasy gas bags pressed against our windows. I caught the wide-eyed despair of a goblin gunner as he tried to pivot his cannon. Now, fire! 10 cannons roared in perfect unison. The recoil kicked the Beiminghow so hard the ship groaned in protest, and the cockpit filled with stinging, acrid smoke. At this range, aiming was a luxury we didn't need. Our solid iron rounds tore through their wooden hulls like paper. To the left, Zhao Liang's volley shattered the goblin ship's main keel, snapping the gondola in 2. To the right, Xiao Rui's barrage turned the enemy's propulsion system into scrap metal. High above, the twang of the ballistae cut through the chaos. 2 massive, oil-soaked bolts streaked through the smoke and buried themselves deep in the ruptured gas bags. Boom. 2 orange fireballs blossomed simultaneously. The shockwaves slammed into our armor, shaking the ship so violently I thought my ribs would snap. Burning debris, twisted metal, and goblin limbs rained down on us, a piece of charred gear even smashing a white crack into my windshield. The 2 ships spiraled into the cloud sea, trailing smoke and dying screams. I didn't spare them a second glance. They were dead the moment we pulled the trigger. Damage report? I asked, already leveling the ship. Port armor is dented, but we're holding, Zhao Liang shouted, buzzing with adrenaline. Starboard's clear, Xiao Rui coughed through the smoke. Just choking on all this soot. Good. I hauled back on the yoke. The Beiminghow bucked, trading our dive momentum for a powerful climb, the steam pressure needle dancing precariously on the red line. There was only one left, the leader. It had been moving at full speed, but the sudden explosion of its companions had forced it into a panicked hesitation. That split second of indecision was its death warrant. I locked onto its black-sailed silhouette through the smoke. Reload. I slammed the throttle. We broke through the dissipating fog, diving back down. The goblin ship frantically dropped its altitude, hugging the surface of the mysterious gray cloud sea, afraid to dive any deeper. If you want to hide in the fog, I'll send you down there for good, I muttered. Zhao Liang, starboard batteries, fire at will, don't hold back. The cannons barked 5 times. Because we were firing downward, gravity added lethal velocity to our shot. I watched the black trajectories slam into the target. There were no fireballs, just pure, kinetic destruction. 2 rounds ripped gashes over a meter wide in their gas bag, venting white pressurized gas into the air like a ghostly trail. A 3rd round annihilated the gondola's deck, turning the gunner into a smear of red. The final, fatal round shattered the structural joint between the gondola and the gas bag. The goblin ship groaned, its tail dipping sharply. It lost all lift and began to tumble, a broken bird falling toward the unknown. I pulled the throttle back, bringing the Baminghow into a low, banking drift just 100 meters above the cloud surface. I held my breath, watching. This was the first time I'd ever seen what lay beneath the clouds. In the regional chat, players who fell vanished instantly, they were simply gone. The goblin ship smashed into the gray mist. It was like dropping a stone into a bottomless swamp. I leaned over, straining to hear. The cabin was deathly quiet, save for the low hum of the engine. There was no sound of an impact. But then, a sound tore through the clouds, a screech so piercing and dense it sounded like dozens of creatures screaming in unison. It wasn't the panic of a fall, it was a sustained, agonizing howl of absolute, visceral torture, as if something down there was stripping their bodies apart. Then, silence, total and abrupt, like a chicken having its throat slit. I stared into that unnervingly still sea of gray, the hair on my arms standing up. There were no explosions, no splashes, only that collective, horrifying scream. The collective scream from below had been blood-curdling, a sound of pure, concentrated suffering. It meant whatever lived beneath that cloud layer was either instantly lethal or capable of inflicting unimaginable agony. Chen Hao, I barked into the speaking tube, get to the engine room. We pushed the pressure way too high during that dive. Check for overheating. And for the love of God, don't burn yourself. On it, boss. Chen Hao's voice was weary but still carried a hint of his usual dry wit. I eased the throttle to idle, letting the Baminghow drift to a halt 50 meters above the clouds. The gray fog roiled beneath us, so thick it felt like we were hovering just above a solid surface. I hauled myself out of the cockpit, my neck muscles screaming in protest. The adrenaline was fading, leaving me with a heavy, bone-deep exhaustion. Su Muqin slipped into the observation room, naturally drifting to my side. One by one, the rest of the crew, Zhao Liang, Xiao Rui, Liu Hui, and a grease-stained Chen Hao followed. We all stared into the abyss, still haunted by those final, screeching sounds. What was down there, Ling Feng? Su Muqin asked quietly. I don't know. I gestured to the deceptively calm mist. Maybe corrosive gases, maybe a high-pressure zone. But here's the thing. When that ship hit the clouds, there was no sound of impact. Either this layer is impossibly deep, or the ship was dissolved before it even touched ground. Zhao Liang leaned against the glass, straining his eyes. Maybe there's no air, or it's full of toxic gas. I heard a guy in the chat say he walked into a pesticide mist and choked to death instantly. You don't scream like that if you're choking, Chen Hao muttered, wiping engine grime onto his clothes. Choking, you just claw at your throat. That sound? That was like being taken apart while still awake. Xiao Rui shivered, ducking behind Chen Hao. Don't say that. It's terrifying. Maybe it's a monster with tentacles, pulling the ship under? Enough, I said, cutting off the speculation. Fear thrives on the unknown, but it dies with understanding. We don't need to know what's down there. We just need to know one thing. We don't go down there. Whether it's acid, gas, or monsters, it can't touch us as long as we stay in the sky. I had the crew return to their posts, ordering Zhao Liang to take the watch while I headed for my quarters. That's tomorrow's problem. As I neared my door, I heard soft, stifled sobbing. Inside, Su Muqin was huddled on the bed, holding a trembling Lin Xiaonyuan in her arms. The child's small hands were white-knuckled, gripping her mother's shirt as if to tear it apart. The intensity of the battle, and that final, hellish scream, had been too much for a 6-year-old or anyone, for that matter. It's all right, Nuan, Su Muqin whispered, her voice laced with exhaustion. She looked up at me, her eyes pleading for help. I knelt beside them, placing a steady hand on the girl's head. Hey, Nuan, Daddy's home. Everything's fine. Seeing me, the girl's fear boiled over. She lunged into my arms, sobbing into my shoulder. Daddy, it was so loud. Like a monster was eating people. No monsters, I said, my voice as calm as a lullaby. That was just Daddy's fireworks, little one. This ship is a flying fortress. No monster can touch us. I paced the small room, rocking her in a steady, rhythmic motion. Within minutes, her breathing evened out into deep, unconscious slumber. Su Muqin let out a long, shuddering sigh, leaning back against the headboard with dark circles under her eyes. I tucked Nuan in and signaled for Su Muqin to follow me into the hall. I lit a cigarette, staring at the glowing ember. Everyone is wound too tight. We're all hanging by a thread. I know, she sighed, rubbing her temples. I'm on edge, and the kids, it's unbearable. I pulled up the trading post interface. I searched for toys on a whim, expecting nothing, but the screen flickered and populated with dozens of pages. Humans are nothing if not resilient. Even at the end of the world, someone was always trying to turn a profit with a craft. I found hand-carved wooden blocks, crude but smooth, and rag dolls sewn from scrap cloth. But then, a listing caught my eye, Cozy Cottage Mini Set. It wasn't just blocks, it was a miniature replica of a home. Hand-sewn micro sofas, tiny wardrobes with working brass hinges, and tea sets the size of grains of rice. It was an absurdity of craftsmanship in a world of survival. I traded some purified water for the sets and a few large rag dolls. Just as I was about to close the page, a familiar pattern in the corner made me chuckle. Premium hand-carved mahjong set, bone inlay hardwood, folding table included. The seller's tag was arrogant. Hand-carved. Perfect feel. Bosses who aren't starving step up. Well, that's different. I bought it instantly. 10 minutes later, I called everyone to the common area. When I dropped the miniature houses and dolls onto the table, the sharp, pure joy from the children cut through the lingering gloom. A house. Look, Daddy, the drawer really opens. Nuan was instantly lost in her new world. I let the kids play, then reached into the heavy bag I'd brought. With a clatter, over 100 polished, warm-toned ivory squares tumbled onto the table, looking like a cascade of sunlight. I spread the mahjong set across the table. Chen Hao, who had been staring blankly at an unlit cigarette, nearly popped his eyes out of his sockets. He lunged forward, clutching a 20,000 tile and rubbing his thumb over the intricate, raised carvings. Holy this feel. His voice trembled as if he discovered a king's ransom. Is this bone, boss? Where on earth did you get this? Zhao Liang, having just returned from the laboratory, caught sight of the tiles and his exhaustion vanished. He scrambled over, eyes wide. Mahjong? No way. I'd almost forgotten what these looked like. Deal me in. I'm in. Watching these guys who were dead on their feet just moments ago instantly snap back to life, I couldn't help but nod to myself. In this godforsaken apocalypse, besides food and water, nothing suppressed the fear of death quite like these ingrained, primal habits. If we're playing, we're betting, I said, slapping 2 unopened packs of cigarettes onto the table. 20 sticks each is the buy-in. You lose your stash, you're off the table. Cigarettes were liquid gold in the sky, better than currency. You're just handing me free loot, boss, Chen Hao chuckled, rubbing his hands together. I'm the undisputed god of gamblers. Su Muqian just smiled, ushering Xiao Rui and Lu Hui away to watch the kids. They weren't into the high-stakes table talk, but they enjoyed seeing the men unwind. I sat as the dealer. Chen Hao took the lower seat, and Zhao Liang took the opposite. Xiao Rui, join us. I called out. Oh, I'm not really good at it. She hesitated, though her eyes were glued to the tiles. Just play, I laughed, tossing her a pack of smokes. The rhythmic clack-clack of tiles hitting the table echoed through the tight cabin, instantly pulling us back into the comfort of the old world. 2 bamboo, pong. Zhao Liang, you idiot, why'd you discard that? Stop nagging, I'm waiting for my win. I shuffled the tiles, feeling the cool, smooth bone beneath my fingertips, looking out the window at the endless sea of clouds, then back at these men, red-faced and shouting over a few sticks of tobacco, and finally at the kids playing with ragdolls on the floor. I felt a surge of grim resolve. As long as this ship stayed afloat and we kept our humanity, this hellish world wouldn't take us easily. Who? Chinggis, flush suit, I murmured, sliding the final 5,000 tile into place. Chen Hao's jaw hit the floor. He stared at my perfectly aligned hand, his cigarette nearly slipping from his mouth. Boss, your luck is just. This isn't gambling, this is a heist. Xiao Rui laughed, happily pushing her chips toward me. I told you, boss was holding back the whole time. Suddenly, a rich, complex aroma drifted into the room, fats, spices, and fresh greens. It was more intoxicating than any system notification. All right, gamblers, pause, Su Muqian said, tapping the table. Time to eat. My stomach growled. 3 hours had passed in a blink. I pocketed my winnings, my neck popping as I stretched. Eat up, everyone. We'll give you a chance to win it back later. The table was set with a spread that made everyone freeze. Zhao Liang stood there, his throat bobbing as he stared at the feast. Crisp, dew-covered cucumber slices, ruby-red tomatoes, and a mountain of fresh lettuce. There was a bowl of creamy mashed potatoes smothered in savory gravy, and most importantly, individual self-heating hot pots bubbling with spicy red oil. Well, don't just stand there, Lu Hui smiled, setting down the last dish. Sit. Su Muqian turned to the children. Nuan, Ruoxin, stop building, time to eat. No, we're not done. Nuan pouted, still trying to stack a triangular block. There's canned peaches for dessert, Su Muqian added, the ultimate trump card. The kids' eyes lit up like hungry wolves. They abandoned the house and scrambled for their chairs. Watching them, I felt a warmth in my chest. This was what it meant to be alive. Not just surviving, but actually living. Dig in, I commanded. The cabin was filled with the sounds of contented chewing and clinking chopsticks. The crisp cucumber cut through the dryness of our throats, and the spicy beef and rice gave us a sense of fullness that was almost euphoric. For this meal, the stress of the goblin ship encounter didn't exist. Then, without warning, the system pinged. Alert, supply crate detected, 2 kilometers ahead. My bowl stopped midair. The warmth in my eyes flickered out, replaced by a cold, sharpened focus. I pushed away from the table and bolted for the observation room, the others dropping their chopsticks to follow. A silhouette emerged in the distance. System, target identified. Level 4, Guardian Beast, Flame-Winged Serpent, Danger Level, Medium, Traits, Solitary, Venomous Spit. A Level 4 Guardian, I muttered. Tough one. Zhao Liang, Lu Hui, Xiao Rui, man the cannons and load up. Chen Hao, Su Muqian, get to the ballista. As I steered the beaming Hao toward the crate, the serpent sensed us. It coiled, its massive, fleshy wings fanning the clouds. With a screeching hiss, it charged us. Positions, I roared, yanking the yoke to angle the ship for the starboard broadside. The serpent's agility was insane. It didn't fly straight. It jerked into an shaped trajectory, weaving through the air. Can you hit that? I yelled through the speaking tube. No, it's too fast. Zhao Liang's voice spiked with panic. I can't track it. We'll have to predict its path and hope it flies into our fire. Before he finished, the flame-winged serpent soared directly over the top of the Beiminghow. The flame-winged serpent hovered 30 meters off our port side, its dark crimson eyes locked onto mine. Suddenly, its throat pulsed, and it unleashed a spray of deep red fluid. It hit the Beiminghow like a shotgun blast, the liquid sizzling against our hull with a sickening hiss. White smoke choked the air. I watched in horror as our iron plating dissolved, revealing the wood beneath in seconds. The edges of the holes continued to bubble and widen. Watch out, it's an acid attack. Don't let the spray touch you, I roared into the speaking tube. The serpent, clearly pleased with its handiwork, circled back for another pass, my hands slicked with sweat against the yoke. This thing was no mere beast. It was intelligent, actively targeting our structural weaknesses while using its speed to dodge our cannons. Hard to port, I bellowed. The Beiminghow groaned as I forced it into a spin, trying to bring the port side ballista to bear. Now, Mukin. Su Mukin braced her legs against the centrifugal force and pulled the trigger. The heavy bolt whistled through the air and missed, vanishing into the clouds below. Well, that was a disaster. The serpent, now enraged, abandoned its ranged attack. It whipped its massive tail like a colossal lash, slamming into our port railing. Boom. The ship tilted 30 degrees, plates crashed to the floor, and my forehead smashed against the bulkhead. I barely felt the blood trickling down my face. Zhao Liang, fire. The beast was momentarily stalled by its own strike. Zhao Liang didn't hesitate. 5 cannons roared in unison, filling the cabin with acrid smoke. One shell tore into the serpent's belly, sending red scales and muscle flying. Another clipped its wing. The creature shrieked, spiraling downward, but its wings continued to beat with terrifying tenacity. Chen Hao, are the lines ready? I yelled. Set, boss. The serpent stabilized and charged again, aiming directly for our gas bag. If that acid hit the top, we were done for. I slammed the emergency dive lever. The beast's dive missed us by inches. Fire. Su Mukin and Chen Hao released their ballistae in a synchronized crossfire. This time, luck was on my side. One bolt hooked into the serpent's tail, the barbs locking into bone, while the second pierced its damaged wing. Through the forward glass, I saw the beast struggling, tethered to our ship. Chen Hao, tie those lines to the winch. Mu Qin, reload and secure your line. I shouted, my voice hoarse. I want that carcass intact, don't let it fall. The Guardian made a final, desperate play, its throat constricting as it prepared to spit a lethal dose of acid at our gas bag. I saw the muscles tighten. Fire. I shoved the throttle, jolting the ship upward. The bolt caught the serpent mid-spray, driving deep into its gullet. The beast's momentum died instantly. The poison exploded inside its own mouth, and its body went limp, dangling like a dead tree branch. We had won, but the Beiminghow lurched violently. The 15-meter, 1,000-pound corpse was now dead weight, dragging us into the abyss. Altitude warning. Gas bag pressure spiking. Zhao Liang screamed. The altimeter spun wildly. The ship's frame shrieked under the stress. I fought the yoke, banking into the wind to generate lift, my feet locked in the floor tracks. For 3 grueling minutes, I wrestled the ship until we finally leveled out. Help me with the winch, I yelled, wiping blood and sweat from my eyes. Muxin and Chen Hao were straining against the wheel, but the serpent was jammed against the hull. There was no moving that much mass by hand. I stepped to the railing, laid my hand on the cold, shimmering scales, and triggered the gather command. The carcass dissolved into a swarm of light. The Beiminghow shot upward, relieved of the weight, and Chen Hao and Zhao Liang tumbled backward. System, gather successful. Flame-winged serpent fangs x2, edible serpent meat x20 kilograms. Then the chime rang again. Trigger. Heavenly reward random multiplier x6. In a blink, 12 ivory fangs and 120 kilograms of red marbled meat materialized on the deck. My scanner confirmed it. Flame serpent meat enhances muscle toughness and blood production. Increases basic constitution. My pulse quickened. In this wasteland, food that could actually upgrade your body was worth more than gold. Store it, I said, my voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through me. I turned back to the helm, pushed the throttle forward, and steered us toward the horizon. The Beiminghow drifted toward the floating crate, a silent predator stalking its prey. Zhao Liang stood at the ready, his hook pole extended. As we swept past, he snagged the crate's handle with precision. Got it, he cheered, hauling the heavy silver container onto the deck with a resounding thud. I stepped away from the helm, wiping the blood and sweat from my face with a towel Su Muqin handed me. We crowded around the crate, the air thick with anticipation. Let's see what a level 4 box holds, Chen Hao said, rubbing his hands together. Maybe I'll pull a blueprint this time. Yeah, right? I chuckled, shaking my head. Remember last time? You opened a crate, and it was a disaster. Leave the honors to someone with actual luck. Hey, don't hate on the hustle, Chen Hao protested, though he looked sheepish. I scanned the room, my eyes landing on little Lin Xiaoyuan, who was clinging to Su Muqin's leg. Nuan, come here. The girl approached, her small hand pressing onto the alloy latch. Click. The lid hissed open. There was no golden light, just a silver glowing document lying inside. Chen Hao craned his neck, so far I thought he'd snap it. I unfurled the paper, and my breath hitched. Blueprint. Large multi-chamber pressure-resistant gas bag, level 3. A surge of energy tingled through my fingertips. The blue light flared in my vision. Trigger. Heavenly reward. Multiplier X4. The single blueprint blurred and duplicated, leaving 4 identical level 3 schematics in my hands. It's the gas bag blueprints, I said, my voice thick with adrenaline. We can finally upgrade to a level 3 ship. Our little Nuan is a lucky charm, Chen Hao beamed, ruffling her hair. I thought we were going to end up with a box of crackers. If it were you opening it, we'd probably just get 2 packs of instant noodles, Zhao Liang joked, nursing his sore wrists. The cabin erupted in laughter, the tension of the battle melting away. In this world, a level 3 blueprint was a strategic asset worth killing for. Muqin, let's look at the home inventory, I said. She pulled out her notebook, her brow furrowed as she tallied our supplies. We have the timber and nails, and we gathered enough aluminum and copper from the trade hub. But the iron and cotton, the gap is huge. I turned to Xiao Rui, who was tinkering with the radio. How's the smoke spreading? It's insane, she said, straightening up. The smokers are desperate. My inbox is flooded with people begging to trade for a fix. Perfect. I headed toward the cargo hold. I'm going to make the product. Hold off on the other trades until I finish this batch. In the hold, I fed 20 units of wood into the workstation. 3 minutes of rhythmic humming later, I had a pile of cigarettes. I grabbed 10 packs and signaled Xiao Rui. Take these to the trade hub. 5 packs for iron, 5 for cotton. 1 pack for 10 units of material. Xiao Rui's fingers flew across the virtual panel. Across the regional channel, the mood was frantic. People were obsessed with survival, but the addicts were losing their minds. Seller smokes shop listed. Cigarettes X5. Request. Iron X10 per pack. Seller smokes shop listed. Cigarettes X5. Request cotton X10 per pack. Before Xiao Rui could even count to 10, the pinging notifications flooded the cabin. Gone, boss. It's all gone, she gasped. Not 5 seconds had passed, and the trade slots were already cleared. The deck was suddenly littered with piles of iron and thick bundles of cotton. The region channel was in total meltdown. No way, cigarettes. Who got them? I hit exchange and it failed instantly. Are you guys using macros or something? I didn't hesitate. List 50 more. Xiao Rui mashed the confirmation button. The regional trade feed turned into a blur of activity. In the blink of an eye, the 50 packs our lifeline were snapped up. The chat was absolute chaos. 50 packs. Did the smokes shop raid a warehouse? Who bought them all? Save some for the rest of us. I'll trade a fresh pack of crackers for just 1 cigarette. I watched the feed, a cold smile forming on my lips. Let them scramble. The more they panicked, the faster our stockpile would grow. We were playing a different game now. You're running a monopoly. You aren't afraid of a boycott? I didn't even bother reading the angry spam on the regional channel. Let them vent. If they had the materials and I had the smokes, it was just business. I closed the noisy interface, my gaze shifting to the pile of materials now filling the cabin. 300 rusted iron blocks and a mountain of cotton lay in a heap, turning our living space into a storage closet. I stepped over a crate, took a deep breath, and pressed my hand against the iron. A pulse of blue light, the system's signature rippled from my palm. Ding. Trigger. Heavenly reward. Random multiplier X4, iron X1200. Trigger. Heavenly reward. Random multiplier X3, cotton X900. The pile groaned. With a sound like shifting tectonic plates, the materials expanded, stacking so high they scraped the ceiling and blocked the cabin light. The wooden floorboards creaked under the sudden, massive weight. Time to get to work. I navigated to the manufacturing menu and selected the level 3 multi-chamber gas bag. Confirm. A 2-minute countdown flickered in my vision. Beneath my feet, the Beiming house shuddered. It felt like the ship was undergoing a violent transformation, the air growing hot with the scent of ozone and welding fumes. When the timer hit 0, a rush of buoyancy swept through the hull. I didn't stop there. I immediately initiated the level 3 ship upgrade, pouring in 500 units of iron, 500 wood, and 300 cotton. 5 minutes. It felt like an eternity. The ship emitted a high-pitched, metallic scream. The flimsy wooden exterior was slowly consumed, replaced by a gleaming, bronze-hued composite armor. Exposed wires vanished into flame-retardant conduits, and the cheap wooden joystick morphed into cold, heavy alloy. When the final ripple of golden light faded, the new stats pulsed on my HUD. Ship, Beiming Hao, level 3, durability, 1, 0 over 1, 0, 0, 0, speed, 80 kilometers per hour, trait, composite armor, iron-copper mix. New feature, honeycomb multi-chamber gas bag, stable flight even if multiple chambers are punctured. The security of it hit me all at once. Before my team could even gasp at the physical changes, a deafening, reality-bending hum echoed in everyone's minds. Global announcement. A survivor has successfully upgraded their airship to level 3. Reward, level 3 random blueprint X1. The world went silent. Even the chaotic regional chat stalled for a full 10 seconds before exploding into a frantic, desperate blur of text. A global announcement. Are you kidding me? It has to be the guy from the smoke shop. He just sold a fortune in cigarettes and instantly upgraded. Is this guy hacking? I can't even afford to patch my leaks, and he's cruising in a level 3 flagship. The gap between us is soul-crushing. I didn't care about their despair. I watched as the reward blueprint materialized in front of me, its surface glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. I reached out, my fingers trembling slightly as I felt its warmth, and unfurled it.